पुश लेफ्ट ठीक है।
पीछे आ रे, पीछे आ।
इनको यूसी कितना है?
जोन में चले क्या?
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया?
पुश पुश चल
स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा। अबे ये कहाँ गया?
अरे फिर वही डिफॉल्ट से निकल लें।
अरे तकिलते तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू उड़ातम डिफॉल्ट से निकलम पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम।
अलग ही जोन में ये तो।
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर।
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है।
ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों?
रॉयल पास ले, डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले।
हैं?
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था।
अभी नहीं चाहिए।
टू 2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
Yes, let's go.
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार। फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
अभी आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
Sia, I like you a lot. Lotte. Thanks a lot.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
Hey, I care for you a lot. Tea, Lotte. I'm already feeling a lot better. Hey.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक ले लो ना मम्मा।
ऑफिस में शॉर्ट ब्रेक नहीं होता है बेटा।
होता है मम्मा, हैंडबैग में देखो। What do you say?
Thanks a Lotte. Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
दादू चोकोपाई खाबे? Share it ना, it's a cutie pie.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
Hello! How's it going? All right. मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीस and ये है BGMI India Korea Invitational. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have some noise? All right, that is amazing. अब क्या बात है. अब देखिए एनर्जी यहाँ पर हमारी जनता की तो है, लेकिन आप जहां पर हमें देख रहे हैं वहां पर भी अपनी एनर्जी को थोड़ा सा बढ़ा लीजिए, क्योंकि दिस इज डे 2 ऑफ द BGMI इंडिया कोरिया इन्विटेशनल एंड बहुत सारे इंटेंस, अमेजिंग एंड इंटेंसिफाइंग BGMI मैचेस तो आपके लिए लाइंड अप हैं, लेकिन और भी बहुत कमाल कमाल की चीजें होंगी. अब डे 1 की अगर बात करें तो डे 1 में हमने बहुत कमाल कमाल का एक्शन देखा, जहां पर कोरियन टीम्स ने बता दिया और दिखा दिया कि उनकी लेगेसी कितनी कमाल की है, एंड वहीं इंडियन टीम्स ने यह बता दिया कि इतिहास चाहे जो कुछ भी कहे, ई स्पोर्ट्स का भविष्य इंडिया में ही है. अब भविष्य की बात करेंगे, लेकिन अभी वर्तमान की तरफ आते हैं. और आज आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि कमाल कमाल के मैचेस तो लाइंड अप हैं ही, लेकिन BGMI तो हमारा मेन कोर्स है, लेकिन स्टार्टर्स के लिए थोड़ा कमाल कमाल के स्नैक्स वैक्स भी खिला देंगे आपको. एंड इसीलिए स्टार्टर्स में वी हैव रोड टू वैलोर एम्पायर्स इनविटेशनल, एंड उसके आज सेमीफाइनल्स होने वाले हैं, एंड साथ ही साथ रियल क्रिकेट भी है. तो बहुत सारी कमाल कमाल की चीजें लाइंड अप हैं आपके लिए, लेकिन फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी हैव टू थैंक आवर स्पॉन्सर्स एशियाना एयरलाइंस, Red Bull and Geo Cinema for making this possible, and of course a big shout out to Crafton for making all of this happen right here. And अगर ये सब नहीं होते तो ये सिर्फ एक इवेंट होता, लेकिन आज because of our sponsors this has become a grand spectacle. So ladies and gentlemen, Road to Valor के सेमीफाइनल्स को अभी शुरू करते हैं. ये जैसा कि मैंने आपको बोला ये स्टार्टर्स है, अभी गेम्स तो और ज्यादा इंटेंसिफाई होती रहेंगी, लेकिन रोड टू वैलोर के सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए मैं अभी बुलाना चाहूंगा आवर फर्स्ट प्लेयर हु हैज मेड इट टू द सेमीफाइनल्स. सो जोरदार तालियों से प्लीज वेलकम आवर फर्स्ट प्लेयर फॉर रोड टू वैलोर सेमीफाइनल्स, कैरोलीन. All right, that's Caroline for you, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations for making it to the semi-finals. अब और ज़्यादा इंटेंसिफाई होगा, क्योंकि अब अगर आप जीतती हैं तो आप सीधा जाएंगी फाइनल्स में. So, आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, आपके जहन में क्या चल रहा है? Are you nervous? Are you okay? Or are you like a bit tensed?
I was nervous at the first day, but right now I'm feeling a bit confident. Yeah.
And talking about yesterday, आपकी शुरुआत तो एक हार के साथ हुई, then you made a fantastic comeback. So are you hoping for the same, और ये आपको लग रहा है कि इस बार तो मैं पहले गेम में ही dominate कर दूंगी?
I think my opponent is very good player. I'm just going to give my best. That's
Right. अब कैरोलिन ने कह दिया है कि इनके opponent बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे हैं, तो उनके opponent को बुलाते हैं. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second player for the semi-finals, Claw. Claw, congratulations for making it to the semis. And Caroline ने यहाँ पर कहा है कि आप बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर हैं, and she's gonna give her best. आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है? कैरोलिन ने काफी बढ़िया कमबैक किया था कल क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में. So what is your game prep right now?
वैसे ही खेलते हैं पहले से. मेरा स्ट्रैटेजी मैं बना था, वो मेरे को पहले से पता था क्यों करूँगा.
बड़े प्रोफेशनली तुमने अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी के बारे में बात भी की और हमें कुछ बताया भी नहीं. वेल डन. आई थिंक यू विल गो अ लॉन्ग वे. लेकिन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, राइट नाउ ओवर टू आवर कास्टर्स who are going to bring you the first semi-finals of Road to Valor. So back to our casters. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much for that, Rohit. And exciting day indeed, ladies and gentlemen. But as it was mentioned by our stage host, we're going to start off with Road to Valor, moving on to Real Cricket 2022. And after that is when the BGMI action commences. But before that, RTV yesterday was super exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the BGMI India Korea Invitational. This is Super joined by Salty and Necro. And now I can continue with the conversation that I was about to begin with you guys.
Yeah.
RTV yesterday was very exciting. We saw the opening games, Godfather versus Caroline. Caroline, an impressive comeback win. A similar situation for our opponent today, because Claw also had an impressive comeback yesterday.
Exactly right. I mean, to be honest, both the players had immense runs inside of the competition.
Yeah.
But let's just talk about what this run is for, right?
Yes.
What is it for? I'm pretty sure more than the bragging rights, there's also some cash-rich prizes for all of these players, isn't it, Necro?
I mean, hey, speaking about the prizes, right? Let's move on forward and take a look at the prize pool. It's going to be 1 lakh rupees on the line, from which the champion team getting 40,000 to themselves, and then of course the second place getting 20K, and it's going to keep on descending downwards.
Yeah, and again, as you mentioned, I mean, this is going to be quite an exciting day for a lot of these players, especially 2 of them who end up making it to the finals. That's going to take place tomorrow, and it is going to be exciting to see who actually gets there. We know Jin Kazama waiting in the second semi-final today is one of the heavy favorites, but he goes up against one of his toughest opponents, and that is definitely going to be the match of the day for Road to Valor. But before that, we have Caroline taking on Claw, and both these 2 individuals are from the same clan.
Yeah, exactly.
That is interesting.
And the point is, both Carolyn and Claw came in from a comeback story. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kazama, for sure, it was a comeback for Kazama, but looking at his attitude and looking at the way he kind of presented his victory, it felt like he knew it all along the way. So is the case for Ferocity as well. Ferocity was confident throughout, a whitewash for him on the Dinker is Live. So exactly, the brackets are sort of divided in a way where we have got 2 heavy hitters in the second game.
Yeah,
that is true. I mean, yesterday we started things off in the quarterfinals, and now we've moved on forward to the semifinals. And getting back to the conversation that you were having, the comeback story was sort of like the meta for day 1, but I think so on day 2 things might just be a little bit more sharp. But what do you think, Johnny?
I do agree with you. I mean, it's definitely going to be sharp, especially for Claw, because yesterday, if you remember, their performance against Claw's performance against Shikari, it was a miracle that he won that 3rd game. It is a miracle that he's still here today. Caroline, it felt like, was extremely well prepared for her opponent, and I think she's going to be well prepared for Claw today as well. I was talking to Godfather about his game against Caroline, and his perspective was he could have won it all. He just made the massive mistake of using Hellfire in a worst position possible, because as soon as the entire map is set ablaze, his towers was burning. Caroline, the early chip damage helped her secure the win in the last game of the series. But talking about the series, ladies and gentlemen, Road to Valor, it's going to be a BO3 series even in the semi-finals, and then of course as we move on to real cricket, that is going to be an exciting set of event as well. But before that, let's have a look at what these players are going to use, or in fact which Guardians are they going to go with. We have Beowulf coming in from Claw, and this is something that we have seen again and again. I mean, Beowulf, Valkyrie, Axe Throwers, kind of the, how do you say, standard build.
Exactly, but now you mentioned this a while ago as well, right? Both these players are from the same clan. That means they pretty much know how each other play. There's a chance these guys have probably practiced against each other in the past. They must know how each other play. They probably do know the ins and out against each other. So there's a chance it might be a competitive series, but as I mentioned, I'm expecting it to be really sharp.
But you know what? I mean, my man here has been, for the last 2 months, letting everyone know that the Indian faction has been added into Road to Valor. And yesterday we saw the Indian faction in action as well. Today we want to see the same, but let's see game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, is on our screens.
Exactly. Carolyn versus Tynes Claw. The game begins right now. It's the first game of this BO3 series, and already we're going to kick things off as a defensive stance, especially from the side of Claw. I mean, it's not really trying to go that aggressive, but Carolyn, she's already managed to get her troops towards the defense of Claw.
But I wonder if that was a bait strategy, to be honest. A little bit of a chip damage, but that kind of involves majority of the forces. The Dragon has been utilized as well, and now look at this. It's going to completely help the troops move forward. The infantry does proceed, but as you can see, there is a heavy hitting from the left-hand side, from the side of Carolyn, but on the right-hand side, it's sort of Claw who is still dominating.
Exactly, and now it is going to be extremely important for Caroline to go on defense, because look at what Claw has done. That push from the right, the spearman destroyed with the help of the Dragon, and of course, course, him summoning one for himself allowed him to reach the tower, chip away quite a massive chunk of HP. That right tower is down to 753. On the other side, Twin Giants coming in now. A split push being built up by Claw. Can Caroline defend against this? She has two med base, two buildings spaced close to the center. That's going to be a good distraction right there, but let's see how this one goes.
I mean, depending on what things are going to be backing up, these Twin Giants can actually be the table turner over here.
Yeah.
Now, he needs to make sure that the cavalry that's backing up these Giants can actually give him that tower that's currently down to 753. Clearly, the advantage is in the hands of Claw.
Claw has a massive advantage right now, as you mentioned, Necro, not just in the amount of troops he can sustain and the amount of damage that these Giants have sustained. One of them is going to go down, the other one might just take the shieldman, and then now he's going to fall. But no, HP sustain is still there on the other Giant, so it's going to be a little bit of extra value. But as I was talking about it, the MP, the summon rate for Claw is going to look extremely good, and with 1 minute on the clock left, let's see how this goes.
I think what Claw actually specialized with the use of the Twin Giant was buy himself so much time that his HP became to the maximum. Even as a matter of fact, his Beowulf is also ready to be deployed as well.
Caroline needs to go for the big hits, but unfortunately for her, she's only able to get that chip damage onto the towers of Claw. And this is where the problem's going to start as some mud, because Caroline, if she's not able to get a lot of shots down on the tower, you do not have a lot of time left. 25 seconds left, and you need to take down a tower.
And this is where Caroline actually goes in all in. Look at this, multiple bases that are being built up front in front of the towers, right, to disguise, and majority of the troops have been deployed. It's an all-out brawl that is going on, but majority of these troops have been stopped at the midline. They cannot cross over on the blue side, which has been a major problem for Caroline, but it seems like we are going to extra time, Johnny.
We are going to go to extra time because there's the right tower still left standing, and Caroline in the last few moments, as you mentioned, has a nice little army built, but the dragon is definitely going to take a massive trade of it away. Still an opportunity. The spam from Caroline working out quite nicely up until now, but the defense from Claw has been phenomenal. You know what? This gives me deja vu of yesterday. Yesterday we saw Caroline struggle in game number 1 in a similar manner, where she was just going for the spam, those low-cost cards again and again and again and again, just trying to see how much she can sustain, and then the destruction comes in. But yes, towards the left we have Beowulf with a push.
That was a decadence that was used perfectly. On the go, he just completely flipped. But now look at this. It might just be the ending battle. The red troops have finally pushed up quite a lot, but the blue defense is still pretty good.
Oh, Caroline's on the verge of making a comeback. There's a chance the tower can't be taken down. The troops are swarming in.
It's a base race.
It looks tough to sort of get this defense down, and this is where Claw might just throw it down. And yes, Caroline, she's got the advantage, and Caroline flips the table in the first game. What a competitive series, but as I mentioned, it's going to be sharp.
What a clutch win coming in from Caroline. I thought there is no way Claw drops the ball, but then the decadence on Beowulf on the right-hand side, a massive distraction for Claw, and of course there was already the massive army with the spearmen, the shield bearers pushing from the left. As soon as they crossed the center, it was done, it was dusted.
Exactly, and the beautiful part is she used Twin Giants. Claw actually used Twin Giants initially to try and preserve his resources. He was preparing for this ending battle because he knew that Caroline would deploy all her troops in the final one. But that decadence move kind of disguised everyone. They were like, all right, pull towards him. The left-hand side, the right-hand side, in fact, was left completely open, and all the troops from Caroline just flood in.
That is true. I mean, the amount of swarm that we saw that was on the board, it felt like for a moment, Claw just got overwhelmed. He did not know how to deal with all of that stuff that was on the board.
It was overwhelming, and I was surprised with how Caroline was able to build it up, because during the mid-stage of the game, when there was 15 seconds left on the clock, 20 seconds left on the clock, we saw Claw with a massive MP advantage. Caroline was there with the troops dying on the battlefield, and still she would just be struggling with 3 or 4 bars of MP. On the other side, Claw never dropped below 4 bars.
That's the crazy part, right? I was mentioning this over and over again. Caroline wasn't really able to get those big hits, those big chunks out of the tower. She was only able to get a little bit of chip damage, which was sort of affecting Claw, of course, but it was also giving him the advantage because all Claw needed to do was play defense. He was doing that, but in the end, there were just so many troops at that point, even the Dragon could not do anything.
You know, there's a very popular strategy when it actually comes to boxing, that you try and draw out your opposition with just small little jabs, and then when you find that one opening, you go in for that big hook, and that is what exactly Caroline did.
Oh, it's Beowulf against Beowulf. This is going to be a mirror matchup. And it's going to be exciting to see how this one fares up. Yesterday, game number 2, Caroline just grew stronger. And in game number 3, she was her strongest. Today, she is off to a great start with the first win.
It's literally a mirror matchup. This is going to be an interesting one, considering we've got Beowulf on both the sides. I really want to see how the future stuff's going to be looking like. As I mentioned, considering both these guys are from the same clan, Titans clan, they have probably played against each other a lot of the times.
Yeah,
they
true.
know the ins and outs against each other. They know how to counter each other. It's just going to come down to how well you perform under pressure when you've got so many people watching you.
That is quite true. I mean, in fact, because as you mentioned, I mean, if you are in the same clan, you're definitely going to practice against each other. And that is why probably Titans, they had like 4 players in the semi-finals. In the quarterfinals yesterday, 3 of them have made it to the semis.
Yes.
And 2 of them are playing against each other. So that is how good this clan has gotten. But still, winning on stage, winning in front of the crowd means something else. But ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about winning, we talk about the game. And we're going to jump into game number 2.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second game of the series begins as Caroline once again is going to be looking forward to stomp on Claw. The world is possible. Find out in this episode.
Episode?
Dragon Ball Z.
My man is actually getting into the zone. Wow. Troops definitely have been deployed, but it's not really going to matter much. Initial jabs been thrown out, but it seems like they will be counteracted. Look at this, the tower defenses as well as the spearhead, of course, just doing so much damage, neutralized. I think Claw definitely has the early advantage, Necro.
He indeed does. I mean, they've already got a couple of beginner troops out there, and at the same time, as we all know, at the start, everyone's just going to be looking forward to get that chip damage, at least try and get the early lead when it comes to the HP.
Well, let's see though. The early chips exchange from either sides. One going for the left, the other one for the right. Caroline, this time opting for the slow pushes. We have seen the quick strats, the
Fight for the forest.
aggression just working out quite nicely for him. But
Wait, what's happening? I think both of these players, they are going to preserve their twin giants for a little while. But as soon as I say that, twin giants have been deployed from the side of Cali. Now this is where things get pretty interesting, because twin giants will regenerate after a very long time.
Exactly. As I mentioned, it's better to get them in cycle once again in the future, and instead of just keeping on them, instead of keeping them just in your hands,
Yeah.
it's better to let them rotate back in the cycle. Now, it really just depends on what he's going to be backing these twin giants up with, because Caroline, once again, she has already won the previous game, but the twin giants once again comes out from Claw as well.
Claw reacts quite nicely to the twin giants from Caroline. The burn hill along with the Valhalla warriors was able to clear up the right lane, and as you mentioned, the twin giants from Claw were very precise. But now, as we mentioned, mirror matchups means the other person also gets to use your strategy.
Oh, no.
So the burn hill
it's
from
mayday.
Caroline, but it's going to be a little too late because the axe throws
It's a
just
mayday.
go for the push, and they're going for the base as well. The twin giant makes it. The Beowulf is there. This is destruction. Caroline dropping the ball in the initial stages, and this is going to be a 3-medal win. This can be a 3-medal win for Claw.
That is true. Caroline's probably going to get overwhelmed so quickly,
Whoa,
and that's
what?
what happens. A 3-medal win. Claw just decimates, stomps on top.
What was that, 30 seconds?
Yeah,
I'm not really sure.
quick game.
But this is exactly the meta that we were talking about, like the combo that Claw utilized in this one, using the Beowulf in alongside, in addition with the Frog Giants. Like, these two combinations together, that just completely starstruck Caroline in that situation.
I have a feeling Caroline would be missing that Decadence so much right now. I mean, it was so important for a win in game number 1, and now going for that mirror matchup does not really work out, does it, Necro?
Yeah, it really doesn't. I mean, as I mentioned, we even saw the decks at the start as well. As I mentioned, these guys probably know how to counter each other because they have played a lot of the times in the past.
Yeah.
And I think so somewhere down the line, Claw knew that early Twin Giants is going to be pushing him, so be better ready to try and take him down instantly.
It was like that moment from Fast and Furious where Vin Diesel looks at Paul Walker and just says, "Too soon, kid." Then just presses the NOS,
Wow.
goes all in.
That
Because
is true.
as soon as those twin giants from Caroline were able to cross that center line, were quite close to the towers of Claw, what does he do? The Burn Hill pops in, the Valhalla warriors in the front line, the twin giant towards the right goes down, and as soon as the left goes down, as soon as that happens, he drops his twin giants because he knows the damage is there, the tankiness is all that's needed, and with that push, he was able to get so much value. But now we are moving on to the decider, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 will be on our screens in a few short moments, but now my question to both of you is going to be the same. Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to go with Caroline, 100%.
All right, it's all to you.
I'm always going to go with Caroline because I think...
Always.
I mean, wait. All right, guys. I've got to do some explanation regarding this, right? She's got the comeback mentality, right? She's come back from very hard positions in the previous day as well, today as well, right? She did get the lead, which kind of maybe surprised her as well. But in the final game, maybe there's a chance that Claw might step up.
Hey, but you know what? Now I feel a little bit bad for just supporting Caroline, but you know what? I think so we should be a little bit more
Why do
neutral.
you feel sad?
I would say even Claw does have a really good fighting chance.
That is true. Claw definitely has a fighting chance. And in fact, it is going to be a close matchup between these two. I mean, that is what I'm expecting. And by the way, mirror matchups again. Beowulf on both the sides is going to be the Guardian. And that makes me question everything. I mean, what is going to be the decision? Because yesterday we saw Caroline switch decks up after that initial loss. But today, start was great. I had a feeling she might go back to the first deck, but that is not the case.
That is not the case indeed. Once again, as usual, the classic starts from both the sides, considering it is going to be a mirror deck, so pretty much the similar starts from both the sides. That's what we're seeing. Caroline, she's on the top, and Claw on the bottom side. This is going to be an interesting one.
Let's go.
Early archers being deployed once again, just taking each other out. You've got a little bit of a scuffle going on the left-hand side of the map itself. And now finally, Claw actually breaks past the defense, giving the initial chip damage on the left-hand tower. There is defensive measures being taken by Caroline, but it's not much.
What happened? I missed everything that happened in this game so far. I was so focused on those burn hill exchanges that I did not realize that Claw has gained so much value. His burn hill is still on the battlefield. The Valkyries, the Valhalla Warriors were pulled out from the deck as well. The Berserkers have been popped, and he has gained so much advantage in this game right now. 973 on that left-hand tower, and here comes the Twin Giants from Caroline.
Once again, the same strategy being repeated. Will these Twin Giants be able to take down the tower? Because already
he has it in his hand. He has it in his hand.
Lost out on a lot of HP. One of the towers finding that connection, but unfortunately not for long enough. And now the backup as well with the Twin Giants actually going to be pretty solid. One of the Twin Giants is pretty close, but then the defensive Twin Giants coming to play from Claw.
All right, now look at this. Caroline going for the similar strat, Twin Giant with the Hero Saga, but this time I'm not really sure if that's going to work out because the other Twin Giant, just like you said, Necro, the defensive measures were perfect. It seems like Caroline, her step is just a little late in this matchup.
Yeah, and now look at Claw. He's splitting that push on the dual lanes. The right-hand side, the Twin Giant leading the charge, but the Giant on the left has been delayed. And the right one is going to heal because of the sustain of the left. That is how the Giants function, but this will be an advantage for Claw. He is looking to take this win. He is looking to dominate this match, and there goes the first tower.
Caroline, she's getting overwhelmed with the amount of troops that is currently there on the board, and not a lot of time as well. Caroline needs to take down a tower of Claw, but it seems next to impossible. All Claw needs to do now is play a little bit defensive, and is already ready with that defense.
Oh, he lets everything go. He has thrown everything in the kitchen sink to end it all, and to make sure that he sustains for the next 10 seconds.
Absolutely, and it seems like the Hero Saga has been neutralized as well as the Dragons, the Last Measure, and the Frost Giants, of course. Both of them will take down a little bit of ground on the left-hand side, but that's it. 2 seconds. There is nothing that Caroline can do, and it's Claw from Titans who is going to be the winner and is going to proceed to the grand finals. Congratulations once again, but what a victory.
Yeah, what a win, what a comeback in this series from Claw. An impressive one, domination in the last 2 games.
And once again, the English desk never disappoints. We just keep on cursing people that we predict. And once again, the same thing happens, man. All of 3 of us pretty much went with Caroline.
No.
And now
you guys went with Caroline. I went with Claw. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The experienced one actually was right.
I was actually supporting both of them.
No.
How can you support both of them
Be
when there are
honest,
just 2 players?
Be honest.
That doesn't make sense, Necro. There are 2 players in a game and you're supporting both of them.
I was 50-50 salty, so this is where you need to be unbiased, right? I was supporting Claw as well because I knew that Claw is sort of knowing of what Caroline's going to be bringing on to the table today.
Just a PSA.
You're 50-50.
Yeah.
Man, the man is lying. Yeah. But anyways, coming back to the conversation, I mean, it was an impressive win from Claw. I mean, the man was looking up from his screen even before the game ended. He knew 3 seconds before that there is nothing Caroline can do to come back from this matchup. But It is also just the first game of Road to Valor, the first semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more match happening right after this, but before that, we're going to hear from the winners in a few short moments. What do you think they're going to have to say about their matchups? And of course, the next contenders are going to be on the stage as well.
That is true, soon enough. But before that, we need to take a look at the Ireland highlights and see how things really kicked off. We know, of course, the host came along. Even the crowd was getting riled up, considering these guys were just waiting for the event to be started. Then Carolyn entered on the stage. It was pretty nice. But then we also saw Claw entering, and Claw looked pretty confident in his approach.
Yeah, he was confident. I mean, that walk alone just oozed confidence. And today, I'm just wondering, what was that first game loss?
It's going to sting. It's going to sting.
Why was that there?
I mean, to be honest, at one point, there's always going to be a winner and loser, right? And in every single game, in every single title, be it Road to Valor, be it BGMI, be it real cricket, you're always going to have a winner and loser. I think it's just one day when things did not work out for Callan, could not really adjust to the quick adaptation coming in from Claw. And that sort of gave him the victory. It was his day all along.
Now, what the real question is, why did the switch come in?
I would say the switch was mainly there because initially we saw Claw lost out on that first battle, right? Then Claw was like, okay, it's better if I just bring in a little bit of switch whip inside the strategy too. And Carolyn on the opposite side, we saw her yesterday as well. She was switching things up over and over again, and she pretty much did the same thing. But I think so instead of catching Claw off guard, she caught herself off guard. She was not really ready that Claw is going to be pretty much ready with the crack counter strats.
Along with that, I think the fact that that she used the same deck for Game 2 and Game 3 leads me to believe that she was very confident in herself, very confident in the strat that she has prepared. But unfortunately for her today, Claw was the one who was better prepared.
Absolutely. I think in terms of preparation, in terms of counter-stratting every single thing which Caroline had up in her bag, I think Claw did really well. Now, I think the most important change which they had to kind of adjust to was Caroline and her end game segments, right? Her end games are absolutely brilliant when she knows how to flood in her entire army in the last few seconds and completely demolish your towers. I think for Claw, the biggest adaptation was to try and act quick and act in the right time.
So that's where the problem was, right? Claw was able to get that early chip in, but if you remember in the first game, the early chip in was there. But then, unfortunately, Carolyn was able to stick a couple of troops onto that tower because there was just so much of a swarm on the board.
Exactly, but now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to the stage to listen to what our host has to say as he's about to introduce the next matchup. So, here we go.
Thank you so much, casters. And of course, ये वाला मैच तो क्लॉ ने अपने क्लॉस के साथ एकदम पकड़ के दबोच के ले लिया है. अब वो पहुंच गए हैं फाइनल्स की तरफ, लेकिन अब चलते हैं हम अपने दूसरे सेमीफाइनल्स की तरफ. तो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए हमारे पहले प्लेयर को फॉर सेमीफाइनल्स नंबर 2, जिन. नाम है उनका जिन. जिन, congratulations for making it to the semis. डोले शोले एकदम हैंड आई कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए तैयार. क्या बात है, एकदम फ्लेक्स कर रहे हो. लेकिन अभी ये भी उम्मीद कर रहे होगे कि गेम जीतकर, फाइनल्स भी जीतकर तब फ्लेक्स करोगे बढ़िया वाला.
टूर्नामेंट का फ्लेक्स अलग ही होता है
ना, टूर्नामेंट का फ्लेक्स. लेकिन इस समय ये तुम्हारे जो ओपोनेंट हैं उन्होंने काफी अच्छा खेला था क्वार्टर फाइनल्स में. सो क्या चल रहा है इस समय? आर यू स्कैर्ड और एकदम चिल पिल?
स्केर्ड इज फॉर नूब्स, वी आर नॉट नूब्स.
वी तो मतलब तुम अपने ओपोनेंट के बारे में?
वी इज मी एंड माय सपोर्टर्स.
ऑलराइट, तो जिन के सपोर्टर्स हैं. जिन को जिन पसंद है. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दो यार जिन के लिए. ऑलराइट, नाउ लेट्स वेलकम जिन्स ओपोनेंट फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर सेमीफाइनल्स. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए फॉर फेरोसिटी. क्या बात है. फेरोसिटी, तुम ऐसे ही रहते हो या एक बार मुस्कुरा के दिखा दो सबको?
हाँ ठीक है, ले लीजिए.
मुझे लग रहा था कि फेरोसिटी मतलब एकदम इसी मूड में रहते हैं, लेकिन क्या चल रहा है? मतलब यहाँ पर जिन तो कह रहे हैं कि यार मैं टेंशन नहीं लेता. टेंशन तो नूब्स के लिए होता है. तो इस समय तुम्हें टेंशन हो रही है?
ना बिल्कुल नहीं.
कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं?
कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं.
आर यू श्योर? सो गेम कैसा होने वाला है? जिन बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर माने जाते हैं इस पर्टिकुलर गेम में, तो व्हाट वाज योर प्लान?
जस्ट टू डू व्हाट आई ऑलवेज डू, नथिंग डिफरेंट दिस टाइम.
All right, nothing different this time. लेकिन इस समय क्या डिफरेंट आपको एक्सपीरियंस करने को मिलेगा? लेट्स फाइंड आउट. ओवर टू आवर कास्टर्स फॉर सेमीफाइनल्स नंबर 2.
Oh man, this is the semi-finals, but this is the prize fight for Road to Valor, ladies and gentlemen. Two of the best players in the country going up against each other right now. Ferocity versus the legend Jin Kazama himself. What do you guys have to say about this, Salty?
To be honest, Jin, confidence just oozes out of this man every single time, right? Be it when he's flexing his bicep or when he's just taking over to the mic and he's saying, "We're not noobs."
Yeah,
that is true.
Neko, what about you? You are a noob.
Wow, says you? Okay, I do not even need to say anything. Johnny's the one that's going to speak for me. Johnny said.
What am I going to say? I mean, I don't know.
Wow.
Are you a noob?
Well, I guess I thought Johnny was supposed to be on my side. He was supposed to be my good friend.
Hey, you should.
Apparently, that's life, man.
You should just react like Ferocity. I do what I do, and I'm confident in myself.
I do what I do,
what I
and
want.
I'm confident in myself. I know what I'm capable of, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the matchup every single RTV fan has been waiting for. Jin Kazama versus Ferocity.
Exactly, and it's going to be an exciting matchup. I mean, a little bit of information from what happened yesterday. Jin winning the series 2-1 against Cassian Lee.
Yeah.
And then the only 2-0 of the day was brought by Ferocity, where he beat Dinkar at the end in the last quarterfinals matchup of the day. So today is going to be intense. Jin definitely not afraid to experiment as well. Yesterday we saw him use that Indian faction, Salty, and he was doing it for you, for the people in the crowd.
Absolutely. I mean, I briefly spoke to Jin and he was like, all right, see, I knew I was confident I'm going to win. So why not give the people what they want? It is India at the end of the day. We are at the heart of the country in New Delhi, of course. And that just means that you have to use the Indian faction. But today, he's given us a little bit of a spoiler. Should we spoil the audience as well?
We can. Do you want to do it?
Nah, let's just keep it. Let's keep it for the broadcast. Let's just keep it for the game when it actually goes live.
Hey,
What do you
listen, you
think?
can't just tease the audience like that and be like, all right, you know what, I'm going to keep it for the broadcast. You are on the broadcast, my friend, so you need to spill it out right now.
We'll wait for the game because we actually don't know which series it might happen in. But yeah, Susano
I think
is
so.
gonna
I
be
know
there.
what spoiler you're talking about, and I'm also going to speak about it. You want me to speak it?
Yeah,
No,
sure.
Come on, man. Don't be a spoiler. Don't be a party pooper, man. We're all waiting for the game to begin, and I'm pretty sure even the audience is sort of excited or sort of like curious on what decks is Jin Kazama going to bring on the
That is
on the
true,
floor.
but so far the meta has been every single player loses that first game and then they just instantly win the rest 2 games. That's what the meta has been. So now, whoever loses the first game, we know that person's going to be the winner.
I mean, definitely that has been the case, but we don't have 4 matches today, Necro. That's the problem. Yesterday also last game was a 2-0. Today, this is the last game for RTV, at least. Jin Kazama versus Ferocity from the side of Jin. It's going to be exciting to see what he brings to the table. I think Akira is the pick that he's gone for as the Guardian. In fact, Ferocity opting for the same.
Exactly. I mean, once again, mirror lineups might just be mirror lineups for both the players, but it seems like Ferocity will be coming in as the favorites. I know for sure Jin Kazama has a huge history in this particular game, dominating the region as well. But the way Ferocity got that victory yesterday, a 2-0 victory, the only 2-0 victory inside this tournament, I think he will be the favorite.
I mean, he can be the favorite. Both these players are going to use that Indian faction that we have been talking about for so long. But ladies and gentlemen, the matchup about to begin. And here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, waiting for the star sharp stuff, and soon enough that will be in front of us. Jin Kazama versus Ferocity. The BO3 series begins now.
Well, let's see. Off to a slow start. Saw Jin speaking to the admin, maybe.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to have a rehost, maybe
Yeah.
a couple of internet connection issues going on. We don't exactly know, but one thing is for sure, we're going to get it sorted because we like things to be played on the equal ground. We want things to be played on the equal ground over here. And now, getting back to the conversation that we're having, right? We've already seen what type of decks these guys are going to be playing in the future. So there's a chance now the opponents might just be ready for each other in a better way.
Yeah, for sure, because now, since this is just a rehost, not a win or a loss for anyone, I don't think you're allowed to change the deck. You have to drop in the game with the same thing.
Exactly, right. It was a technical difficulty which just came through. So what will basically happen is that in spite of the fact that you know what your opposition is bringing against you, you wouldn't be able to change it. You wouldn't be able to plan differently against. The only thing which it does is just gives you a little bit of a mental preparation time maybe to just try and go through the timings of it. Meanwhile, since all of that happens, I can see a swarm of people right behind me. Who are these? Are these the BGMI players?
Well,
yeah, they're
I guess.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
But that is going to happen in a while. I mean, these lads have all to also need to set up. They need to get ready, get in the zone, get their discussions. Right now, since Road to Valor is a 1v1 game, you don't have anyone to discuss anything with. It's just you, your device, and your opponent sitting in front of you. And talking about the opponent, you were speaking to Jin, and you told me this, that according to Jin, this is the toughest matchup. If he wins today, he's lifting the trophy.
Exactly. I think for Jin also, he understands how good Ferocity is, and that just got displayed yesterday. Me and Neko, again, we were speaking about the fact that Ferocity just brought up the only 2-0 victory. Now, it was not just the only 2-medal victory, but also a one-sided domination, which we did not see it coming. Every other game used to go to overtime, but Ferocity just completely broke the deadlock. And I think those situations and those strategies might just be useful. But
look at the people standing up.
Yeah, look at the people, look at the audience. They seem pretty riled up, and they're excited for the upcoming game and also the entire event that's going to be happening in the future. But yeah, definitely it feels great to see the audience having a good time.
What is that, INF Esports?
Ninja Jord!
Yeah, the man's been fired. Need a girlfriend, Necro. You got to speak to that guy.
Why would he speak to that guy like Necro?
Why not?
What?
Would you be his girlfriend?
Yeah, let's see.
I love the energy. I love how electrifying the crowd is, man. This is exciting. Look at this. People are just standing across the barricades.
Yeah, of course. Why not? I mean, as you mentioned a few seconds ago, the stars of BGMI did appear and grace us with their presence a few seconds ago. They are still in this arena, and the fans are there to greet them. They're there to watch the action happening on stage. Jin Kazama is ready. Ferocity is just waiting as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to wait anymore. We are about to drop into the game at any given second right now, and here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first game finally begins after the rehost, and now Jin Kazama versus Ferocity is definitely a game worth watching. As we've already got Jin Kazama dropping the first couple of troops on the board, the archers are going to be making their way towards in the front, but then the shieldsmen are going to be there to tank him. But I guess we're going to have another remake. A little bit of technical difficulties happening. It happens at the start of the day.
In both the matches, Jin just went all out. He's like, all right, this is my game to win, and then all of a sudden, oh, I'm going to have to do this again.
Prank.
Yeah.
Prank
I
game.
think at this point, Jin is like, all right, I'm going to play with your mindset. I'm going to not let you get settled inside the game.
That's one way to look at things, right? I mean, having a positive mindset.
Yeah.
Letting the opponent sort of keep on guessing what you're going to be playing on the board. But as we know, these two guys have been duking it out against each other in the past. They know how each other play. They have seen each other during the metas being involved and evolved as well in the past. So there's a chance these guys probably do know what's going to be on the board from each other, but still it's more kind of like playing in a better fashion, especially on the land environment.
One thing that is happening right now in the heads of both these athletes is going to be, they're going to be thinking about what the win condition can be for the other side. What will be that true combo that gets them the maximum value on the board? And the more you think about it, I mean, you can end up confusing yourself sometimes as well. You can overthink simple decisions, you can overthink simple choices, and it can backfire upon you very quickly. So that is something that needs to be avoided, and especially Jin. He has had the opportunity to at least start or kick things off 2 times in a row. I think if he can manage to stay calm, stay composed, it should not be too difficult. But what do you think, Salty?
To be honest, I feel something as simple as using a hero saga with the Twin Giants at the right time will be able to win you the game, right? But the right timing and complementing it with certain smaller troops to distract your opposition, it's going to be the real key. Now, Jin Kazama knows how to work around timing. Jin Kazama knows how to work around these micro combinations. I think it's on the ball is in the court of Ferocity. How to deal with it? Does he have enough backup options?
Now, you know what? I'm going to start speculating stuff over here. In the previous game, we saw a lot of damage being chucked out initially off the Carolyn Towers. But over here, I think the entire game is just going to be on chip damage. Because both these players will be really good when it comes to defense, but they will struggle when it comes to the offense.
That is actually true. I think it is going to be an interesting situation, because yesterday also we saw Jin take his sweet time while building up those attacks. And as we talk about it, it is going to be interesting to see what the decision is going to look like today. But ladies and gentlemen, here we have the athletes from Korea. We're here in this BGMI
D+.
India Korea Invitational D+. Kia on our screens a few seconds ago, and the other athletes as well as they walk by. The Indian crowd is there to greet them, to show them the love. I was talking to a few of these players. Yeah, of course, the man of the hour. I mean, he's been the face of Indian BGMI for the last few months.
Justin, Ninja John, these two guys have been dominating the BGMI competition so far.
Delta has been pretty good as well.
Yeah, he has been pretty good, but you speak about the pop-off players, you speak about the stylish, flashy players, and Ninja John and Justin just take all the flash, all the limelight away.
Talk about flashes, and I think no team yesterday was more entertaining in this arena than Roxy Sports.
Yes, how can you forget Pumbaa, Timon as well. These guys were just going off the roof, just taking down the competition single-handedly. But you know what? I think so we need to get back in the RTV once again, because still waiting for the competition to start, still waiting for the games to start. I hope that the issues are going to be resolved soon enough.
Salty, do you think the issues are going to be resolved?
I'm a believer. I'm an optimist.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, Necro. Salty says.
What is that? What is that? You don't do that to me, Johnny. But no, wait. Actually, this is
we know your predictions never work out. It's okay, man. It's okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right, guys, listen up, listen up. My prediction. All right, if we actually go back, like look at the history, not just of this event, but also for the entirety of the 3 months we've been together. Statistically speaking, I've been correct most of the time. I think my success rate in terms of predicting winners has been better than you and you combined.
Wow.
Not really. I think if we check the broadcast for the last 4 months, it's going to be like 2 times you got things right.
That is true.
No, wait.
I still remember in BGIs, you started getting your predictions right from round 4, which is the loser's bracket itself.
Round 4 and losers bracket and semi-finals and grand finals.
No.
Yeah.
So after that, you were also struggling later on. Let's be honest. But round 4, I specifically remember you were getting a lot of.
See, you got your prediction wrong right now. We thought you said we were going to be in the game.
We are going to be in the game very soon, of course. I mean, it's just a matter of time.
We're just
Things
messing with
getting
you,
resolved back end. No, wait. I can actually see the future. I can see it coming. I can see the game popping up in front of our screens. The only thing which I can't see is who's going to win the game.
Wow, that means the game's going to fade away once again, and we're going to go for a rehost. Wow. Once again, this man just never fails to curse. I don't understand what's going on. But you know what? Speaking about the curse and all that stuff, now, Jin Kazama, we had a little bit of talk with this guy backstage as well. He looks pretty badass on the stage. Let's be honest. He's got a lot of muscles. He looks like a deadly man. But then you speak to him backstage, and he's sort of like a gentle giant.
Yeah.
You know what? We were talking about when we were talking about the BGMI athletes from Korea and how they were there to represent their nation on the international stage. This man has done that as well. He has done it time and time again. There's a lot of experience under Jin's belt, and that experience helps him in moments like this. Facing off the competition in front of the crowd, this is not something he's new to.
That is true. I mean, especially speaking about Ferocity as well, another one of those guys that has been given a tough competition. And I think so you guys were also speaking with Jin Kazama, right? I think so Jin Kazama himself mentioned, if I manage to take down Ferocity, no one's going to be stopping me from winning this entire tournament.
Yeah. And, I mean, the man is just grateful to the people over at Crofton and the people involved with Road to Valor Empires. I mean, the amount of love they've shown to the community, to the players, to the athletes. I mean, everyone is just so happy with how the scene is being built and the direction it is taking. They are giving it everything that they have as well to compete to the best of their abilities. But right now, waiting for the prize fight to take place. This game itself, this semi-final, could potentially decide the champions of tomorrow. But here we go. And now finally the attacks from either side commences. Jin Kazama in the red and Ferocity in the blue.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first initial troops been deployed from Ferocity this time. Usually it was Jin Kazama who went for that aggressive stance, but this time it's not going to be that case. Instead, Jin Kazama taking a bit of a back foot. He's taking a little bit of damage on that tower, but still no issues.
Yeah, that watchtower in the center, he's going to have to wait for it to go down or just try and brute force his way through. It's going to be extremely tricky, but let's see. I mean, still a lot of options available for both these guys.
It's just early game so far. They're just testing out the waters, trying to understand. But look at this, coming in from Jin Kazama, an attack from both the flanks. In fact, the watchtower will be broken, and Jin Kazama brings up his own. Majority of the troops were distracted on the right-hand side, which allows the left hand to proceed a little forward. But of course, the tower defense is strong enough to kind of deal with it. It's just early jabs, just like I mentioned, right?
Yeah, he's trying to get with the double lane pressure. The left side of the tower is actually getting chipped away quite a lot. Ferocity might just start struggling. Look at the left tower, Ferocity. It seems like he's definitely struggling quite a lot over here. Hey, but he's saving up on something.
Oh, now look at this. The War Mammoth has been called upon for Ferocity. He's kind of expecting to do a lot of damage. With two of them being pulled off, it's going to be a one-on-one affair. But there needs to be something to actually back things up, and here it comes, the move, and here it is, the Sun Chariot from Ferocity with just so much damage. Look at that right-hand side tower for Jin Kazama. It's not looking good, Johnny.
Plus the Varuna is there to back the elephant up as well, and the Varuna hits the tower, but towards the right there was an early chip from Jin, but he has still lost the advantage. It's 983 on the left tower for the red side and 1375 on that right tower for the blue. But Jin not looking to stop. The watchtower is going to be popped. It's going to take these archers down at any given second. So much sustain coming in from Jin.
As I mentioned right now, a big chunk of HP is being taken away from Jin Kazama's tower, but that's not going to be a point of concern for that man at all. War Elephant out once again from him to get a little bit of reaction, force out the reaction from Ferocity himself. And considering you do not really have a lot of time left anymore, 30 seconds left on the clock, you need to be a little bit more quicker, considering Jin Kazama is the one who's on the disadvantage.
Yeah, Zoravars have been going at it against each other all this time. The Indian faction is very brutal right now. Varuna there, Zoravar from the red side still left, standing with a nice chunk of HP, and he's going to be backed up by a lot of these small troops that can help him out. Watchtower will definitely go down. Zoravar still left standing, and there's another one on the board. The Sun Chariot, can he help him take down the first tower? 2 minutes on the board. There's so much damage on that left, and it goes down. It's going to be Ferocity, the first win of this game.
I mean, who expected this? The Chariot once again just coming in. That doing majority of the work, right? All that damage on that right-hand side tower for Jin Kazama, it was done by the Chariot, which was deployed 2 times. And I think the timing of the Chariot was also perfect.
I mean, look, as I mentioned, so far the meta has been whoever loses the first game, there's a chance he can probably win the entire series. That's what the meta has been inside RTV, so still nothing can be said just yet. But one thing is for sure, Ferocity knew his cards pretty well. He knew when to play that. He knew his opponent personally.
And I mean, I was amazed at the amount of patience, the focus towards that left side. He knew he could get that chip in with that combo of Zoravar and Varuna pushing in tandem. And he made it work, because at the same time, Jin, he was going for a push of his own. He had set it up quite nicely towards the right-hand side, and he was able to hit that tower as well, bring it down to around 1300 HP. But as soon as that Zoravar push and the Varuna push was set up from the left, Ferocity switched things up, went on a little bit of defense, made the trade happen, cleared the lane up, and then again went to focus towards the left.
I think majority of Jin Kazama's Zoravar was also sort of used in order to combat the Zoravar coming in from the other side. He was playing back foot the entire game. But knowing Jin Kazama, the first game is done and dusted. What do you guys think? Is a 2-1 coming, or is it going to be 2-0?
I don't think it's going to be a 2-0 for sure. I mean, between these two players, there's not going to be a 2-0. If that happens, it's going to be shocking.
Now, Jin Kazama is going to be fired up, considering he's lost the first ever match. Jin Kazama is not going to be feeling good, and considering we know what type of person he is, he's going to be looking forward to flex his biceps now.
For sure.
Speaking of flexing his biceps, I think it's time, especially since he's lost the first game, it's time to give the audience a spoiler that I was talking about as well. Jin Kazama told me that he's going to bring out the Susano pretty soon. I am excited if that's going to be the case, because he's been playing with Agira for a while now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, he's going to go with Agira again, but let's see how this matchup is going to work out for him.
Same decks once again on the board. Now they know how to counter each other, especially that Sun Chariot. It's been causing a lot of issues for Jin Kazama itself, so hopefully Jin Kazama is going to be well prepared.
Yeah, I think he will be well prepared this time, because game number 1, a player like him will utilize the opportunity to understand the game plan for the opposition, and now he's going to have a few counters in his heads. He's going to know how to break that The dynamic duo of Zoravar Varuna with the Sun Chariot already dishing out extra damage on the troops, on the buildings. Let's see. Here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second game of the series begins. Can this be the decider? Or will this be just the second game of the series and then the third one will be the decider? For now, Ferocity starting things off in an aggressive way. No issues just yet from both the sides. They're looking pretty chill.
Talwar Baz went down. I love Talwar Baz.
Yeah, of course, you will love Talwar Baz. Look at this again. Once again, a quick attack on the left-hand tower for Ferocity. Jin Kazama trying to make early moves on this. And look at this. The defensive measures is there as well.
Yeah, even the Blade Runner's out. So this is where it's going to be an interesting one.
Well. Let's see how interesting or intense this game is going to get. We're still in the early stage. The trades are there from either side. But Jin with the early advantage on that right tower. The Talwar Baz hitting the tower for quite a long time. Free hits available to them. 1924 is the HP left on that left-hand side.
Look at the defensive measure from Jin Kazama. He knew that Ferocity was actually getting pretty close, so had to deploy the watchtower right in front of his right tower. Now, of course, Varuna is here.
It's from the left, so this is there to stop Jin from any shenanigans in that position, but he's going to switch things up. Takes it over to the right-hand side of the map with the Talwar Baz going for a very aggressive quick push. A defensive Varuna deployment from Jin. He's going to buy him a lot of time. Talwar Baz coming in from Jin as well, taking down the watchtower, and then again the refocus is going to be there towards the left side.
This is looking pretty tough. A lot of damage being chipped away. The bottom left tower might just be taken out.
It's done.
And there's a chance. Yes, it is. Be taken out. One medal on the side of Jin Kazama. Beautifully played that. Ferocity gets caught off guard and also stunned.
The placement of the Sun Chariot was perfect. He got all three towers with that placement, and that allowed him to get an extra bit of damage towards the right tower and, of course, the main base itself. Jin Kazama looking to secure a dominating win in this game number 2.
He certainly is doing so, taking the right measures as well. Even the Varuna from Ferocity is going to be down, and now it's going to be an all-out brawl in the last 45 seconds that we have, ladies and gentlemen. Zoravar has been pulled off, but it seems like something to reverse it. Another one.
That is true. Even Varuna's over there to back up the War Elephant. Let's see how long this entire defense is going to be kept up, considering Ferocity is going to pretty much lose out this game. Only has 25 seconds left in his hands. He needs to put everything on the board. 2 more elephants over here. And Jin Kazama is looking pretty desperate to take down the tower, even though he does not need to.
Oh, Jin, he got extremely lucky. The cycle of the cards gives him another Zoravar, and this one is fresh on the board. The lightning is still there. And now he finally walks it. There's the second medal. 3 seconds left. No comeback for Ferocity in this match.
Ferocity gets completely stunned, gets completely shocked with the amount of players this man just brought out of his pockets. And Ferocity now will definitely be switching up the deck.
I'm going to say this right now. Jin is doing this for the crowd. He's getting the crowd riled up. Close games throughout the board. Game number 1 was a close one. Even in this one, are we going to see the comeback happen? I think so.
I think so as well, because I saw the look on Jin's face, and knowing him, that just signified confidence and the trust in the boys who is in the audience as well. And all right, guys, just gear up for what's coming in the final game.
The man looks like a gladiator, and he has that gladiator mindset as well.
Looks like
Every
a gladiator,
match he's
agree
gonna
on
get
that.
up. Are you not entertained?
I mean, he knows that he's unbeatable, at least for now.
Yeah.
That's how confident he is. Now, I just hope that he doesn't get too overconfident tomorrow in the grand finals. If he does manage to penetrate through the semifinals.
You're talking about tomorrow. He has one more game left right now.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I mentioned. If he does manage to penetrate through the semifinals, then in the grand finals, I hope he's not going to be too overconfident.
Because Titan's Claw is not an easy opposition to actually play against. I mean, we did decide, or in fact, we did decide for the fact that both Caroline or Titan's Claw, whoever proceeds from that particular match will be termed as a dark horse. Meanwhile, whoever proceeds from this particular semi-finals will be sort of the favorites for winning the whole thing as well. But having said that, the dark horse Claw, who has already a foot inside the grand finals right now, pretty amazing player, definitely can provide a lot of competition to either of Jin Kazama or Ferocity.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how this competition fares out. Now, Jin has seen what Ferocity is capable of, and Ferocity has seen the brutality that Jin can bring inside the game. Because at least with the first game, there was that sustained time in the early stages where there was a sort of a trade and the game got extended. But this one was a quick 1-2 within regular time. The game is done. Game number 3. Will it be a quick game or will this one go into extra time as well? We'll find that out, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what are these individuals going to bring back to the board. Oh, Ferocity goes back to that Beowulf.
Wow, this is going to be a nice one. Now Beowulf being pulled out from Ferocity. As I mentioned this in the previous matchup as well, considering Ferocity has lost the second one, he needs to switch things up because Jin Kazama completely smurfed in that match.
Yeah, he did, but Ferocity, Beowulf, I mean, has been that go-to pick for a lot of these athletes in Road to Valor. Even speaking to Godfather yesterday, his perspective was go for the basics, go for the fundamentals, stick to what you know best, and for a lot of people, that is Beowulf.
Absolutely. I think even I have sort of loved playing Beowulf as well, considering how much damage he can provide in the ending stages as well. But ladies and gentlemen, as we gear up for this finale of this best of three, one of Jin Kazama or Titan's Ferocity is going to proceed to the grand finals. It's going to be 1-1. But let's see. Early moves being deployed, Necro. What is going to be the outcome?
It's really tough to say because still it's way too early inside the game. At this point in time, every single person is just going to be looking forward to get that chip damage. There are a couple of defensive troops as well, especially that tower being pulled out from Jin Kazama. I'm a little bit worried for Jin Kazama, considering he's already revealed all of his strategy in the previous game, so I hope he's got a little bit of pocket strategies upcoming as well in this game.
Yeah, well, let's see though what this pocket strat will be capable of in the very end, because it doesn't matter what you're thinking. If you can't win, then it was all for nothing. But here comes Zoravar. Has that small little cavalry with a backup as well, but he runs through the cavalry from the side of Ferocity and is going for the base itself. The left-hand side under attack. The Varuna defense is going to be there. Pushes the Zoravar back. This is incredible. A nice defense coming in from Ferocity. But Jin has a lot of map control right now.
I'm actually very surprised that the Zoravar was being used without a Varuna being peeled off from the side of Jin Kazama. I kind of felt like that was a combination which was working in, but he did not actually deploy. That might just be a deployment tactic to kind of utilize the Varuna from the other side initially.
That is true. I mean, still it's the early phase of the game. Nothing much can be said just yet. Offensive troops up from the side of Jin Kazama, but yeah, nothing much.
So on what Salty said a few seconds ago, Jin's strategy is a little bit different. He doesn't want to go for that that brutal win condition where you have two heavy troops lined up together and they go for the push. He wants to chip away at your tower slowly and steadily but consistently. Those chips are going to happen, but the Varuna from the side of Jin again now on the board finally. I think this might struggle to reach the tower. The twin giants are going to be brought on the board by Ferocity. Varuna is there, the tower damage is going to be there, Varun is going to fall, Twin Giant, they're going to have a massive lead. I mean, this split push is going to be a nice one.
I mean, this is the first time they're getting, in fact, Ferocity is getting a little bit of a map control as well, and now the Sun Chariot has been called upon. The first big move coming in from Jin Kazama, and look at the HP that has been consumed on that right side.
What a brilliant move, he just drags the Twin Giants, pulls them together towards the right. The Beowulf goes for the base. There is no damage on the two towers.
That is true. Placed that perfectly, kites them away.
Incredible positioning.
Yeah, it just kites them away so nicely, and now the War Elephant's going to be on the warpath once again. The Twin Giants being deployed for the defensive structure. It's not going to be that tough to defend, that's for sure, because the War Elephant's already quite softened up, but eventually he still finds that way. As I mentioned, the War Elephant's on the warpath, and maybe the tower can't be taken down, and yes, that's what happens. Ferocity has been demolished by Jin Kazama, and that confident walk, that confident headset takeoff, it's sort of like a mic drop in the end.
Yeah, the pop off and a worthy one as well. Incredible win coming in from Jin. Just off of that one Zoravar. The kite was brilliant. The Twin Giants countered perfectly. The Varuna shut down, and the Zoravar, once it was able to tank all the damage to the troops to the tower towards the right, it was done. Ferocity feels like still can't believe what just happened.
I mean, to be honest, I can't believe what just happened as well. But this is Jin Kazama for you, ladies and gentlemen. Dominating as ever. A man who has dominated the region for a while right now is dominating this particular event as he proceeds to the grand finals, of course. But this battle which is set up for the grand finals, Jin Kazama, a man who has been dominating for a while versus an underdog story from Titan's Claw. It's beautiful.
Not just that, now we've also got our grand finalist, Jin Kazama versus Claw in the grand finals tomorrow. It's going to be an interesting one. But let's move forward and take a look at the IR and the highlights, because we also need to take a look at the crowd's reaction. We need to take a look at Jin Kazama himself.
And we'll get to see that pop off once again. But ladies and gentlemen, this was the moment the players walked in, and right off the bat you could see the amount of confidence oozing out of Jin. He knew he was going to win. Ferocity as well was prepared to give it everything that they have. And as we mentioned, Jin was a little bit worried about today's matchup, because he considered Ferocity to be his rival, the closest competitor in the circuit. But still, the man was able to secure the win. The pop off in the very end, the flex as well. Some moves put on display. Necro, you like to dance. Was that good?
I mean, I'm not a good dancer, but I like to dance. Yeah. I'm someone who likes to bite.
Yeah, me too.
I think it wasn't a dance, it was a victory spread.
Yeah.
This is not a dance, Johnny.
Yeah,
if
like
you actually think this is a dance,
It's just stretching away. It's like, too easy.
Yeah.
Another morning for me, like that.
Yeah, I don't think that was a stretch. But still, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stretch on and look at the brackets now, because the semi-finals are done and dusted, and now all that is left in this Road to Valor Invitational is to find out the champion for Road to Valor Empire Invitationals. There's Titan's Claw versus Jin Kazama. The finals happening tomorrow. Guys, make your predictions today. What do you guys think?
I'm going to go with Jin Kazama, man. I mean, it's not even a tough choice at the end of the day. I think he is going to be the one who is walking away with the lion's share of that 1 lakh prize.
At this point, saying that he's looking really confident approaching these grand finals is going to be an understatement. He's so confident that he knows no one's going to be defeating him. He knows no one's capable enough to take him down.
Exactly. And I think, if I ask the viewers, what do you guys think? Let us know who do you think is going to win tomorrow. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, Road to Valor Invitational comes to an end right now. We're going to follow this up with real cricket. And after that, of course, are going to be 5 games of BGMI on your screens. And, of course, in this arena as well. But for now, we're going to head to the stage for the introduction of the next segment.
देखिए, इस समय माहौल तो बन चुका है प्रगति मैदान के हॉल नंबर 14 में. एक बार जो माहौल बना रहे हैं, एक बार जोरदार आवाज और तालियों के साथ इस समय स्ट्रीम को दिखा दो और सुना दो कि यहाँ पर माहौल क्या है. And if you're in Delhi right now, I think you should not miss this. We are at Pragati Maidan Hall number 14. So you can come, you can have the experience of a lifetime. And इसी experience को अभी आगे बढ़ाते हैं. अब real cricket की तरफ चलते हैं before some intense BGMI matches. So let's welcome our player number 1 for real cricket. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए जयेश कोटाडिया का. जयेश, रियल क्रिकेट, रियल माहौल, रियल क्राउड, कैसा लग रहा है इस समय?
एकदम फैंटास्टिक, बहुत जबरदस्त.
तो अभी आपके ओपोनेंट को बुला दें. चलिए, विदाउट एनी डिले, लेट्स कॉल द ओपोनेंट फॉर जयेश फॉर गेम ऑफ द रियल क्रिकेट. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए फॉर रजीन पठान. ऑलराइट, रजीन, इस समय आपके ओपोनेंट तो काफ़ी चिल लग रहे हैं. उनको एकदम बिल्कुल ऐसा डर नहीं लग रहा, नर्वसनेस नहीं है. आपके जहन में क्या चल रहा है?
बिंदास फ्री होकर खेलना है और कुछ नहीं चल रहा है. बगैर रिस्क लेके खेलना है, प्रेशर नहीं लेना, सामने वाले को प्रेशर में डालना है.
ऑलराइट, सामने वाले को प्रेशर में डालना है, ये रजीन ने कहा है. लेकिन कितना प्रेशर में डाल पाते हैं, कैसे खेल पाते हैं और इसका टक्कर जयेश कैसे देते हैं, ये जानने के लिए लेट्स स्टार्ट द गेम. लेकिन गेम कैसे स्टार्ट होगा? हमारे कास्टर्स के साथ होगा. सो बैक टू यू कास्टर्स.
Well, after Road to Valor, it's time for real cricket, and the contenders, the athletes, are all prepared. Are you guys ready for the action?
I'm always ready for cricket, man.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. I mean, just look at me. You know I'm pretty ready
Ball
for
from
cricket as well.
What are you doing?
I mean, what? That's
it's
out
six.
right there. It
Oh,
literally
it
went
out
to the
the
Hindi desk. I
Oh.
can see Ocean catching.
We're going to
but
ask
you
the
know
Empire, what does the Empire say? Z!
Wow, so the
Yes!
biased as well now. But you know what, guys? Jokes apart, Razin versus Jayesh. This is definitely going to be quite a stunning matchup, especially yesterday we saw the matchup as well. It was a close one. In the end, it also had a little bit of mystery and twist.
Exactly. There were so many mysteries and twists involved in the last game. But in this one, especially for the players, there is no mystery in how much cash reward they're going to be getting for this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not. There's a lot of money on the board, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a look at the prize pool right now. 10 lakh rupees on the line. The winner walking home with 5 lakh in the bag. The second position getting 3 lakhs. And the third and the fourth position getting a lakh each.
I mean, this is absolutely crazy, to be honest.
Yes.
This is cricket at the end of the day. And in India, it's always cash rich. I mean, imagine this. If you win this tournament, you go home richer. 5 lakh rupees. That's so good. I want to play I want to play this game at this point, man.
What would you do if you win that much amount of money, if you're the champion of Real Cricket 22?
Possibly buy tickets for the World Cup finals.
Oh, yeah?
They would be
that is true.
expensive.
That is true.
That is true. I mean, that's actually a good way to spend your money. But still, now let's move on forward and take a look at the brackets. Yesterday, we did see the matchup as well, where one player moved on forward. But now today, it's going to be a matchup between Jayesh and Razin.
Yeah. And if you actually talk about last day's game, right, it was, like you mentioned, it was very action-packed. It was extremely dicey as well. In terms of the target being set, we saw a target of 75 being set in the first innings, which we felt like that would have been like practically very easy, but that was actually not it. 8 runs of 2 balls and the ball to the body which strikes him in the ribs. That was the moment which changed everything.
It was a dirty strat to win, I'll be honest, because, I mean, sportsmanship. Why not? I mean, it's a thing, right? But still, winning is winning, so it doesn't really matter how you make it happen, making it to the semi-finals for tomorrow.
Look, I think so. We need to clear some stuff. Guys, we're speaking about the video game.
Yeah, we are not talking about actual
IRL. We're speaking about the video games. Yes, it is a dirty strategy, but hey, winning is winning. It doesn't matter how you win. As long as you win, you will always be the fan favorite.
Hey guys,
in a video game, you don't really hurt anyone.
Yeah, alright, at the end of the day, alright, coming from cricket experience, if a ball is coming towards your body, it's the easiest shot to play on the leg side. I think he was sort of premeditating the shot. He's going to play a cover drive, he's going to play a square cut or maybe something like that.
Overthought it.
Yeah, overthought it. That's what I think just happened.
Once again, it all comes down to the shot selection that you're going to be doing, right? And yesterday we saw so many of the shot selections being made back.
Yes, exactly. Like a ball wide of the off stump, but still being pulled onto the leg side. Now, majority of these shots will not reach their designated spot, which is outside the ropes.
And also, I mean, yesterday the game was quite intense. 75 runs to win in 5 overs. You get 33 runs, if I'm not wrong, within the first 2 overs.
Yes.
And then you fail to cross even 50 in the next 3.
Tough luck, man.
Yeah.
Tough luck. Really tough luck. But yesterday, I think so the target that we saw was 75.
Yeah.
Yes.
Runs on the board from 10 overs itself. So what do you guys think? What will the target be?
If you ask me,
75 to 80, yeah.
If you ask me, I think it's going to reach 100 if you play a 5-over game.
Triple digits.
Triple digits. Why? Because I'll tell you, I kind of feel like there is going to be a little bit of an experience of how the game is going to proceed. These players will have watched their games, and that just goes to show that they might be able to counteract different situations properly. But look at this, Jayesh and now Razin. They're all prepared. They've geared up into their game, just waiting for it to begin.
That is true. Once again, to let you guys know, we're currently inside the semifinals of Real Cricket 22. Even yesterday, the first game of the semifinals happened, but then 2 players from yesterday and 1 player from yesterday and 1 player from today will be moving on forward to tomorrow, and that will be our grand finalists.
Of course, and it's going to be exciting to witness which 2 individuals will end up facing each other tomorrow in the grand finals. But before that, we do have this matchup to talk about again, and it will be interesting. I think, again, you just get 5 overs to decide how much of a target can you set.
Yeah.
And in this game, I mean, you did talk about certain players like to choose, certain players like to set the target. What about real cricket, though? I mean, in a video game, what would you prefer?
I think it's always preferable, considering what just happened yesterday, right? Batting first, you don't really take that amount of pressure. Batting second, you come in, you saw how much pressure was on his shoulders. I mean, if I remember correctly, there was about a target of 22 in the final over, right? that is a very high pressure situation. You try to loosen up that pressure by hitting 2 big shots. I still remember he did hit 2 big sixes in that final over, but still, that pressure of that final over to achieving a particular target, chasing a particular target is always going to be there, especially in a tournament semi-finals like this. You should always win the toss, just go bat first.
Yeah, the margin of error is what it comes down to. If you go first, it's all available to you. If you go second, you know what you have to work with.
I mean, once again, it's all about attacking defense, right? If you go at the start, you're going to be in attack. But then once again, if you're going to be pushed down to the bowling side, you're pretty much going to be on defense. So on the defensive side, all you need to do is just try and hold off the player from making a lot of runs. And if you do manage to do that, if you do manage to sort of get a lot of dot balls inside of your innings, then that's just going to favor you, of course.
We've been talking about the final over for quite a while, but can we just forget that hat-trick coming in from Trent Bolt as well?
No, we can't.
That was what changed the entire game altogether, broke the opening partnership, and consecutive wickets, which just broke the other person's morale.
Exactly. After that hat-trick, I mean, it wasn't technically a hat-trick because 2 wickets were by Trent Bolt. The other one was the first ball of the next over. But still, after those 3 wickets fell, I think, as you mentioned, the morale for the opposition pretense was completely just destroyed, and it was just a one-sided game in the next 3 overs after that. The first 2 overs, his opposition was on fire, but the next, the fire was put out.
I mean, that's the crazy part, right? I was mentioning this as well. As soon as the first wicket goes down, it's going to be a domino effect.
Yes.
And that's what exactly happened. The first wicket happened. Instantly, the second one followed up. After a couple of seconds, the third one followed up as well, and it was just not stopping. It was like a rain of wickets on the board. But you know what? Speaking about the batsman being set on the crease, the opening batting is going to really matter a lot, especially for the person who's going to be going for the batting first.
But I have a question for you guys now. Are you guys ready to make your predictions?
I think it's going to be Razin, because his way of answering that question, I don't want to take any pressure. I want to put the pressure on the opposition. I think this is sort of the mentality which should be ideal for a situation like this.
Well, but there's an update. We are about to head into the action soon, ladies and gentlemen, so I hope you guys are prepared, because we are about to begin the semi-final number 2 for Real Cricket 22.
Well, Akshay Patel with the first delivery and a wide swing, which is a miss. What do you have to say about that shot, Negro?
I would say it's still just the first ball, so I'm not really going to say a lot and not going to judge a lot on that. But a beautiful shot being played towards the leg side.
Wow.
A pull shot. It's going to give him that 4 boundary.
I love the cheer from the crowd, man. This is just amazing. Even they are absolutely engrossed in the game.
Hey
4
man,
runs of 2 balls.
It's India and it's cricket happening at this, like, this is what the crowd is there for as well. A beautiful shot right in the stands, a massive 6.
Magnificent shot. Straight up outside of the boundary. And that's going to give him those 6 runs.
Akshay
10
Patel,
runs in just 3 deliveries.
I think this puts a lot of pressure on Akshay Patel and his shoulders. Need to figure out the length of the ball. Has been bowling half volleys for quite a while, and once again the ball is going to sail over the boundaries for a quick 4.
He's always able to find those nooks and crannies amongst the fields. He's always able to get those balls through the gaps as well.
Yeah. The field placement again inside of the power play is not really advantageous. I mean, you've got a deep third man, you've got a deep fine leg as well. You've got a short fine leg, which is also pretty interesting. So he's expecting to bowl a lot of deliveries on the leg side.
Last delivery of this over. 15 on the board right now. And even with this one, he swings for a big 4, but...
Oh, wait!
Oh, no! That's a bad fielding play. How does that happen? That goes across the boundary for a 4, and that is what a dream opening over looks like. 19 runs.
What a way to kick things off inside the first over.
But how does that happen?
I mean, to be honest, I have no clue. It's a part of the game. It does happen
Makes
for quite a while.
Real.
That's why real cricket.
Yes.
Sometimes, as human beings, we tend to not focus on certain things because we think that they're too easy to tackle. But then you find out that, oh no, the easiest stuff is the one that's left out.
It was the floodlights on his eyes.
Oh, beautifully played that.
What a catch!
Compensates for the misfield in the past, and a beautiful dive towards the ball to catch it.
Exactly, it's the same guy who let the ball go for a 4 in the previous over. Now just dives beautifully for a nice little catch. The first wicket of the game, 20 for 1.
Absolutely, you've got Rahman just completely changing. But once again, the
return,
shot.
boy. Here's the 4.
The ball being bowled wide of the off stump, and that was a very good shot. The timing was perfect.
Big shots after big shots. Now the bowler definitely needs to bring in a little bit of mixture in the pace and also the length. So far, the length's been quite crooked.
The condition is set for Jesh, who is still batting, right? He needs to find as many runs as he can in the last 2 deliveries, because this is only when you have the power play restrictions.
Yeah.
After this happens, there are going to be 5 fielders outside the circle, and all these deliveries, all these shots, if they're not timed to perfection, I'm pretty sure there's going to be like a lot of catch outs as well. So he needs to hit a big 6, at least 30 runs from the first 2 overs will be a good score for him inside of the power play.
Well, but with the last ball of this over, last delivery, can he make it happen? No, is going to be the answer. A single between the wickets, and the score reads 27 for 1.
A little cut on the edge of the bat. Was not really able to play that timing that well. And also the shot selection, not looking too fine. Another baller on the board, ladies and gentlemen. 28 in 1. Wokes now is on the field.
Chris Wokes, once again, has crazy amount of swing in his arm.
Bowling to Babar Azam.
Smith's now pretty much found his lay of the land on that crease. He's looking pretty comfortable, but this time the ball hits the chest. And the batsman might just be injured, but he's looking fine for now.
A superhuman. Built like a tank. But can he swing like a tank? And the answer might be a yes. Can cross the boundary for a 4, but the fielder is going to be there. Oh, did not even go for a double. He was scared to go for a double.
Let's just talk about the field placement for a second, right? You've got a deep cover, you've got a deep third man as well. No other fielder on the offside apart from that mid-off, and then everyone on the leg side. He's expecting these players to play the shots on the leg side, but look at this once again. Finds the gap and a beautiful square cut to find another 4 runs for himself. This is good start. This is good batting from Steve Smith.
I'm not expecting any straight drives in this matchup.
Beautiful boundary on that half-pitched ball. But as I mentioned, there needs to be a little bit of mixture between the pace. If the similar type of balls are going to be tossed against the batsman, then of course they will get too predictable. And this time we see that pace being switched up, a little bit slower paced ball.
But I like the length of the ball, right? Almost close to the foot. Not a half volley, but not a Yorker either, but just a sweet spot where you can't really hit them for big 6s.
Yeah, I've noticed one thing. You're a really big fan of the length of the balls.
Yeah, I mean, that is what is...
Well, one thing I want to say is the fact that we were talking about scores before the game. We expected it to, well, Salty was expecting it to go to 100. I said 70. I don't think it's going to cross 50.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like it's not really the ideal batting stance. And this is due to good bowling, right? You've got Wokes just finding the right lengths and the right lines every single time. This one was a wide Yorker, right?
Yeah.
It's very difficult for the batsman to hit it or direct it towards the covers or towards the mid-off.
3 overs done, 39 for 1.
Oh, another fast baller. It's going to be Bolt.
Yeah.
I hope.
Do we get to see a hat-trick once again, Necro?
I mean, let's
I
see.
don't know about that, but the name sounds pretty impressive, right? Impactful. From that, the only thing I can imagine of is lightning bolts. That means...
Hey man, Trent Bolt is a very good bowler.
He is.
Oh, that can be a wicket. Fielder present, but the catch is not really going to be available. A little too far away from where the ball dropped. Just a single for the batting side. 40 for 1.
The ball did not carry. The pace was enough, but the connection on the bat was not really good enough. But look at this, a pull shot once again. But he's playing on singles and doubles. This one wasn't even a double. This is good bowling, to be honest. At this point, he is suppressing majority of the big shots coming in from the other team.
He went for the big shots and the big swings all in the first over itself. As soon as we started moving forward with the game, the pace of the match was slowed down. The third delivery of this over. Oh, just completely botches the hit, a dot ball, and one that was desperately needed from the side of Razan.
Just the 4th over Fourth ball also being delivered, but a beautiful flick shot towards the leg side. It's going to give him the maximum 6 runs.
Yeah.
This is exactly what is needed. Proper timing, proper placement. You don't have to hit the ball with absolute brute force. And it seems like Babar Azam is just showing his class in his batting once again. A pull shot coming through, but there is a mid-wicket present. Is he going to find the gap? Good fielding once again. What a four that has been saved. Beautiful stuff from Razin and his fielders. Once again, just saving a couple of runs for his team. Every single run matters.
Well, every single run does matter, but the last delivery of this over, 50 for 1, needs to put the numbers on the board, and he swings big, but there's going to be fielder with there.
Is he going to reach
matter. No, it's going to cross the boundary.
Absolutely
done.
54 for 1.
Smith needs to be getting rid of. If the baller wants to have a chance to even win this game, Smith's now it's getting a little bit too comfortable. But we've got Shamsi now on the balling side. It's going to be a spinner. Let's see what Shamsi can bring to the table. There needs to be a wicket because right now the score is 54 to 1.
There needs to be a big hit as well for the batting team. This score is not enough. Once again, a big flick, but it seems like it's not going to carry. An easy block on the other side and a throwback. So 2 runs from the 5th over. 56 for 1, Johnny. I think still they're 14-15 runs shy of an ideal target of more than 70.
I mean, 70 plus is going to be where you want to be. Oh, massive 6. A beautiful one as well. 62 for 1. Jayesh showing his true colors finally in the last over again. 4 deliveries remaining. What do you guys think he can pull off?
Even the umpire seems pretty excited.
This has been a good partnership between Babar Azam and Steve Smith. They have been rotating the strike properly. Once again, good fielding from Razin and his troops.
He's going to get
3 runs. 3 runs. Good running between the wicket. These are one of the fittest batsmen in the entire world, by the way.
And it's the last over. He has 3 deliveries left to play. And he has just lost 1 wicket. In this over, he can go as aggressive as he wants to be. He can lose a wicket every single... Well, they can't really.
Should try to go for the big shots, and that's what he's done. Plays it towards the offside. But unfortunately, there's a fielder to catch that ball.
It's an easy double,
We'll need to be satisfied with just a double.
Yeah.
Needs a couple of big hits, guys, because still very far off from the ideal target. Shamsi making his run up, the batsman just making room for himself, a good flick, but once again it's going to be blocked, it's going to be gathered quite comfortably by the fielder, and continuous doubles. This is good running between the wicket, but for the death overs you need to have some big shots prepared for yourself.
For sure, but last delivery of this inning itself, 69 for 1 right now. Needs to go for a big shot, a 6 across the boundary. Will it be? The answer is no. The fielder stops the ball in its track, and that is going to be just 71 for 1. The final score for Jayesh Razin. He knows his target. Needs 72 to win this game.
Now, this was kind of like a safe play from the first team, of course. You've got Smith, you've got players like Warner, Pereira and Rizwan who can actually hit the big shots when is required in the death overs. I felt that the batting team could have played it a little more aggressively.
True.
They definitely were rotating the strike, which is ideal, but for a 5-over game, you definitely need to kind of hit some big shots. But you've got Rahman once again getting the first over on board, Gaikwad and Steve Smith on strike. What do you have to say, Necro?
Steve Smith now, I mean, especially from the side of his opponent.
What?
We're looking pretty good and comfy.
What?
The bat instantly, the first delivery is going to find the opening. A wicket to start things off, and this is where the baller's now going to be having a really good time.
Poor shot selection, man.
But how do you come back from this? I mean, you still have an opportunity. The game is just beginning. That was just the first delivery of the entire inning, but still, it's going to be difficult for Razin to recover in this match. Second delivery goes for a massive shot, and it's going to be a 6 across the boundary. A nice redemption in the second delivery of the game.
It needs a lot of these, to be honest, right now, because 70 runs, a target which is not that difficult. Oh my God, goes outside the off stump, just glides the ball away. He knows that the only thing which he needs to clear is going to be the 30-yard circle. and a wonderful shot over towards the mid-wicket region. A boundary for the third ball.
He's able to find good gaps between the fielder. And this is where the batsman's actually able to pave his path with the ball all the time. This is going to be a little bit of a problem. But this time another wicket hits the board. 10-2. This is a little bit too tough.
This is not looking good, to be honest. The first team to actually bat lost 1 wicket their entire innings, and now we've got 2 wickets falling in the first over itself. Rahman has bowled quite beautifully, and now it's David Warner. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, but he's an attacking type of batsman. Who's going to hit a third wicket?
It's going to be a hat trick, but unfortunately the over was swapped.
Yeah, a lot of golden ducks in this match today. 3 of them, in fact. But let's see how far can Jayesh take this. 3 wickets already picked off in the first over itself. Last delivery of this game.
Tough luck from his side. So far, the bowling side's been quite fantastic. Under their spin ball out the board. This time it's going to try to play a little bit of low-risk shot.
Well, yeah, I mean, a calm way to end the opening over. At least he still has 4 more remaining. But the real question is, with just 2 more batsmen left on the bench,
Yeah.
you will have to make sure that you don't lose a single wicket more before you get to that last over.
Best way to handle situations like this is to rotate the strike, get these batsmen settled inside of the crease itself, build a partnership. Once a partnership between Rizwan and Babar Azam actually begins, I think Babar Azam, with the class that he is going to take the game away from you. He has the caliber.
Yeah, if it was the actual guy, he might have, but now he has to rely on Razeen and his inputs in this game.
Double found that was a while ago. Good running between the wickets once again. This man's just going for the runs while he's on his feet. Does not really want to risk it for the biscuit this time.
Yeah, but the problem is 2 runs on every single delivery is not going to be enough to win.
Exactly. Now, 2 runs on every delivery is a run rate of 12, which should be enough technically. But the point is, these are the power play overs. These are the points where you're supposed to be hitting the big shots, because the only thing which you need to clear is that 30-yard circle. Once again, there are no fielders on that cover mid-off region, on that mid-wicket region as well. But they haven't really been able to glide the ball in that direction.
Oh, once again, goes for that big shot. This is the stuff that we were waiting for. No fielder over there. Once again, finds a beautiful opening between the field and is able to get that 4. Is able to get that boundary.
22 for 3 right now. 2 deliveries left in this over. 50 needed off of 20 balls. Again, a safe shot. A double coming in. 24 for 3. Last delivery of the second over.
Now this is an opportunity to hit a big 6. Babar Azam on strike. He's got 12 of just 5 deliveries, right?
Yeah.
Good line and length from Akshar Patel. Might just be able to deter him. A shot towards fine leg. Is it going to carry forward? No! It actually crosses the ropes. That's a big 6.
Maximum, this is what you call it. Beautifully done. Straight up out of the boundary. That's going to give you 6 runs on the tally.
30 for 3. Heading into the third over of the game. 42 needed off of 18 balls. But I'm getting so stressed just thinking about that target. It's going to be difficult to pull it off.
Yeah, it definitely will be difficult pulling it off. But you've got
just
Chris
like
Wokes.
If it happens,
That is
to end off of
traumatic.
2 balls and just miss it.
But, well, still waiting for Chris Wokes to actually take the run-up. He has the pace to actually beat the batsman.
Yeah.
Just needs to find the right line and length. A slower ball to start things off. And look at how beautifully it's been guided. Rizwan just oozing class from that particular shot.
For sure.
Rizwan Patan right now just going for the safe shots. If he's able to find that opening, he keeps on just going for those big ones. Still only 4 runs done between 2 deliveries. A beautiful shot being played, but the fielder's too quick on his feet.
Oh! Wait, is it? I don't think so.
We'll need to check the umpires.
He's giving the wickets! Another one drops. What just happened? Now this is going to be brutal, because after this you just have Pereira, who's a proper batsman, and Patel, who's a all-rounder.
Yeah.
And that is it. Then it's the bowlers on the field, and we know it's going to be difficult to bat with the bowlers. The stats are good enough.
It will be.
They need to play it in the V, right?
What?
Play it in the V, like play with the front face of the bat.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
haven't really been doing that. Once again, a ball which moves towards the third man itself. Bowled wide of that off stump, right near that wide line. And I like this strategy coming in from Chris Wokes because he's limiting the options for the batsman.
Over 3 deliveries left of the third over. 35 for 4 right now. Razeen looks like he can be in trouble in this match. Pereira. Again, another double.
$37 for 4. 2 overs are completed, done. Still, this is the third over being delivered. 4 balls down from that third over. 5th one's on the way. Goes for that safe shot towards the offside, but the fielder's going to be ready.
It's extremely interesting to find that in about 2 overs, there's going to be an approximate target of 30 runs, which is not that hard to actually accomplish, but with the kind of batsmen you have on the crease, it's going to be a little difficult. But look at this, Pereira once again just rotating the strike. This team, the batting team, sort of resurrected back from the dead just due to this partnership.
Yeah. But I'm still going to be concerned. I mean, just 12 deliveries left in total. Run rate of 15.5 required in order to win the match.
Been a while since we've seen a wicket.
It has been, but also been a while since we've seen a mass boundary.
Both of them really going for the save.
Oh
play.
no.
Where did the ball
It's
go?
not going to be wide. It was right on top of the stumps.
Now, this is what it does, right? Babar Azam has been moving across the crease for quite a while, and Shamsi spotted that. Just a beautiful ball down the leg side, but this time once again he has been beaten by the spin.
This is the secret strat of real cricket. If you can't get the wicket, get the batsman.
Yes. And I love the fact that the spinners have been successful so much. Once again, an edge, a leading edge, which takes the ball towards the third man, but it's just a double that will be stolen. Shamsi has an amazing economy rate right now. He's got 2 runs of 3 deliveries.
Well, 9 deliveries left. 29 runs required for the win. Necro, do you think it's going to happen? Oh, another dot ball.
This could have been really close. Once again, 5th delivery is going to be on the way soon. 2nd last over as well. Now Razin does not really have a lot of deliveries left. He needs to make every single ball count.
Oh
And he's
no.
also quite far away from that score, from that target. He needs to hit some big shots.
Shamsi just taking the game away from Razin. And he was a guy who actually said that he does not want to soak up the pressure, instead give the opposition pressure. Once again, chasing the target. He is the one who is soaking up the pressure for himself.
Last over of this game. It's going to be so difficult, so close. He's going to have to score a lot of runs. 29 runs in the last 6 deliveries. 43 for 4 right now. I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to be honest.
He needs to hit 5 sixes out of the 6 balls, right? This is almost next to impossible, but also possible. It's Trent Bolt who is bowling, and that's a good shot. It's going to cross the boundary.
Yes.
Oh, the fielder's ready. But still, there's a fighting chance. He needs 5-6-6. Can he make it happen? Every single ball needs to be his 6
Oh, no,
right
it's
now.
over.
Yeah,
It
this
is
point in
over.
time, Kirchi Saints is going to be the man to win and take it home, ladies and gentlemen. Nicely done.
Jayash, so happy with his performance today. An incredible win coming in for Jayash. That last wicket, just ending it all for Razeen. Razeen, I think what I was seeing was the shock on his face of what just happened. Jayash, incredible performance today, especially on the bowling side. We thought the batting was good, but no, it was the bowling that won him the game.
Exactly. I think that over from Shamsi was like the difference maker. For sure, he was doing a lot of good stuff with Chris Wokes as well. Initially, even with Akshay Patel, but we do have a look at the result up front. 5 overs and 71 for 1. Good batting. not really losing a lot of wickets. But on the other side, the bowling was also pretty spot on the line and length, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, Razin just getting completely proven unparalleled in that batting side. Razin definitely did have some good deliveries in the bowling, but still, at the end of the day, as I mentioned, it's all about attack and defense. When you're on the batting side, you will be on the attack. When you're going to be on the delivery side, then you will pretty much be on the defense.
But this is where Jayesh changed everything, because it felt like for some reason Razin's attack was just completely turned off after that initial over, and then it was Jayesh's turn to take control of this match, and he did that in a beautiful manner. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the brackets updated in front of us, and we see the final matchup for Real Cricket 2022. That's going to happen tomorrow in this arena itself. We have Pretense taking on Jayesh. Who do you guys think is the stronger contender?
I would say Jayesh is definitely going to be the stronger contender in this one. But ladies and gentlemen, these are your grand finalists.
Salty,
Exactly.
what about you?
But to be honest, I think Egregious Pretense 30, right? He's got a little bit of a flair, especially with hitting those big sixes. I think in the grand finals, it might just be crucial.
Yeah, but what if you are not allowed to hit the sixes? What if it's a full-length ball, a bouncer that hits you in your chest?
Exactly, that is the point, right? Jayesh and his bowling is absolutely phenomenal. I am a big fan of how he has been using his spinners and his field placement. Both of these teams have their strong points and their weak points. This is going to be a tough time.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be tough. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the IRL highlights of what, and by that we mean what was happening on the stage while the game was going on, and how these players were reacting to every single hit that was secured.
Exactly. I mean, first of all, we saw the entries from both the players. They had some nice smiles on their faces, looked pretty confident as well, but still, it felt like these guys were meant a few words. Even the crowd was getting riled up, considering, of course, it's cricket and it's India. Why would the crowd not get riled up?
Yeah, of course. And while the matches were going on, we had Anki over on the Hindi desk greeting some fans. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that can also happen if you are in the arena. I mean, the players are right there. The Hindi casters are right there. We are right here as well. I mean, Salty is right next to me. In fact, if you want to meet him. Have you been meeting the crowd, Salty?
Huh?
Have you been interacting with the fans and the
Oh, I mean, I am still yet to actually do that. Today, the stadium is packed, and I just want to like cross over the barricades and do that. But we will be able to do it. Look at the energy!
Yes!
Oh, the crowd's getting riled up. It's the Hindi commentators that are just riling up the crowd.
But you know why the crowd is getting riled up? I mean, Road To Valor is done.
Yes.
Cricket 22 is done. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be BGMI. 5 matches, intense action, waiting for us. And yeah, I'm not going to read what that man has written, but let's move forward.
Why
is it upside down?
Why is it upside down?
I can't read it. It's upside down.
Oh no.
That is one
Can
of
someone tell him where is
This
he?
is the most LAN event.
Now he's fixed it.
This is the most LAN thing which you visit, right? Everybody just coming in with posters and everything. But when the camera is on you, you just show the poster
it's upside down again.
Once
Yeah, why
again,
is that?
the most LAN thing which is...
Why is that?
This is a little bit tough, but hey, I think so he's going to be fixing it. Yes, he has fixed it finally. But you know what? The arena is jam-packed. The vibe is electric. I just can't wait for India versus Korea Invitational to start.
Me neither, man. You, me, Salty, both the other casting desks, the host, the players are excited. The fans are just screaming on the top of their lungs, waiting and hoping for the action to begin. It will begin in a few short moments. But before we discuss the action, let's talk about what happened yesterday. God's Rain sitting on the first page of the leaderboard. That was impressive.
Exactly, and that's the only Indian team that is currently dominating over there as well. But then D plus Kia too, they made that bounce back. They made that comeback at the last moment in the overall standings, and that dictates a lot of the stuff. Still, the Korean teams are not that far away from claiming that throne.
Exactly. D plus Kia had an incredible journey yesterday. Eagle Owls, I mean, a team that was 5th in their own particular region, bringing themselves into this competition in such a brilliant manner. They've surprised Eagle Owls and Rocks the way they are playing. They've surprised the Korean teams. Like, what has happened to these guys? Why are they performing so well? Rocks, I understand that they are on the second page of the leaderboard. They have 20 finishes on the board.
And that's the crazy part, right? The undergods from the side of Korea, they're playing really aggressive, and no one saw this coming.
And let's talk about the Indian undergods, because there was one in the form of Big Brothers.
They're playing
They
passive.
are in the top 8, though.
Yeah, they're playing really passive. So it's like a completely opposite side of the regions, right? The completely opposite play style. The undergods from India are playing defensive passive. The undergods from Korea, they're playing aggressive.
All in, yeah.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, Big Brothers were the only team who were playing central part of the circle, right?
True.
Apart from that, majority of the Indian teams were playing the edges, and the other Korean teams, they're playing the centers. Now, that just means that Big Brothers had to face multiple Korean teams at once.
This is the tricky part, because a combination of what both of you said, Big Brothers playing the center but passively, has resulted in them just blocking themselves off from those big finishes. I mean, controlling the zone is the most important thing, but just that firepower that we know is there in Big Brothers, if they bring it to the mix, I'm pretty sure they can end this day in the top 3.
And not just that, we also had a little bit of discussion behind the scenes as well with the Korean commentators, and they said on day 2, usually Korean teams tend to dial things down a little bit, so that means we might just see a little bit more passive nature, defensive nature from the Korean teams. They already were playing quite defensive and passive, but now they're going to pretty much focus for the placement points. That's what they said.
I mean, I'm not really sure about the Indian teams though, because is there going to be a switch up in terms of their strategy, especially for a few teams, right, who are struggling. You name it Team X Park, you name it Team Blind, right? These are the teams who have been struggling at the very bottom of the leaderboard. Shouldn't really believe that they should change anything specifically in their lineup. I do not want switch ups to happen in the lineup itself, because once they have tested the waters inside of day 1, switching the lineup means losing that experience going back to day 0 once again.
That is true. That's a really good point that you brought up, right? Switching up the lineup. Seth Power's addition is definitely stinging Blind Esports quite a lot. We saw that yesterday. Even Scout being back inside Team X Park, this is definitely stinging them quite a lot as well.
So I think that the second switch up that you mentioned, Dreams going out and Scout coming in, I think that might go away soon. Maybe today itself, if the first game doesn't really go their way. On the other side though, S-Power in Blind is actually going to stick around. I think that is something Blind wants to work with, because Blind's objective, I did have a conversation with those players, and their objective is simple. They're going after D plus Kia today.
And to be honest, the way they have actually been able to do that, especially if you still remember that first Erangel that we played yesterday, that initial fight inside of the school apartments. That is the strategy which Blind is focusing on. And with S-Power's addition, their gun power does not actually take a hit. I believe S-Power and Joker, they're at equal terms. It's just been the rotation and finding good placements inside the circle itself, and that has taken a very massive hit ever since the roster shuffles have happened. I think if Blind can actually overcome that difficulty, they will be a very big threat for the Korean teams.
I mean, they already are a big threat, let's be honest. I mean, even we had a little bit of talk with the players of Blind Esports, and let's just say there might be a little bit of targeting coming in the future, because some of the big dogs from Korean teams are definitely troubling a lot of the Indian teams that are out there currently.
And one of those fights happens in Erangel in Yasnaya, where God's Reign yesterday were quite pleasantly surprised that they won that fight so comfortably. They were expecting like a tougher fight from the opposition. They were like, all right, we didn't expect to be easy. This was the next time they were going to be prepared for it as well. But again, oh wow!
Look at this! I can't hear anything because the stadium is buzzing right now. The Hindi casters, they're sort of interacting with the audience, and the audience sort of are like, all right, fine, we'll go all in.
Well, but they can't. Really
Can we go there? Yeah, they can see us as well. They can see us
in the back right there. So yeah, even they're trying to interact with us, but we're not that close to the audience, unfortunately. But definitely there's quite a lot of these unique signboards that are there in the hands of these players.
What has been your favorite one till right now?
I haven't really seen a lot of those, honestly, considering we're just sitting over here on the stage so far. We haven't really seen a lot.
We're going to go on a tour, see which one we like, and we're going to see if we can get it for our
I hope we get that much time, though.
I will go on a tour. Don't worry about it.
We're going to figure out something. We're going to bring a few fan signs, if we can, on the desk. See.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's actually a very good idea.
Really good idea.
That's what I'm going to go around.
We'll actually show that on stream. Call his name out as well.
Talking about the fans are here for one team, X-Park.
Yes.
And performance right now has not been up to the mark.
I would say fans are here for one thing, and that is Scout. That's what
Scout
the majority of the X-Park fans are for.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. And considering, as you mentioned, there's a chance the switch-up might happen once again. You never know. Maybe the fans will be a little bit disappointed.
I mean, to be honest, X-Park performing well will eventually rile up the fans once again.
That is what the fans are hoping for as well, that eventually the team performs and they bring themselves back. But is that actually going to happen today? That is what everyone is hoping for as well. And of course, one more thing we are hoping for in tandem is God's Reign, reigning supreme on the first position of the leaderboard. But the chase is on. There was 18-point difference yesterday. What is going to happen today, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to find that out very soon. But before that, before we begin everything in the world of BGMI India Korea Invitational on this stage, we're going to head on to the stage with our host Rohit. And that is going to happen right about now. After that, the action commences.
Thank you so much, casters. And ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for, it is time for BGMI action! Welcome all of you. This is BGMI India Korea Invitational. जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं, एक तरफ है हमारे कोरिया के 8 बेहतरीन टीम्स एंड दूसरी तरफ हमारी शान हिंदुस्तान इंडिया के 8 बेहतरीन टीम्स। लेकिन अगर आप ध्यान से देख रहे हैं तो यहां पर सिर्फ 7 टीम्स हैं, एक टीम अभी आई नहीं है। वेल, डे 1 में इन्होंने डोमिनेट कर रखा है, तो इनका स्वागत हम लोग स्टाइल से करेंगे। So ladies and gentlemen, get ready to make some noise and welcome the table toppers after day 1, God's Reign! We've got Ninja, we've got Aquanauts, and we've got the amazing team right here. And देखो, बहुत सारी चीजें पूछनी हैं, लेकिन इस समय मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि कल और आज ये जो सपोर्ट मिला है आपको, ये कैसा रहा है?
पहले तो मैं सबको बोलूँगा जय श्री राम, और रही सपोर्ट की बात, तो तुम लोग जितना हमको चीयर करते हो उतना हम बूस्ट होते हैं, तो ऐसे ही चीयर करते रहो। तो लेट्स गो इंडिया, बस चीयर करते रहो, हम अब सब बेस्ट परफॉर्म करेंगे फिर।
All right. And रॉबिन, ऑफ कोर्स इंटरनेशनल टीम्स हैं यहाँ पर, तो कोरिया के साथ खेलते हुए क्या अलग था, क्या मुश्किल था, क्या आसान था? व्हाट वाज योर एक्सपीरियंस ऑन डे 1?
इनके साथ खेल के ऐसा ही लगा कि नॉर्मल खेल रहे। इनका प्ले स्टाइल थोड़ा काइंड ऑफ सिमिलर है इंडिया के हिसाब से, स्टार्टिंग के सर्कल का। बाकी वो है कि थोड़ा ड्रॉप्स का देखा और इतना हमको कंपटीशन नहीं लगा।
क्या बात है, यही तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस है जिसका हम लोग इंतजार कर रहे थे। रॉबिन से अब सुन भी लिया है कि काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट है, लेकिन इस समय आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि ये ऑफ कोर्स क्राउड का सपोर्ट तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन ऐसी कौन सी टीम है जो आपको लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंजिंग है, उनसे थोड़ा सा हमें हटकर एंड थोड़ा सा केयरफुली खेलना होगा?
सारी टीम्स अच्छी है कोरियन, पर एक टीम है डी प्लस किया जो बहुत अच्छा खेलती है, वेरी गुड। और एक प्लेयर है नोलबू, उसने कल जो दिखाया सानक में गेम प्ले, उसका तो फैन हो गया, बहुत अच्छा खेलता है।
एंड कल ऑफ कोर्स चिकन डिनर खाकर कैसा लगा? मतलब वो डाइजेस्ट हो गया है या अभी और चिकन डिनर की गुंजाइश है?
भूख तो बहुत लगती है।
भूख तो लगती है, लेकिन ये जो जीत की भूख है, आज डे 2 है। ऑफ कोर्स पहले दिन के बाद कोरियन टीम्स एंड ऑफ कोर्स हमारी हिंदुस्तान की टीम्स ने अपने गेम को थोड़ा सा अप करने के लिए काफ़ी होमवर्क किया होगा। तो आपका क्या होमवर्क रहा फ्रॉम डे 1 टू डे 2? व्हाट आर द थिंग्स दैट यू हैव बीन प्लानिंग, जो आप बता सकते हो?
प्लान तो है, हमने किया है डे 2 कैसे खेलना है, और 5 का एक्सपीरियंस लिया है, वो सीधा आपको गेम में ही दिखाएंगे।
तो गेम में ही दिखाएंगे सब, ये कह दिया इस समय रॉबिन ने, लेकिन ये जो सपोर्ट मिल रहा है आपको, ये जो प्यार मिल रहा है यहाँ पर, ऑफ कोर्स गेमिंग के टाइम में भी बहुत सारी चीयरिंग होगी। सो एक सेकेंड, अब सुन लेते हैं ना, गॉड्स रेन को किस तरह का आपको सपोर्ट चाहिए, आपको किस तरह से चाहिए कि ये फैंस जो हैं, जो लोग आपको प्यार करते हैं, गेम के दौरान आपको कैसे सपोर्ट करें?
बस चीयर अप करते रहो, जैसे ही मैच स्टार्ट होता है, लेट्स गो इंडिया, लेट्स गो इंडिया,
लेट्स गो इंडिया। ऑल राइट, तो एक बार ये प्रैक्टिस कर लें। ऑल राइट, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो, लेट्स गो। ऑल राइट, God's reign, ladies and gentlemen, the table toppers after day 1 on the BGMI India Korea Invitational. जाइए अपने सिंहासन में बैठिए, and all the best boys. Kill it, kill it, kill it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our teams are ready now. You are ready. लेकिन एक सेकेंड, आप अगर रेडी हैं तो मुझे आपको बताना पड़ेगा। एक बार रेडी हो एक्शन के लिए? All right, so BGMI action, 5 intense games. आप भी बैठे बैठे देख सकते हैं. So back to your amazing casters. Take it away because BGMI action begins now.
What a way to start day 2 here in the BGMI India Korea Invitationals here. My name is ICBP12. Joining with me is going to be Salty as well as Necro to take you through the commentaries for today. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. And of course, we started things off with a lot of interesting events here. And of course, what I did not expect was the interview coming from God's Reign here. What do you guys think about the interview?
I think God's Reign kind of sounds very confident right now, right? They also have got huge crowd support. The way they're interacting with the fans, the way they're kind of spreading their wings, spreading their reign supreme hashtag. I think it's been beautifully done. Today's game plan will be simple for them to maintain that lead at the top.
I mean, they're looking pretty confident, but there's not a lot of lead on the overall standings, though. That's the issue. D plus Kia yesterday, one solid game, back over there in the overall standings. So God's Reign, they've got the Grim Reapers chasing them down.
Well, it seems like it is going to be a very, very tense one as well, because I did have a very interesting conversation with Robin as well. He did say it is a little bit of a normal thing here. It's not much special. They're just playing their own game. However, we are going to be talking about what's on the line between both India and Korea. This is the prize pool distribution.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got a total prize pool of 1 crore rupees where the first team actually takes away 40 lakh rupees. That's crazy amount of money. It dwindles down to 20, dwindles down to 10, and of course then 5 lakhs.
And then you move on forward to the special prizes as well, which is going to be the MVP and the best IGL. And to make all of this possible, thank you so much to our sponsors as well, Asiana Airlines, and also watch us first on Geo Cinema. And also thank you so much, Red Bull.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, we do have a lot of amazing sponsors here. It's been really, really true. And of course, you guys watching at home could be watching on Geo Cinema, and also you are watching on Crafted India Esports on YouTube in particular. However, now let's talk a little bit more on what's the objective for today, day number 2. Because day number 1, it seems like even though God's Reign wants number 1, but in the first half of the entire map, it feels like it is, you know, a little bit of a mix between more a majority on towards Korea's side. So, of course, you know, with a little bit of support, a little bit of adaptations, it is going to be a growing scene for the players themselves. However, for these guys watching at home here, we are currently live at the venue, and we are actually live for 3 days in particular, which is on the 26th of October, 27th and 28th. And of course, today being 27 means we have about, what, 2 more days left of matches?
That is true, yeah, and usually day 2 is supposed to be the day of comeback, so I'm going to be looking forward to this day too. 27th is the day where also a lot of the experiments are going to be happening, considering, you know, we were sitting in the back lines, we were talking to these players, and a couple of them said that we might play a little bit more passive. I'm speaking about the Korean players.
Well, speaking of the Korean teams here, they have been playing a little bit passive, right? The Korean talents, they talked about it as well, and I did actually have a little bit chat with some of the India players backstage yesterday.
Yeah.
They did say that Koreans kind of play a little bit too, how do I phrase this? You know, the nice word would be defensive, but more like very, very passive. Okay, the right word would be very, very passive. But of course, the direct confrontation would be, you know, why are you a coward? I'm just going to leave it out there.
I would say they would play disciplined. They know when to push. They know how to take the measures. They know a good fight and a bad fight. And you have seen a lot of the times yesterday as well. Considering it was the day 1, things were scattered all across the board. No one knew how the structure is going to be looking like. But then the Korean teams were not the one to breach inside. Instead, it was God's Reign, Blind Esports, who were the one to charge on forward to that fight.
I think we've seen multiple times here where most of the Korean teams do have this tendency to be an opportunist, right? Like, they always find opportunities when it is presented themselves. Like, they will always stalk their prey and see what they're doing. And when the moment you find that they're weak, that is where they choose to actually strike. It is multiple times. I think D plus Kia was one of the more notable teams, as well as Eagle Hours throughout day number 1. And that's the reason why most of the Indian teams were not too happy about this.
I think the Indian teams, as a matter of fact, they kind of gassed out in the initial fights which were happening, right? We saw Indian teams take fights whenever possible, of course. But right now, these players, they certainly are ready. I think the overall vision was sort of clear. Like Necro always loved to say, right? You lay the land, you lay the foundation. First day is all about trying to understand how things proceed.
I agree. And before this interview with Robin up on stage here, I was able to talk to him as well. And now look at how focused the players are. They are preparing themselves, warming their fingers to actually prepare for
That's
the game.
Equinox right there. He's known for his unique playstyle with that 4-finger claw, and the way he plays, it does look pretty weird, but it allows him to be really flexible, quick with the taps, and look at those reflexes in the training ground. He's getting his fingers warmed up, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, boys. I'm pretty sure Equinox Rocks. In fact, majority of the Indian players are mechanically very gifted. But yesterday, we saw some nutty shots and some nutty sprays from the Korean teams as well. It seems like their mechanics, their spray downs has sort of been more precise. Koreans in long-range engagements has always reigned supreme against the Indians.
That is true. They are much more polished when it comes to the mechanical skills, because if you've noticed a little bit of more thing, if you go back, that Indian teams do tend to have a jittery spray in these type of clutch situations, but instead Koreans, they manage to keep themselves calm. But for now, we've got the crowd in front of us, a lot of the signboards in the crowd. There's a lot of stuff being said by these guys.
Yeah, there is a lot of support coming from Indian fans as well. And of course, we started days off as well with "Let's go India," and that was a very, very motivational one coming from a Ninja job, which is kind of surprising. But of course, now let's talk about a particular player. And to be honest, I think yesterday, just recently, Osa actually posted a video of his clips during his moments as a pro player coming from the Korean teams, and I feel like Osa really, really stands out among us as well. And even today, I think Ocean Sharma shared us a video clip of his highlights, and it was pretty on par to Aquanauts. But will Osa be able to do it again? Because yesterday, he really stepped up.
He indeed did. I mean, speaking about Ulsan, you forgot about that clutch in Sanok. That was one of the most eye-candy moment of that entire thing. D plus Kia, there's a big reason why they were able to bounce back in the overall standings, and Ulsan was the man who did that. But then you take a look at Rock's players, and these guys have been on point as well.
No, wait, that was Nolbu. That was Noblu. Actually,
Yeah.
Osa posted a video, but Noblu as well is also on the same page, though, if you think about the mechanic skills. However, Timoon and Pumba, these are the two very, very interesting names coming from Rox Esports. Even though they are in the second half, but they have put some very, very significant micro clips in yesterday's Day 1 match.
Exactly. I mean, you look at X-Park. We just witnessed X-Park and we witnessed Timon as well. That clutch on top of the Everest, the 1v3 which Timon pulled off. Now, those are the situations where a player's individual capabilities are tested. Man knows how to isolate every single fight, knows how to pinpoint every single shot with a shotgun, and this is the technicality, the brilliance of what the Korean teams have actually
how can you forget about that clutch against Metal Esports from Pumba inside that building? It was a 1v3. The way he was able to quickly adapt on the fly, the way he was able to quickly readjust it on the fly too, it was just impressive. But the fans are definitely waiting for the game to be started. There's a lot of electrifying vibe inside the arena, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm pretty sure you guys sitting at home, you guys are missing out, but you guys would not want to miss out on the last day.
Somebody just said Mazy Bhai sexy.
It's upside down. Oh no, the sign's upside down. Someone inform him.
All right. But at the same time as well, I do see Regalto's fans as well. That's a name I haven't heard in a very, very long time. And I hope to see him again in the near future. However, in this match here, I want to talk a little bit more on how the decisions are being made between the teams, right? And so what I mean about the decisions of teams here is how they play their strategies to overcome and get those points to secure a better position. Because when it comes to points here, that is going to be the way to win the game.
That is true. I mean, speak about securing positions though, right? I mean, in general, Big Brother Esports right now is in quite a decent spot as we do move on forward towards the overall standings. Big Brother Esports is in the top 4. Godsream, of course, leading the pack.
Well, speaking of God's Reign here, obviously the 81 points here, it is about 20 points here. I spoke to Robin in particular. He said that, hey, his points seems to be very comfortable here. They did fantastically well day 1 here. I don't think he is going to do too much changes from day number 2, but the rest of the teams are starting to realize that, hey, God's Reign has played a little bit too low-key in day 1, but day 2 now, this might be the time to try and take down the gods themselves.
I think the way Godsreign sort of managed to find so much lead is because of playing a little bit similar to the Korean teams, just staying away from all the action, waiting till the 4th and the 5th circle. Apart from that one Erangel game that they played in the first game where they went up all out against D plus Kia, apart from that one game, they played it safe, they played it sound, they played it very disciplined, and when it actually mattered, they have all of their 4 men alive. As long as Ninja Jot is at the very top of the finished leaders, Godsreign will not lose that lead up top.
That is true, of course. He's sort of like that person that gives them that momentum, but as we do move forward towards the latter half of the board, this is where we're going to see a lot of upsets and surprises too at the same time. TWM Gaming on the 9th spot, Duxan Esports on on the 10th spot, and it's Red Force. It's one of those teams I'm pretty sure I see you were looking forward to. You were speaking a lot about this team, but yesterday they were not able to perform.
Agreed, and at the same time as well, it's funny because most of the Indian teams, when they had hit-to-hits against NS Red Force, they feel like they are a very, very solid team. And in day number 1, I'm very surprised that NS Red Force had a very strong start in the first 2 maps, and after the long break in between here, match 3, match 4, match 5, we kind of see signs of a little bit of fatigue coming from NS Red Force. And I spoke to them as well, and they said, how are you guys feeling here? They say, they feel a little bit good here. It's more like they're trying to adapt to the current meta, because think about this, comfort comes first.
Yeah.
And not every single team that's competing so far has had their usual comfort spots.
That is true, and this is what I mentioned too, right, in the past yesterday as well. It's all about the home ground advantage. It's all about the home turf advantage. And of course, these Indian teams are getting that. Speaking about the Indian teams, Big Brother Esports is the only team currently in the top 5 with no chicken dinner. Today, they need to find that sweet taste of victory. If that's not going to be possible, then of course there's going to be a lot of the teams on the latter half of the board making that climb.
One of the reasons why Big Brothers has sort of gotten so many placement points is because they were being able to judge the circle pretty well early on, right? Even in like the first and the second circles, they could actually potentially predict where a good spot inside the final circle is
I have a
going to
word
be.
for that. You would call that proactive nature, right? Big Brother Esports are just so proactive in taking that zone control as quickly as possible, and they have done that time and time again.
And the only reason why I spoke to Saf yesterday, and the only reason what he said they are not at the very top is because they have lacked in terms of the finishes.
Well, all things considered here, it is going to be very, very interesting to see how the teams are going to be adapting with their strategies from yesterday as well. But all things considered as well, you know, we had a very, very great opening. We had a nice interview as well. But we are going to be taking a very, very short break to give you guys a very, very interesting match that is going to be happening here as we take this short break, and we'll be back for game number 1.
लेफ्ट ठीक है
पीछे आ
वो यूसी कितना है जोन में चला क्या
ये बर्ड कहाँ से आया स्कोप नहीं मिल रहा अबे ये कहाँ गया
अरे फिर भाई डिफॉल्ट से निकलने
अरे तकिन पे तकड़म भागड़ी की डम डम कपू पूरा तरफ डिफॉल्ट से निकला पुर 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 पका पका पम तकड़म तकड़म भागा दौड़ दम
अलग ही जोन में ये तो
ये स्पेस में और स्कोप नहीं है सर
देखा डिफॉल्ट से निकलना कितना इजी है ब्रो इतना ड्रामा क्यों
रॉयल पास ले डिफॉल्ट से निकल ले
हैं
Epic value, epic rewards. Get the Royal Pass at just 360 UC and don't be default.
सर ये आपका गिर गया था
अभी नहीं चाहिए
Sia, I like you a lot. Lotte. Thanks a lot.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
Hey, I care for you a lot. Lotte? I'm already feeling a lot better. Hey.
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक ले लो ना मम्मा
ऑफिस में शॉर्ट ब्रेक नहीं होता है बेटा
होता है मम्मा हैंडबैग में देखो व्हाट डू यू से
थैंक्स अ लॉटे
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
दादू चोकोपाई खाबे शेयर इट ना विद अ क्यूटी पाई
Lotte Chocopi. Love and Lotte.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी
पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
2.8 के अपडेट में ज्वाइन करो मेरा स्क्वाड और पाओ एपिक लूट। डार्लिंग, डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी ही बात है आप कहते हो
कोई एनर्जी ड्रिंक लेके आओ यार मेरे लिए। यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार। फिनिश्ड, गेम ओवर।
अभी आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूं मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
A tale of titans once besieged here in the BGMI India Korea Invitationals here, and we are about to start day number 2. My name is ICBB12, Salty as well as Necro at your service for the English broadcast once again here. We gave you guys a little bit of pre-show talk, and now the players are ready to get into Rumble here. Now, interesting fact, I've got some stats for you guys here. Apparently, we have the top 3 fraggers in day number 1. And when we talk about the fraggers themselves here, these are the players that had the most amount of finishes by day number 1.
That is the crazy part, right? And God's Reign currently is there in the top 3. There's 2 players of God's Reign in top 3, from which Ninja is, of course, leading the chart. But then on the 3rd spot is Equinox. But then you guys might wonder, who's on the 2nd spot? It's actually Noblu from the side of D plus Kia. So as I mentioned, the Grim Reapers are already behind the players of God's Reign. They need to make it quick. They need to be consistent.
I think for God's Reign, Ninja and Equinox's success is quintessential as long as, like I said, mentioned during the pre-show as well, as long as these players keep firing on all cylinders, they are going to clean the entire lawn for themselves.
You know, it's interesting because I had a conversation with God's Reign here. Ninja Jot, he's usually the scout for the team, right? But at the same time, he's the guy that makes the plays, makes the gets the information, but the person that gives that approval mark is actually Robin, which is interesting because it feels like they try to communicate in a way to execute a plan. And the discussion between the teams becomes a very crucial factor in order for them to find success.
That is true. Now, we've been speaking about Godsreen so much, and one more thing needs to be brought up over here. Even I had a little bit of conversation with Robin yesterday, and Robin mentioned that recent addition of Ois is actually helping him out quite a lot. Ois is a person that brings in a lot of experience, and Ois is actually able to sort of sit back and coach the team in a better fashion. And I would say that's why Godsreen has much more of a calm mentality inside these type of moments.
Do you guys remember I mentioned that Oasis addition is going to be quintessential for Godsreen in the LAN before the first day, right? Now, he's not going to be in the playing five, but the enormous LAN experience that this man has, he's working directly with Robin to kind of work on the decision making. They always have their VODs prepared, and they're going to be nitpicking every single micro decision that Robin has to make throughout the game itself, right? And correcting them to kind of proceed forward. I think that is how they should proceed day 2 and day 3 with.
No, I agree with you, because if you think about it here, Always is still a current player in particular, so he does have the in-hand experience to kind of guide and motivate the players themselves. And most importantly, he understands what needs to be done. So what I mean by understand what is needs to be done is that watching the game and also paying attention to map rotations and how they are moving across the map. So understanding your teams and your enemies real time is very, very important, considering the fact that there is no breaks for these players. They are going to play straight up 5 games all the way through here. So in between games, they barely have enough time to make discussions. So they need to have somebody that knows this stuff and then just passes along the message and directs them in a way where they are going to be able to execute it for the next plan. Or do they need to switch up their plan for the next game?
That is true. I mean, speaking about switching up the plan, one thing is for sure, NS Red Foes, these guys are going to be switching up the plan. Now, just to let you guys know one more thing, I was sitting in the VIP session, and NS Red Force's coach and team manager was sitting right over there. They were like, okay, day 1 is something that we did not really see coming. We did not really plan out all this stuff because everything's scattered all across the board. But day 2, we're going to hit back stronger than ever before.
Agreed. You know, that's something that is very, very important, considering that there were a lot of complications day number 1 as well. Apparently, I spoke to some of the Indian teams here. Not going to mention names. They did feel a little bit mentally affected here. So one thing they've realized between all the Korean teams that is playing up on stage in particular, even if they lose, they are not affected mentally. And they are very calm in having, I would say, a very, very matured discussion on how they progress for next fight. And because things like emotions or tilt, in particular tilt, can affect your overall gameplay. So that's something that I think Indian teams are lacking in terms of experience just based on day 1.
This is the kind of a nature of how Indians and Koreans are actually built. You know, Koreans in their true nature, they're extremely calm people. And I think in high pressure situations like this, that sort of helps them. Also goes to show how the nitpickings of the game sort of help the Koreans, right? The way they were rotating. Now, imagine this, losing in a 4v4 fight for an Indian team. You're still fine, it's fine. I whiffed a couple of shots, I got taken down in a 44 fight, that's fine. But imagine you being countered in every single rotation you're trying to make. And that is what the Korean teams try to do. That is a morale breaker. That is something which drags your morale down to the depths of hell. And I think coming out from there is actually very difficult because you're limited, you can't really do anything.
To be honest, I'm not going to lie. When you brought this up here, immediately the team that really stands out for me is going to be Meadow Esports, because we saw how their performance is yesterday as well, because technically they were celebrating everything, and unfortunately, even though we had to kind of remake the whole thing here, you know, you could see in the players' emotions as well. By the end of the day, they were very, very angry, very, very pissed. And who could blame them? You know, if I were in a situation where it's like, hey, I was a champion, oh wait, you're disqualified, but after going through that, I'm sorry, man, it's very, very difficult. But of course, you know, for these guys watching at home, if you guys are international audience as well, and you guys are Koreans, guess what? We also have a Korean channel that is actually happening on Crafted India Esports YouTube channel.
Absolutely. I mean, they are one of our favorite friends. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The camera is also on us. Where is the camera? Where is the camera?
So the camera is right there. I think so. It's right there.
Is it that?
Yeah, it's high up in the sky, baby. And we, of course, love all the limelight as usual. But you know what? Look at the Korean commentators as well. He's making it hard. I think so we should do the same thing as well, guys, no?
Yeah, we should. Give him a heart shape here. You
Is
know,
it over here?
To all the
Where
Hindi broadcasts, the Koreans as well.
Over here.
And of course, you know, it's interesting as well. Like they're just clueless as well. Like, hey, camera guys, production is just like, hey, you know what? We're gonna give camera guys on the Koreans, and then boom, zooms up. Oh, we're the English broadcast as well. All right, nice. That's pretty nice.
It's actually funny they've never actually seen your incident which happened in the BGS Grand Finals where you had to like chug an entire energy drink.
Yeah, I like it.
You definitely liked it, right? But imagine this.
I just finished it.
If the Korean casters, actually saw that happen, they would be scared because what has gone into ICBB's mind? That would be their only reaction.
Hey man, it's all about being hyped up, and most importantly here, sometimes when you're feeling a little bit down low, you need to kind of stock up, you know, just like the game as well. Your first aid kit, oh crap, you got 80% health. That 20% health, the extra comes from energy drinks and painkillers. Unfortunately, I only have energy drinks, and that's Red Bull right now.
That is
Thank
true.
you so much,
Best.
That is true. But you know what? I want to bring in another point over here. Now, we've been speaking about a lot about these experienced teams. Now, let's speak about the undergods, right?
Yep.
The undergods from the south of Korea, they're actually playing really aggressive. But then the undergod team from India, TWM and Big Brother Esports, they're playing on the center of the circle. They're playing defensive. It's a complete opposite structure.
Agreed. You know, even the Korean talents as well, the casters were a little bit surprised because back when they were playing Korea, it feels like things didn't work out in their favor. But when they played here, everything kind of worked out in their favor. So they were a little bit surprised themselves. However, when it comes to game 2, you know, it is a very, very big question mark. But what I do know now is that the game is about to start. And the first map for day number 2 is going to be in the map of Varangale. And you can see the stage is all lit up and prepared to head in towards the map.
A tale of titans. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Teams, the best from India and the best from Korea are about to collide. It's day number 2 in New Delhi. Pragati Maidan is where we are. If you are in Delhi, you have to be in the stadium because the atmosphere is so brilliant and we're all geared up for the first game itself.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Alpha Titans of India and Korea are going to step their foot on the first game of the day. The map of Erangel awaits them as the battlefield is getting ready and riled up with the crowd cheering for their favorite teams as well. Everyone's fighting for their pride. Here we go. Game 1 begins.
This is going to be an interesting one as well because the flight will start off with Kamishki. A very unique one as well because we're starting from the northeast corner of Spawn Island all the way to the end of the outskirts of Quarry. So I would say a pretty balanced one, but very, very northern, heavily favored.
Exactly, it takes away so many teams who love that southern military base and the Nova Rupneo drops as well. In fact, some of the drop locations towards Milta and Milta Power has been alienated. But look at this, drops have begun. It's GDR who is dropping towards Kamishki. Now, how many times are they going to change their drop location? Yesterday, they went towards Zarki as well.
Gladiator Esports making some decisions on the fly. This is going to be an interesting one. M-Tech might just be on the receiving end. What do you think, IC?
You know, when it comes to this as well, like Gladiator is known for his military base, right? Like even though they played in during BGIS and even here as well, they were struggling in day number 1. So I like these adaptations coming from Gladiator, knowing that people don't tentatively go for chemistry. They will take a gamble and try to play from the northern section here. And hopefully it is going to work out in their favor. But the question here is, can they rotate down to the middle later on?
I mean, the biggest problem which Gladiators might face is going to be the fact that they have 2 teams marking the entry point on towards the mainland. They have, or in fact are going to have a similar rotation pattern as God's Reign. They might just collide. If they try and stick to the shorelines, they might collide against Metal Esports as well. So they have to be very wary. If they try and move towards the northern part, then maybe EM-Tech Stormx is going to be a potential collision as well. But now look at this! We've got Maru Gaming. Daho has actually taken down Fierce with his vehicle itself. And Maru Gaming having the lead. Indian teams take the hit right from the get-go.
Revenue Esports, what a massive blunder that was. The man gets ran over. This is not the way Revenue Esports wanted to kick things off before Maru Gaming. It's a date with destiny.
You know, when it comes to Korean teams here, Maru is the only exception out of all Korean teams known to be very, very proactive throughout the map here. They're always being the aggressors into the entirety of the stage. And notice this as well. Just based off yesterday's performance, all the teams in the second half are the most proactive teams that is trying to make plays throughout the map, but eventually fell outshot in terms of overall point system. So I'm very, very curious to see whether or not Maru Gaming, are they going to continue playing the similar strat, or are they going to switch things up in this day number 2?
I think they're already looking for a good place to actually find and do their intermediate grocery shopping. But Revenant Esports, the team that they collided initially against, they have been forced out of this particular location. They are moving towards the Novorupnir regions as well. Now, this loss against Fierce is going to take a very big hit.
Speak about taking a big hit. I mean, Mara Gaming, it's one of those teams that has been looking for the points really desperately, and soon enough they will be finding the points as well. And this is how things really looked like over here, ladies and gentlemen. Mara Gaming being able to get their hands on that first elimination points. It's sort of going to be like that stuff where you just take the jitters away. It's going to be something that's going to take off a lot of pressure from these guys' shoulder.
Yep, speaking of pressure here, I'm curious to see what the circle is going to be looking like, because I think the circle is actually going to be favoring towards Yasnaya Purnaya. So God's Reign seems like, you know, the circle gods are favoring them once again, because if you pay attention to how the circle is, especially from day number 1, most of the circle kind of allowed God's Reign a lot of opportunity to actually penetrate towards the zone. In this case, except for maybe Erangel in particular day 1, but even here, now it looks very, very solid for them. And this is actually a good sign, because they don't really need to make early rotations rather from the get-go.
Now, yesterday we saw a drop collision between God's Reign and Eagle Owls, but today that's not the case. Yasna Poliana is completely under control of God's Reign, so that's going to be a good start, right?
Yeah, and speaking of Eagle Owls, it seems like they have pretty much gave up their contention here. And God's Reign, they were very happy as well, because this early morning I had a chat with Robin. He said that, you know what, Eagle Owls, we played with them all the time in the late circle, but every single time they had a drop collision with us, we were like, we beat them, and guess what? Because we beat them, they dodged us. And this is actually putting so much stress on towards Eagle Owls now, because they are playing in a very, very far off drop spot, which is Quarry and Primos. And considering the flight path, it was one of the latest team to actually rotate in.
This kind of also goes in line with what Donjin Park has actually mentioned during our conversation as well, right? The fact that Korean teams are going to fall back a little bit, take the aggression down by a notch.
And not just that, even Blind Esports, they did not really drop on top of the players to D plus Kia, so even that was something that's not going to be on the board. But Gladiator Esports on our screens, a team that is currently struggling when it comes to getting those points, but they're in quite a vulnerable spot in the overall standings. They're going to need all the points that they can get today.
Now, Blind Esports, they are going to be switching up a little bit of strategy here. And I like how Manya is pretty much the guy that actually secures the points for the team here. He is the playmaker coming from Blind Esports. But the question here is, why wasn't he able to perform in day number 1? Because if you think about it here, you guys talked about S-Power being in integration, making sure, coming into Blind Esports makes them an all-rounded team in terms of aggression. But all those aggression did not pay off at all in day number 1.
It's kind of because it comes from only a couple of players, right? It just comes in the past, right? During the BGIs, it was Ronnie who was kind of carrying the charts. Now, S-Power was given too many responsibilities to try and go out, get the information as a scout, also come back, be the primary assaulter for the team as well. Now, that is just too much pressure on one particular player. Why is there too much pressure? Because Nakul has been underperforming for quite a while.
Now, when we talk about Manya, right? His plays, his legendary BGIS for those kind of sneaky rat plays. And guess what? There were 2 sneaky players that happened in Vikendi, and that was pretty much Justin coming from Gladiators, and also Zipyan coming from Doksan Esports. And it was Zipyan that actually played spoilers for Justin to kind of deny Gladiators some points. And this is actually quite worrisome, because when I asked God's Reign what do they think about Gladiator, they said that they don't know what happened to them, because they were hoping that they bounce back, because Gladiator should not be that low in the scoreboard, considering that they were the champions for BGIS.
That is true. Gladiator Esports, this was definitely not the ideal start we expected from them. But as I mentioned too, even in the BGIS, this was the similar start they had. They pretty much started things off on the second half of the board on the day 1, and then on day 2 is where they started catching up the pace, and on day 3 they were pretty much the champions. Before now, we've got Double Z in front of us. All the players from Double Z, yesterday they have showcased a lot of the talent, especially how can we forget about K. He was involved in so many of the fights.
Yeah, agreed. And Tuzak, they are the ones that kind of, actively find opportunities, but at the same time, when they start a fight, they can't actually back out of it every single time. And that's a big problem for them. And this is something that I think it is in the minds of the Korean teams, right? It's all about finding opportunities. They are all opportunists. When they start something, they expect to capitalize on fights if it only benefits them without taking too much unnecessary risk. And so far, D plus Kia is the most solid in finding those kind of opportunities so far.
I think, but we're also forgetting the fact that Blind Esports was supposed to talk about, in fact, fight against D plus Kia. But look at this. In front of our screens, we have one of the fan favorites, Team X-Park, for whom a lot of these people, a lot of the crowd is here to actually find and look at them find success in this game itself.
Before I touch on towards X-Park here, Maru Gaming, once again, they are being very active in their plays, and it seems like they are somewhat scouting out members coming from MTech, and it feels like whether Cine wants to fight against Clutch or not, but it's because Clutch is rolling up pretty close as well. Cine is going to try to make a jab as well, but Clutch, oh, he is going to be able to scale off again as well, because Cine right now, can he make out of mind? Because Clutch is trying to figure out where the exit strategy is, because if he tries to go through the playing fields, I'm pretty sure Cine is going to go for the prone shot here and try to take him out, but eventually he does escape his way through. So that's a safe sign coming from MTech. But now, going back to my point, X-Park, did you guys see the roster change coming in? Scout, no, not in the roster for day number 2. What happened?
This is something even Johnny was speaking about. Scout's not going to be in the roster anymore because on day 1, Scout was sort of like the addition. They were testing the waters because they knew in general day 1's going to be testing the waters. And Scout's addition did not really work out that well for them, so Scout's now going to be sitting it out, and the original X-Park lineup will be back in the fray.
Yep, at the same time, seeing how this is actually going as well, I feel like Eagle Hours would really be the point of interest for all the Indian teams, right? People were wondering how the heck did Eagle Hours, a team that no one kind of expected, perform so well in day number 1. Even the Korean talents as well, everyone did not expect this. And when we were watching how Eagle Hours played, they are so passive and so quiet in all their rotations that they're not even going to show themselves unless they need to. And I would say they define the definition on what a good defense is a good offense strategy.
Yeah. To be honest, I think if you remember properly, we kind of put the dark horse tag on 2 teams, right? Eagle Owls and Rocks. And both these 2 teams, they definitely have surprised us. But speaking of surprises, we do have some early gunshot. It seems like Big Brother Esports, they spotted somebody in the distance. Now, from the X-ray, we know that Double Z is in the vicinity, but I think the shots were not directed against them, is it, Nick?
Yeah, Big Brother Esports is going for that topography advantage instantly towards the Potato Hill. And as usual, we know Big Brother Esports is one of those defensive teams that India has to offer, and these guys do a fantastic job in playing defensive. But one thing you need to understand is in order to play defensive, you need to have a lot of analytical data, which the players of Big Brother Esports do have. They know how things are going to be looking like in the battlegrounds for now. This could have been a close one. Sarvin is not able to land the shots. It's fine, though.
Horu is so good at getting out of this situation as well. He understood he is going to get hunted down as well. Immediately backs out that, concedes control, but they do get the data that they need because there is a team into that particular house. And this is a circle where it's really nice, right? Because when we talk about the interjections between Milta all the way from Yastaya, those crossroads are, in this case, I would call it the Medusa lanes, right? Just because it's like 4 or 5 fork roads. Those spots are very, very detrimental to actually have a fight if the circle shifts there. Because if you don't have vehicles, you don't have proper compounds, you are going to lose so much utilities and resources before even starting the fight.
That is true. Metal Esports is one of those teams that is in a really centric spot, and at this point in time, hopefully they're going to have that virtual heat map in their heads, knowing exactly where the majority of the teams are going to be stacked up, especially Korean teams, of course, they will be closed down up to that centric spot. But one thing, have you noticed, even Indian teams now are playing that center spot inside the circle.
It's interesting, right, considering that, just based on yesterday's data on all 5 maps, a majority, especially Circle 1, Circle 2, Circle 3, majority of the Korean teams are center circle, whereas all the Indian teams are edge circle. And in this case, I feel like they have kind of learned their mistakes. They are going to try and improvise a little bit more because there is actually so much more room to actually take in towards the center circle. And for now, I would say the Korean teams, some have adapted to go a little bit late because as of now, seeing up the screen here, NS Red Force, they are going to play the edge of Primos and waiting out the zone. Zone is going to be showing in 3 seconds. Where is it going to be? Is it going to be Yasnaya? No, it actually does. It shifts up top to Stauber as well.
I'm down to see the circle, especially that Stalber overall hill is just so weird. It has some weird ways to play around with. Some weird angles can be created from that entire landmass. So let's see how Gladiator Esports is going to try to adapt on the fly, especially for the players of Godsreen. They've got nothing to do. A lot of these teams now are just moving in. It's a big wave of vehicles.
Oh, Gladiator is going to be banging your heads right now because if you think about it here, they always take the spot where Rox is as of now. Pay attention to where Rox is rotating in that vicinity. The lake on top of Yasnaya is where Gladiators is a majority of time in yesterday's 2 maps of Erangel. And I'm surprised that they are late to this. And because of this, now they're forced to make options here. Do they commit to this Stauber Mountain, or do they try to find another place to kind of sneak their way into his next phase?
I think Gladiators, for them, the strategy would be simple, right? To try. They know, as a matter of fact, they have got the favorance of the hard shift, right? They will have the close end of the blue circle, which means that there is going to be nobody who is coming in from the back lines. The entirety of the northern part of the Stauber Hills is under their control. In fact, majority of the northern part of the circle is under their control itself. So trying and holding the edge lines, at least trying and holding a good position, which is Gladiator's strategy, which we have seen in the BGIS. I think it's going to work in at least for the 4th and the 5th circle before they start marching forward. But we do have a little bit of a scuffle happening. It's God's Rain, the tabletoppers who take down Big Brother's 2 players have been mowed down like a lawn.
But this time they flip the tables against the players of Big Brother Esports. They were going for such an aggressive rotation out in the open, and this is where Big Brother Esports, it's sort of like a big blunder, a big rocket that just hits their vehicles, and the vehicle gets blown out in the open. Even Mara Gaming now is going to be in the receiving lines. God's Rain, so much fire upon themselves. Mara Gaming returning back that favor. And Jujard's going to prone back to safety, so at least for now, things are going to be looking pretty good.
Let's talk about the terrain advantage coming from God's Rain as well as Maru, right? Maru, because of the fact that they have this open check and they can prone and shoot people in terms of angles to punish people rotating, recoil control easily done coming from Maru Gaming. However, God's Rain has more significant advantage in terms of scouting people from a distance. So in terms of this crossroads right now, anyone rotating from the south fields of Yasnaya is going to get completely destroyed if they are not careful with their driving skills.
Speaking of the driving skills, Big Brothers have to be very wary of their surroundings as well. That vehicle out in the open of the rice fields of Yasnaya, of course they were always going to be punished, especially because majority of the teams, they're trying to traverse the distance from the southern part of the circle to the northern parts near the Stauber Hills. Majority of these teams will try and take an intermediate pit stop at Yasnaya, and that is one of the reasons why I think Big Brother should have understood that this place is hot and rotating through the rice fields is going to be a very bad plan.
Well, speaking of which here, Doksan Esports, they're playing around the west side of Yasnaya gas stations here. And this is a spot where it's great for holding down the fort against teams who's pretty much stranded in the south side. In the north side. But if teams were to take the southern section of this vicinity, they are going to be having so much height advantage. And it's so risky to play these spots here if the zone comes in.
Doksan Esports, a little bit in the outskirts, but still, this is something they can rely on, just waiting for the upcoming circle shifts.
Ooh, I like this approach from Doksan. They're sending a Beanie to actually take out those radio towers here to get a little bit more advantage. But look at this. Big Brothers as well, just losing 2 members because of this cross-flank setup, both by Maru as well as God's Rain. Just very, very unfortunate.
So, as far as I understood, it seems like one of the finishes was actually stolen, right? Not both, right?
Oh, for now, though, they've got the man locked in his crosser. Timon, position capitalized, shots taken, a little bit of chip damage taken away. Kitty, though, from the back lines is also getting shot at himself. Team X Spark going to be the one to knock on the doors like the Grim Reapers they are. But Doksan, now they need to get back in the safety cover.
I hate this position that Beanie is doing as well. It's so exposed. But the reason why he's there is very, very smart, because this is a very exposed place, but it is also a very difficult place to push in. So in this case, if he is there and he's able to hold out for a very, very long time, a lot of teams are going to get messed up by him. So this is a good spot for him to kind of sneak their way into the next phase of the zone.
This, in fact, is one of the biggest choke points to actually transfer yourself from the Yasnaya Polyana or the mainland towards the northern part of Stauber Hill. So this bridge will be like a death valley. But of course, look at this. Revenant Esports, we saw they lose out on Fierce in an initial collision. I think they were trying to take the buggy. They were trying to aim for the buggy itself where they collided against Maru Gaming. They were pushed out of the center part of the circle, moved towards an over opener, and now they are back inside the circle. Will they find good positions? Will they make that longer rotation on towards the northern part of Stauber Hills? That is the good question, because there is no entry points right now.
Speak about the entry points. TWM, they were definitely finding that entry point. The late breachers inside the circle, but they have still spotted out the players of Dixon. But just to let you guys know, right behind the players of TWM is also the players of Eagle Owls, who started all the way from Primorsk.
Now, speaking of circles here, everyone has pretty much figured out their strategy on what they want to do. But the question here is, are they going to be able to execute this? Because this circle, is it going to shift to Yasnaya or not? Because if it's Yasnaya, no, it's not Yasnaya. Oh no, this is going to hurt everyone from the north right now. And everyone has to traverse from the west side of Yasnaya. And you talked about the bridge. That is going to be a very, very huge choke point, which nobody wants to go. And this is going to force a huge collision potentially on the Rozong River.
How the roles on the bridge is going to switch up, I'm going to explain it to you right now. Right, we saw the northern hardship. People were coming in from Yasnaya towards that region. But now look at this. It's TWM Sams. He's trying to go in for a spray down.
Sams, this could have been a really good one. But unfortunately, those flood of elimination points wasn't really able to flood into that court. So that's why TWM Gaming now, even they themselves, need a reroute inside the circle. It can be a tough challenge, but definitely not impossible. For X-Spark as well, it's for their time to shake hands with Destiny, because even for them, the elimination points can't flood in through the bridge.
My goodness, Beanie is taking such a very, very risky role, right? Like, if we were to talk about scouting, Beanie is not playing a scout role right now. He's playing an infiltrator role to try and infiltrate towards very, very awkward enemy lines. And if he survives, he's going to cause some serious death in other teams' formation later on. And he's trying to set up the bigger picture later on.
Yeah, but Binny's vehicle's blown up, so there's no escape route out of that situation. So Binny is also screwed up if there's a push happening on top of him.
That's exactly what I said, right? Binny does not want to get out of the situation. He plays a one and done, but now his teammates are calling back up. It's Aditya spraying down.
Tucson, this can be really bad for them. One man softened up a little bit too much. Eventually, Binny gets knocked out as well. This is a big frag for Team X-Spark. This is something that's going to shake off the jitters that Team X-Spark was facing yesterday. All the time, these elimination points, when they flow into your court, that can be a big pressure subsider.
Abort mission, mission failed. That's exactly what happened to Duksan, and Team X-Spark was able to shut down and have a very, very decent counterintelligence that play here. So beautiful stuff coming from them, but now let's talk a little bit more in this circle, because as we get on the play, Duksan, they are also going to get pushed by D plus Kia, and Forrest finds a solo kill of a stranded Duksan, and this is not looking good for Duksan at all.
They get out of trouble from one side and then they find themselves in the other one. D plus Kia was just waiting for them as a trap was being laid down, and Forrest is the man to get his hands on that elimination point. D plus Kia, all the four players sitting in that same compound. They're playing so passive and defensive.
Well, Nobu right now, he's trying to, do some chip damage or trying to deny people's vehicles, and that's actually helpful, but he doesn't have a lot of ammunition here, considering that it's still 16 teams. And look at this, Gladiator Esports. They have roamed from the north, and now they're roaming from the southeast. They're just playing edge circle all the way through, just dodging every single fight.
But there is going to be one problem. They dodged every single one, but they're going to be hugging very next to Metal Esports right now, because they have had a similar entry point as well, right from the south, pretty close by. If they do find a little bit of a gap, look at this, Encore and Paradox, they're ready, and they might just witness the cavalry going right underneath their noses. No steps been taken so far, because Metal also want to preserve their numbers up until the end game.
Gladiator Esports are like the Mafias right now, cruising through in a straight line.
Interesting.
And that's where things are going to be a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, this is interesting considering that Gladiator Esports here, they chose a very interesting angle to rotate. Metal Esports isn't able to capitalize on that here, because only if the players from Metal Esports had height would be able to scout them out. So they're playing the topography very, very well in terms of rotations. But the question here is, every single time Gladiator is just dodging, they're not getting a lot of information. All the information they have is pretty much teams on the edge. But what about teams in the center right now? Because that is going to be the priority, because eventually they are going to run out of space or maybe compounds to actually hold out a solid defense.
The next circle is going to be deciding a lot of the team's fate, and it's going to shift up north once again. TWM, Team X-Spark, they find themselves in the best spot, as I mentioned, for Team X-Spark. It's their time to shake hands with Destiny.
I'm not really sure if that's the best place though, because they are going to be the center of attraction. Every single team will come in from them. Look at this. NSR also trying to make a move, trying to have a good split working in for them. If they can actually work it out, Sporta will be the key figure who can transfer everything in their favor.
Oh, Meadow, they are going to try and cut off rotations here as they try to go in for sure. They do get the knock in, and that's clutch. Taken out. Metal Esports finds a very, very nice pick.
MTech Clutch was the one who gets knocked out. Metal Esports, these are the elimination points they're looking for. But MTech, they're actually going to find a clear safe way out of this entire spot. Metal Esports, the elimination points now starting to slip away from their hands. Yon spotted out, but the spray connection not there just yet.
This is smart. This is smart coming from all the Indian teams. This adaptation is working out in their favor. Instead of just playing edge circle and dodging fights, they're just going on the hunt and punishing rotations. And look at this. Everyone from Metal Esports is just going on the hunt. And MTech, they lose one. They might lose more if they do not have cover. And this is something that the Korean teams are lacking here because they are so passive. They would rather run than commit to a fight.
But of course, amidst all of this happening, we've had a shift in the circle, and majority of these teams, they will have to take a longer rotation route. Now, I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised by Metal Esports and their change of plans to try and go hot on the tails of EM Tech StormX. But StormX, they did manage to go out of Metal Esports' range, but they're going to find big brothers in the distance as well.
Oh, I'm not liking what Revenant Esports has as set up as well right now. But hold it up now, Nova. He's getting surrounded. The stranded play comes in. The STOFA Cup is there, but moving vehicles is going to be very, very difficult, and they run them down, and Gladiator just shoot him out.
Two aggressive teams gliding against each other. Eagle Owls this time is going to be the one to fall prey. But then as soon as I say that, another return knockout comes into play. The trades are now starting to happen back and forth. Delta PG knocked out from the side of Gladiator Esports. This is not looking too good. Dicey situation for both the teams. Even the Wall of Death now. It's starting to move in from the back lines. Gladiator Esports. Something quickly needs to be done right here because Eagle Owls, they're already on that proactive move. As soon as the Resurrection's going to hit the board, Gladiator Esports, they get that man back in the vehicle. And once again, they're back upon that move inside the safe zone.
Destro now looking for the flank here, but at the same time, is it risky here? He's pretty much exposed out in open and tanking zone. And it looks like they are going to be trying to force a fight as well. Nova gets a couple of chip damage in, but Destro, he really wants to make the play. They are making the call. They're running them over. They get them all, and that's going to be 2 down for Eagle Owls, the top 2 team. Pretty much getting shut down at the same time. Here comes the third party as well, because there is going to be crossfires, a little bit support fire from Danxi, but do they want to reset this? Because as of yet, Eagle Owls, Dancy is running for his dear life.
But still the question remains, was this fight really that worth it? Shogun still on that chase. Gladiator Esports, they're not going to let him go. The elimination points, they keep on flowing in, but Gladiator Esports, they find themselves in another trap. Maru Gaming was waiting on the opposite side, but then as Gladiator Esports, they hit the deck, the bodies as well, they start to hit the floor. Maru goes net knocked down, but eventually the entirety of Gladiator Esports, they're going to come clashing down.
They are going to come crashing down on Maru Esports. How did they survive? But they're not going to survive for long because it's D plus Kia up in their offense, and now it's just one guy who is still standing strong. Wait, what? Osal, he has a shotgun with himself, and now he wants to breach inside the compound.
Oh, D plus Kia with the third party. This should not be that big of a deal for them to try and wrap up these elimination points. Pump shotgun in his hands, gets the confirmation float up. One more man to go from the side of Mara Gaming, while D plus Kia, they've got 2 more players up and alive. And eventually Mara Gaming, they get completely finished and wiped out from the game. It's going to be a third party from Revenant Esports.
Nicely done coming from Revenant here, but once again, D plus Kia opportunities themselves. And guess what? MJ, they know D plus Kia is all by himself. But boom, comes in from Osal. They take him out, and now Apollo is going to be forced to commit to this compound here, but they have about 50 seconds, so that's a lot of space to work with. So they are going to try and salvage and loot up all these loot, and D plus Kia, they're going to try to start things off a little bit more, but I don't think it's enough. Noble, he is in a little bit of trouble. The nades comes in, he tags Noble. He gets the knock in. Apollo clutches it for the team.
What a beautiful 3-pointer that was. Beautiful nade to find that knockout. Apollo is of course the playmaker, the star player for Revenant Esports, and once again he lives up to his name. Alpha Tines in front of us as Sensei, the IGL, the big brain from Revenant Esports, now needs to pave a pathway inside the safe zone as well.
Exactly. And of course the biggest thorn is going to be Forrest from D plus Kia. He knows exactly where the position is. Nades being tried to lobbed in so that there is some sort of a chip damage happening. I love the fact that they're using smokes as well to try and cover the path. There is a lot of open terrains which RNT needs to cover. but we still have 10 teams remaining, and D plus Kia will resurrect once again, especially with Nobu getting brought back to his feet.
Oh, D plus Kia out in the open, out in the blue as well. Remedy Esports, they've got no clue that D plus Kia's in the back lines, and still D plus is going for the shots. This fight is not worth it at all. D plus Kia, they are pretty much done for. Forrest is out in the open. The damage is going to be chipped up so much by the blue. It's next to impossible to survive that, but somewhere else on the map, we've got another fight. Teammate Spark getting wiped out within a flash by NSR.
But at the same time as well, Apollo was picked off by Revenant here at his expense, because Revenant is gonna lose out towards the zone here as he bleeds out. Meanwhile, NS Red Force, they held down the Force in towards Yasnaya for a very, very long time. They are gonna be the Force Elves coming from NSR. And guess what? It is gonna be a Force battle because the circle shifts in their favor. God's Ray playing from the east side now, going head to head against Rox. Rox being one of the strongest teams here. And guess what? Timon! Timon! What? They wiped God's Reign!
God's Reign getting completely starstruck, getting completely wiped out from that game. Timon, of course, from the side of Rox is going to be the playmaker in that fight. 5 elimination points wrapped up so far. And we did see the circle shift as well a while ago. NSR in the best possible spot. TWM now are going to be the possible contenders, the possible challengers.
TWM holding the ridge. They know exactly where NSR is. NSR will be the Goliaths, but Team DWM, they can be the potential Davids, but now they are being clutched down. Sporta coming in and finds that first knock.
Oh, it's going to be slow here, TWM. They're losing their forces, and guess what? NSR, they have to wrap this up quickly because they don't really have a lot of high ground advantage, and slowly but surely, Tuzak is going to be sneaking into the forest as well as they try to hunt the Forest Elves, because as of now, NS Red Force, they're taking a lot of pressure from all the way, all around them, and they can't really secure the formations. But it looks like Sporta, they are going to make the call, regroup, and play from the west side. Tuzak, a little bit afraid to push forward here, as the rest of the teams are still a little bit too far off, but they have about 8 seconds to make the play now and make the call.
Oh no, a battle in the northern frontier is happening between TWM and Team Medley Esports. Medley Esports have been hurt quite a lot, but it seems like even NSR have been hit, and it's due to the fact that they are drawing so much attention from multiple players, and now it's Pumbaa back in action.
Metal Esports eliminated from the game, not a lot of elimination points to back him up. Still top 5 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which TWM is on the opposite side, and TWM is the only possible contender for that high ground that currently NSR is holding.
Rox playing a fantastic game on the east side as well. Pumbaa going to be leading in charge to try and find somebody, but again, pushing up this high ground without the proper equipment is going to be very difficult. So we are going to be seeing a lot of snakes to try and climb their way through. But Tuzak, they might spot out Pumbaa, but the movement shots are coming in. TWM gets a surprise on wings though.
Oh, TWM Gaming, they have managed to find a beautiful opening, but such an awkward moment right here. Lobster getting picked up as well from TWM. Sport as usual, the man, the myth, the legend, the savior for the team. He keeps on moving forward and keeps his team's flag high up in the sky. TWM, the confirmation flows up. Lobster out of the game, the playmaker not there anymore. TWM slowly and steadily, the domino effect hits them, and that's the chain reaction begins. TWM, they're losing out on the man number slowly and steadily. Sporta, this man breaches in without any fear. He's moving fearlessly towards the opponent's Destiny and Sams. They've got a beautiful crossfire laid up upon themselves, but then now they're trying to regroup up. It's a 2v2 scenario in the front. Nate's being utilized as well. Exit light goes down. Sporta gets knocked out as well. TWM, they flip the tables in their favor.
Absolutely. Destiny is the man, is the myth, the legend. The crowd is up on their feet because of his performance, but right now TWM have to calm down. They know they have an opportunity. The Rox is there as well. TZ all by himself. Just have the DBS to work with. It's making moves.
Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Rox from the back is actually going to find that as well. And Rox, they shut down the competition. Destiny in the front. TWM is the only team that's standing against them. And not only TWM, it's only Destiny from that team. This man so far has shaken hands with Destiny, but now it's going to be a 1v4 from where the Eagle Eyers are just eyeing him out. Rox, they're ready to rip this man apart. Destiny peeks out, and that's it. TWM eliminated, and Rox is going to be the one to kick things off.
I love this. Look at Timon, the celebration. He's running out as well. Look at him, extremely excited. He's appreciating the moment. He knows he's the MVP for this match because Timon rained hell about everyone in this match. And look at Timon, the celebrations. And it's no surprises considering how well he's been playing in game number 1.
This is absolutely...
He's working
this is
absolutely
This man is just doing push-ups all by himself. Woo! Woo!
That feels good. Timon. He's feeling it, baby. He's strong.
Strong, definitely.
He
Man has a
definitely
good
is strong,
physique.
but imagine this, right? I've never seen Indian teams celebrate like this. There's one guy specifically, Canary, he's the only one who actually celebrates in the Indian community, but Timon has definitely riled up the crowds with his antics, and why not? He deserves to actually do so.
Whew, that was a very, very interesting one as well here. We've talked about how Timon was stepping out in the final game yesterday, and guess what? Today, he stepped up for the team. It was Timon and Pumbaa, Hakuna Matata from Rocks.
Now I know what Hakuna Matata means.
Good boy. You're no longer a Gen Z now.
But you know what, Timon, beautiful stuff coming out from that man. Rocks in general just astonishing all of us, and in general the Korean teams, they did not expect Rocks and Eagle Owls to play this well, but Rocks right now being able to kick off in such a great fashion, this is definitely a stark statement.
Hey, I mean, come on, we are definitely talking about Korean teams, but one player who really surprised me was Destiny. His performance under pressure when his teammates were knocked down, an entirety of NSR just coming across his way. It's not just normal plays. Sporta is in front of him. There are other players. TZ is in front of him. Wings is in front of him. This man still remains calm and still dictates the fight like it's his. This is amazing stuff from Destiny.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, Sporta, he had the right idea. He pushed towards the smoke, went in, cooked up the nade, but he was just half a second late. And Destiny dropped the bomb on NSR. They just completely lost the formation here. And like I said as well, NSR, they may have had the circle, but they haven't secured their formation. And because while they were panicking and trying to secure that formation, they were getting chipped away between both TWM as well as I believe to be Rocks. And because of that, they were just struggling to find footing.
Exactly. All the 4 players were just tunnel visioning on that fight, and because of that, as you mentioned, they were getting chipped off from both the sides, and a little bit of damage advantage too was just favoring the players at TWM, but in the end, it was just completely heroics from that one single guy, Destiny, and I would say he definitely deserves all the praises. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the IRL highlights of that previous game, because I want to see those push-ups once again.
You want to see those push-ups? I mean, I was more interested in the dance. I mean, look at the crowd once again. They're just standing on their feet because this game was brilliant. This was the proper setup for day number 2 of the BGMI India versus Korea Invitational, and how beautifully these teams have played out.
I'm not gonna lie, this is moments of cheer coming in and passion coming from both India as well as Korea, right? We've seen so much adaptations coming from the Indian teams. They have switched up their formation, they switched up their strategies, going for a pick-off composition where they are going to try and punish rotations. But ideally, Rocks' adaptation proved to be the strongest successor because they have been playing really well microly, but finally they found their moment to shine, and this was a good start from Rocks. Did he just body slam Pumbaa?
Yeah, he did.
Dude, Pumbaa is like bigger than Timon, and Timon just body slammed him. Did you know that Timon is a meerkat and Pumbaa is like a wild hog or something like that?
Yeah, I know.
Warthog.
Yeah. So
and Timon being able to body slam the warthog, the meerkat, the small little meerkat, body slamming a boar.
Just doesn't sound characteristic at all.
At least I understand one thing, that these teams, these Korean teams specifically, they're all having fun and they're all actually having the time of their lives. But look at this once again, just how the action entirely started. Cine, of course, as well as Aquanox from God's Range, just taking down 2 players from Big Brothers.
Yeah, you know, speaking of Xbox as well, I really like this adaptation coming from Xbox, but at the same time, they felt a little bit strong. I feel like Xbox is making a little bit better progress today. However, what really surprises me was that every single team in this game has been very, very spot on what they want to do in terms of game plan. Execution-wise, perfect. Strategy worked out. But did it work in their favor? Not necessarily, because we also see teams like Revenant Esports take advantage of situations like this, especially this third party. This is something that D+K likes to do throughout the entire day, but what they did not expect was that Revenant was waiting for them to mess up. And guess what? Because of this, D plus Kia lost the man's advantage to play the late circle.
And they were also pretty much out in the blue as well at that time, so they just got screwed up massively. And then as we moved on forward, TWM, they took a fight against the players of NSR. Sporta, this man was moving in fearlessly in that fight, but still he was not really able to turn or to flip the table. You can see this clearly. All the players are just so tunnel vision, and slowly and steadily the players of NSR just kept dropping down. I thought it's going to be a dominant effect for TWM, but no, instead it was a dominant effect for the players of NSR.
But also the fact that Rocks, right, just living up to their name, they have been trying to remain like the dark horses, remain as silent as they potentially can inside the early game stages. The key involvement, if you actually go and look back at their matches, right, the matches they actually played well, all 4 of their men are still standing in the 4th circle. They basically have what you would call as protect the army, just protect all the troops that you have and just unleash them inside the final circle. And I think this time as well, something similar just happened. So much map control, so much topographical advantage. It did not come out of nowhere. It was all well thought and well planned.
Okay, I can literally hear the Korean talents, and you can hear the confusion that is going through the Korean talents as well, because they say the 2 dark horses are Rocks as well as
Eagle Owls.
Eagle Owls. And guess what? Both these 2 teams suddenly doing so well in day 1 and day 2. They're just confused. How are they getting away with this? It seems like they've improved. Is it because the strategy fits them? Is it because the meta? And I feel like the meta plays a huge role coming forward towards BGMI right now.
I think so. It's more kind of like the meta just sort of favoring them. It's more kind of like the meta just suiting them. But as we move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Timon from Rocks, of course, with 6 elimination points wrapped up and damage number of 953.
Absolutely. I mean, Timon was performing yesterday. Timon is performing today as well. It seems like this man is a well-oiled machine right now. Rocks Esports just on their way to supremacy. You've got Destiny as well. 5 finishes from this lad, and how deservedly it is. I think it is Impact 5 finishes, but then you've got Sporta 4 finishes, Pumba as well 3 finishes, Forest 2 finishes. This top 5 leaders is sort of completely filled with absolute legends of the game.
Yeah, and speaking of legends as well, I feel like Timon and Pumba is so underrated from day number 1. And today, I'm very, very happy to see both Timon and Pumba was shining brightly in day number 1. And hopefully it is going to be enough, because with that game coming in, Rocks now number 1 point standing with 27 total points off, and as well 12 finishes in their back. TWM having 8 for themselves, 20 points for them. NSR 3rd place here with 16 points, and 2Zek on 4th place with 11 points. God's Reign 5th place with 7 points. D plus Cap on 6th place with 6 points. Medal 7th place 5 points, and Revenant 8th place, 5 points.
Well, let's move on forward and take a look at the second page of these point standings, because the first page is, of course, something that we saw coming. Even God's Reign being able to once again consistently finish inside the top 5. This is definitely looking pretty good for them to keep that first spot pinned down consistently. But then, as we mentioned, slowly and steadily, a lot of these Korean teams are trailing behind them. And if that tail's not cut off quickly enough, then God's Reign will need to have a giga-banger of a game.
You know, to be honest, God's Reign, I would say they're still okay, considering that they're still ahead of number 2, number 3, and number 4, right? Because in this particular game, the teams that really popped off were the teams in the second half of the page. And this is actually going to apply so much pressure on the teams in the middle pack. Because in particular, I want to talk about here is got to be EMT, Duksan, as well as Eagle Owls in particular. Eagle Owls and Big Brothers are the major teams that take a hit from this map for this overall in this point standing. So I want to see how the overall standings are affected right now.
Oh, TWM making that leap inside the top 5. This is a massive one, as we do have the overall standings in front of us. And then Rocks Esports as well in the top 4 with 53 points accumulated with that one single chicken dinner.
Exactly. They were nowhere in the first page itself at the end of the first day, and now Rocks Esports with that big chicken dinner. Now they have propelled themselves quite a lot. They're still far away from God's Reign, as a matter of fact, almost a difference of more than 35 points. But look at this. God's Reign, with this performance, they still retain their lead. But I feel like Eagle Owls and D plus Kia, they're hot on their tails. Now, specifically for this map of Erangel, I'm not really happy, because this was their circle. God's Reign could have potentially gotten more points.
This is going to be interesting as well, because the chase will continue, because we are seeing a majority of the Korean teams in the first half. But let's talk about the bottom half here. X-Park, they found a little bit of footing, but they are still going to be on 16th place with 16 points. Blind Esports on 15th place with 20 points. Maru Gaming 14th place with 25 points. Duksan 13th place, 31 points. This is kind of surprising for me, considering that we have talked so much about Duksan. But of course, going on. Metal Esports here going to be 12th place with 33 points. Gladiator Esports makes their way into 11th place with 38 points, which is a good sign for them. But is it going to be enough? It's going to be later on. Revenant 10th place, 2Zek 9th place, 44, 43, 38. So technically, based on this, from Duksan all the way to 2Zek, if they have one more good game, they might shot up to top 5 as well to try and pull Rocks down.
That is true. All the teams that we expected to perform are currently on the latter half of the board. And if you notice, Gladiator Esports, they're making a lot of the adjustments on the fly. They're making a lot of changes on the map as well. And I don't know what's going on. They try to play on the outskirts. They try to play on the edges. They rotate it all the way from Kameshki down south to move over there. But then they get caught by another team, which was Metal Esports. I don't know why Gladiator Esports seems so lost.
I don't know, man. You know, they're still playing around those late rotations here. And so far, every single team who's been relying on late rotations hasn't been doing really, really well. But we do start to see a lot of adaptations in this particular game. And what I mean by adaptations is that a majority of teams has started to prioritize central zone rather than playing edge now, compared to yesterday where it was split between 50-50s, edge and 50, majority of the Koreans in the middle.
And not just that, even Team X Park is being so proactive now. You mentioned about securing that center. Team X Park is one of those. When they were playing with Scout, we did not really see as much of the proactivity. Team X Park was playing a little bit too much safe. But now Team X Park, they seem like they're ready to assert that dominance in order to have a good spot inside the circle.
I think Team X Park just needs one big chicken dinner.
Yes,
they just need
they do.
one big
Agreed.
chicken dinner to get back into the mojo, get back into the flow of things, because you haven't really seen Sarang and Aditya carrying the responsibility in terms of getting those finishes, right? It's extremely important for this team to be in its prime. Why?
I'm sorry, Sarang, he had some really good shots on Aditya. I feel like the biggest pressure on Team Xpar is going to be Pukar, because Pukar is the reason why Xpar was able to make it to BGI's with top 3. He was the reason why they were able to find very, very nice spots. And so far, Pukar hasn't been able to do so. And I'm sorry to say, Pukar, you are having a very difficult time.
I mean, especially when Scout moves in, Scout's going to be the IGL. When Scout's not going to be playing, Pukar's going to be the IGL and also the Scouter. But ladies and gentlemen, as we've got the stage in front of us, once again, the crowd rides up. And that trophy right there is going to be claimed tomorrow by the champions.
Oh, it is going to be interesting as well, because the fans are extremely excited. They really want to see an India team take that chicken here. And so far, are they going to do so? Because as of yet, in the overall standings, God's Reign right at the top. But for how long can they hold on? Because in day number 2, there's 4 more maps to go, and we are heading into Miramar, where there is a little bit of possibilities that things might be a little bit spicy, considering how yesterday has happened.
I'll tell you how long Gosrin would hold on. Look at these 2 names in the posters, Aquanox and Ninja Jord. As long as these 2 guys keep on firing on all cylinders, Gosrin will hold on. There is some supporters of Team DK as well. That is pretty interesting. Korean teams getting some love.
I mean, look, they are one of the most known teams out there in Korea as well. So I'm not astonished that we have a couple of supporters.
Dude. Okay, here's the interesting fact, right? When the players walked in today,
we
have a lot of cheers for all the Indian teams, but D+K walked off and the crowd went crazy. And considering how D+K was playing yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised that they have made Indian fans.
Guys, now I want to make a prediction over here, considering I'm not really going to be casting the second game of the Miramar. So I want to make a prediction. I'm going to go with X-Park. I think so this recent change that they brought up once again in the roster, it's really going to favor them a lot.
Thank you so much, Nectar. You just screwed up the game for X-Park once again. But I'm going to ask IC the same thing. What is going to be your prediction?
I plead the 5th, because as of now, the plane is ready to go as we are heading in towards the desert fields of Miramar. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are currently watching BGMI India Korea Invitationals. And this is map number 7 as we head in towards Miramar.
Absolutely. Now look at the flight path, ladies and gentlemen. We are flying from Montenegro to our destination of Campo Militar. Now this is going to be extremely interesting. Sort of a similar flight path if you actually consider what Erangel had to offer as well. Something on towards the northwestern quadrant. Majority of the players will be dropping down towards El Pozo and the remaining regions. Meanwhile, the entirety of the southern island, Prison, Minas del Sur, Los Higos, as well as Los Niños, all of these regions might just be alienated. But I see we've got to talk about a newest addition to the desk. Mr. I Super Johnny, welcome back to the panel.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I was enjoying the action of the previous match before sitting in the audience. And oh my goodness, when X-Park got finished off by an SR, I mean, I just got very upset. But still, in the end, TWM, impressive win coming in from their side. Gladiators as well. had a good idea about their rotations, but this is a new game for all of these teams. They might have failed on their angle, but Miramar can be the map that brings them success.
Well, hopefully, but in this case, I'm rooting for Metal Esports, man. You asked me about the prediction here.
Wow.
I want to see Metal do it this time because yesterday was a little bit upset for them, and we talked about the mental aspect of the game. Because when we talk about mental as well, God's Rain told me that Indian teams, they are very easily mental, and this is something that will affect them. And hopefully, with this reset, I spoke to them. Paradox said, "Hey, tomorrow reset." We're going to try. And game one, they did pretty okay. There is significant improvements in both Meadow as well as X-Park, but this game is a very, very important one for Meadow. Has the trauma affected them?
I think the decision making from the last game, right, that was extremely important. But now look at this, Team X-Park and Medley Esports have dropped in close quarters, and Encore only has the VSS to actually work with. Not the ideal weapon in this case. But Johnny, what do you think? If this team actually collides, I think Team X-Park, they're pretty loaded in terms of the utility. At least they have some assault rifles to work with.
I mean, there's the M16 on Sarang, Aditya armed up with the S12K and the Scar L. 11-1 helmet though, no armor, so the duel, the gun battle can still be quite tricky for either of these sides to pull off. But the setup from Medal is actually quite brilliant. It can collapse on the players of X-Park and isolate the fights, and well, it looks like the action is about to commence.
Yep, Sarang pushing in forward as well. He's got the M16, free firing to be true, but Angkor does have the vector available as well, so those fire rates are going to completely shred through those vests if you do not have at least a level 2 or level 3 here. So this is going to have them a little bit advantage here, but look at this, trying to smoke his way up through as well. Aditya thinking about going for the push. He's got the S12K, so he's got to be able to get those one pumps. Encore not exactly sure what guns they have, but with the smokes coming in, it is going to be able to provide him the cover to back off. And likewise can be said for X-Park, as they don't really want to force this fight unless they're all grouped up. But the rest of Meadow, they're here. 3 guys available. Same to be said for X-Park as well.
Both of these teams were struggling for finishes in the last game. Medal had 1 on the board while X-Park had none. And now, in this matchup, this early fight, whoever loses is going to be stuck on the overall leaderboard in a very tough spot, especially X-Park, considering they were already on that 16th position.
Well, it is going to be very, very tough here, considering how this is going to be happening. And seeing how Team X-Park is playing right now. Picard, oh, barely a pixel. He was far away from the rest of X-Park. Top Dog is here, but Picard now does have the high ground advantage. So Top Dog stuck in an awkward position. 54 bullets off 556.
Not really
for the Mini 14, but I don't think he's going to get the quick tap here. Kyria doesn't have a nade, but he does have a stun grenade. So if he lobs it nice, he's pulling the force reaction, but Aditya not moving an inch at all. Finally, going for the cook. Kyria.
Still no.
For the nade. Aditya needs to run. As soon as he sees him, he's going to make a run for it. Does he get out? Yes, he does. Quick reactions here. And now they manage to get some space to push up. Now he sees exactly where Aditya is. Well, the Jiggle Pigs comes in. He knows he's got the shotgun, but he's going to try to bait. And no! The Jiggle Pig comes in, and Top Dog Sarah was a little bit late to that as well. And Sarah getting dinked up. And that's going to be X-Park that loses both this CQC. What a clutch coming from Kyria.
Absolute madness from Medley Esports. They just played it down to the wire. Perfection incarnate. Every single move was thought. It was thought out so much. It was sought out, and it literally just went by the book, right? Every single peak. The nade, of course, the pin strategy which was pulled out from the stun grenade itself to try and unsettle the players, Aditya as well as Sarang. And then, of course, the double team when it actually come to the spray down. Ferrari peaks coming in from both these lads. Team X-Park have taken a very big hit right from the get-go itself. And Medley Esports, they know that they have an opportunity for a squad wipe, getting just 4 points up and early.
That was a pixel perfect pick, man, coming from him. Not gonna lie, that was a very, very nice usage of the hip fire peak.
The TPP as well, right?
To actually go for the shoot. He had the information, but using that small edge here, getting 3 shots in, and then backing out before Sarang could get the trade, it was beautifully done. Because I was very surprised that Sarang didn't go for the pick, but because of how Sarang's position was, because of the door frame, he is going to be subjected to prone block, so he's not going to be able to pick out his guns quicker compared to him. So I like that they are abusing all these little details in towards the terrain itself.
I'm actually surprised that Team X-Pac kind of reacted the way they did, right? Aditya sitting in a one-and-done angle because he knew he had no crossfire setup. The least you could do, especially when you are two players in a situation where you're being ambushed, is you can create those choke points. You can create crossfire setups between you so that especially when these players walk up the staircase, you can fire them from both the sides. But Aditya was playing such a one-and-done angle without any sort of support coming in from Sarang as well.
Yeah.
So this sort of a reaction just goes to show where the confidence level of X-Pac is. It definitely is down the drain.
I mean, what you said, Salty, I mean, the plan was exactly the same for the crossfire to be there. But unfortunately, Medal, and especially Kyoya, mad props to him. That peak was just perfect. He was able to isolate the fight in the crossfire as well. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen?
Guess what?
Guess what?
Guess
we
what?
have a rehost of this game.
Oh, fine. I was thinking like who is gonna do the informative part, like
Yeah,
actually telling
that's
the
why I
bad
was,
job.
you
I
know,
was like,
sighing down
who's
a
gonna
little
do that?
bit as
Not
well
me.
here.
I was not gonna do that, but Johnny was like, all right, fine, I'll volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny's the
not?
nice guy, and fortunately enough, things wasn't that serious yet, so we are gonna be forcing a remake as well because there is a little bit of issues between the connection themselves. So we're gonna reset the map again, which is a good thing because things are not gonna escalate for now. But it's a good sign.
Yeah.
It's still early because technically in the rulebooks it should be like the first 5 minutes. If there's any issues, it is allowed.
Guys,
we all know now who's going to be the happiest with this reset.
But who's going to be the saddest? Once again, Medal Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, it's Miramar, it's Medal Esports. And I don't understand, what is this relationship going on between Medal Esports and Miramar?
Hey, I think it's not that bad, all right? Not that bad. If it was champion, sure. But it's still early. Getting two finishes, sure. Manageable, right? Eventually, if you think about it here from a different perspective, Medal Esports, they're getting drop contested and they're committing so much time. So technically, they did not have a great start, even though they got two finishes. And think about it that way.
Especially with the change of pace that I've observed from both these two teams in their angle itself. I mean, it feels like both of them are going for a slower approach to those games. Unfortunately for X-Pac, they were caught off guard by NSR, but Medal was able to survive for quite a long time. And then they got stuck on that southern edge and got finished off. If the approach is same for Miramar, one of them might be changing their drops when the game begins.
Hopefully is going to be the objectives here. But now, let's talk about the objectives of what every player and team on stage is looking for here. And that is going to be the trophy, holding the trophy of being called the best of the best here, the champion of the Titans. And of course, when it comes to the clashes as well, it is going to be very, very important between both these two nations, even though we are here to exchange our cultural skills.
I'm pretty sure the players are bonding very much together in the backstage. Like I just went there and I saw the Indian and the Korean players chilling together. That's just so brilliant to watch.
Yeah, it is brilliant, and I want one more thing to happen. I mean, I love the energy Timon has on stage. I hope he can teach some of that to one of the Indian players. And we already have our own star who pops up. But talking about stars, ladies and gentlemen, a recap of things that happened earlier in the day. We started our day off with Road to Valor, Caroline taking on Claw.
Yeah, she definitely was a star, but unfortunately could not really shine bright today because Titan's Claw got the victory. Yeah, it was this star burnout. But never mind. Hopefully we will see her next tournament. But look at this. There are so many people in this arena.
And at the start of the day, these people were there to watch Road to Valor and cricket, because cricket also happened right after Jin Kazama was done with his opponent for the day, Ferocity, his rival in the circuit of Road to Valor Empires. And today, once again, Jin was able to beat the competition.
He absolutely was, but imagine this, right? When you play a game of cricket in an arena packed with stadium, at the heart of the country, right, at the capital of the country, you know there's going to be loud cheers, and this is exactly what happened. Look at it. The people, they were excited. Excited for whom? For Mr. Anki Bot.
People are always excited for him.
Hey, there was a question here, right? Like, does Caster have fans? Yeah,
Yes.
we do. Casters have fans too, and I really, really appreciate you guys come down and come and support the English podcast. Even though it's not on the venue, it would be nice to see some banners for the English podcast. Because I think I saw Johnny's banner somewhere down there.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny is probably has the biggest fan following out of all of us.
Yeah, I was actually down in the first game at the
How
initial
was the
stages,
experience?
signing a few autographs.
You were signing autographs, huh?
Nice.
All right, I have
I'm
to be
jealous.
there. I have to be there as well. I'm a little jealous, by the way.
Salty? Really?
You have a
jealous?
different fan base.
Yeah, you have a different fan.
Yeah.
What do you mean
You're
by
a ladies' man.
Yeah.
Oops, wait, what? Huh?
You're the pretty boy.
Oh, it's the internal joke, guys. we're just gonna leave it there. But you know what's pretty awesome? Timon celebrating.
Oh.
You know, finally getting his recognition. Why he was the best. Look at him. He's just like, he's feeling it. I've got this. I'm the best player in the world. And guess what? It's all in the day's work for him as well. Look at him just working out, flexing those muscles.
Rocks Esports, no matter what happens.
Body
Rocks
slam. Look,
Esports-
another flex. Boom. Oh, it wasn't Pumba. It was Patel.
Yeah.
Damn.
Were there words?
Patel.
I assume I assume he's the coach and he's like,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
boys, focus. You've done enough of body slams and push-ups. No more workouts. Please get back into the game, log into the game. But imagine this, right?
Yeah.
We saw something yesterday. People from the crowd logging inside of BGMI and playing custom lobbies. If you guys want to do that as well, just come down to Pragati Maidan, hall number 14 in Delhi. There are multiple stalls. Heck, you want to play BGMI, you can do that. If you want to play cricket, you can do that as well.
And if you win a t-shirt.
Oh, you win t-shirts?
Yeah, there are prizes being handed out, but the real prize are the fans that are present in this arena, of course.
Oh.
I mean, the ambience is lit with the presence of all these people. And it is just incredible. Yeah, show us the dance, show us the moves. Oh, is he going to pick him up?
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
He is as confused as the English desk is when the camera comes on us sometimes.
Hey, we've got a lot of fans as well. Look at them. They're so excited. And today's crowd seems to be extremely massive as well.
Yeah.
Everyone is here for BGMI. We've got actually a full house if you think about it.
It is a full house.
My
It is a full
goodness,
house.
it's just stacked all the way back towards the booths as well. That's crazy.
It's just incredible. And what will be more incredible will be our journey throughout this day.
Wait,
I love
wait.
you, cutie pie.
Who is it for? Who is it for? That is exactly my
it
question.
for
I think it's for
Ninja
IC.
No, it's for you.
Whoa!
Oh, okay,
whoa.
okay. I saw something I should have. You know what's funny? It's
What?
because we know what was written on there. It just shows you that three of us are sinners.
I just read Johnny. Johnny, you're a fan?
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I-
Oh,
I-
we're gonna.
I-
Oh, okay. I like how we're playing that way. Like, nicely done. Okay, for these guys watching at home, if you're a man of culture, good boy. We got a
Yeah.
no code. Keep it to ourselves. Don't let everyone know about it. Especially our bosses
Alright.
and sponsors. Please do not understand that. Yeah.
I want to ask you one thing.
It's
IC.
Super Johnny. Trust me,
Yeah.
it's Super Johnny. He's the most handsome man right here.
That
Yeah.
was misspelled because I am Johnny Thin.
But
Oh.
Johnny, let's just ask this question to IC because I don't think in the 2 lands that he has done and the multiple Indian people that he has.
What?
Oh wait.
What?
Again, another poster which.
There, another.
Why
a
are
lot
you
of
guys-
big people in the crowd. Joker, I wonder how Joker from Line Esports must be feeling. Was part of the main roster now. S-Power stepping in for the team.
Yeah, we've got Mayavi, Ayogi as well from the coaches and the management section.
Yeah.
But again, coming back to the conversation, Johnny,
Yes.
we have to ask IC in the 2 lands that he's been in India for and meeting multiple Indian people. Indians are very creative when it actually comes to these postcards, no? It
Yeah,
just-
they're extremely creative. And you know what's creative?
Yeah.
Ninja John.
Ninja John. Oh,
Yeah.
sure. He's a very
we've
creative
got a
kid.
snippet on the managers and coach coming from NS Red Force. They are the ones that has been very, very helpful,
Very helpful.
in helping us understand how the Korean teams have been playing as well. Very, very nice people, very, very humble people. And they've traveled across multiple countries here to compete on esports titles. And I really like that they have so much to share. Very, very humble people.
You know, speaking of crowd itself, we just saw a poster as well where it's written, I love Jonathan. Now, Imagine this, right? Esports has been growing very rapidly in the country. This event again just ties hands between two very big nations when it actually comes to esports. A place where esports was born, a place where esports might just be the future. And it seems like, in spite of not having the fan favorites, in spite of not having people like Jonathan, sometimes Mortal, the entirety of SATUL, Soul, Team Soul, all of these teams, they're not even here, but still people are coming up. They're watching esports at its absolute best. They're watching BGMI at its absolute best. I think this is the best feeling. This is sort of a dream come true moment for me. But I want to know from you guys, how are you feeling inside the arena? What's the energy like?
No, that's the thing, right? When we talk about eras, they are the era of the greats and they are the era of the best, right? History has taught us that every single time there is going to be a new legend born out in history books here. Even in mythology as well, in history, legends as well. Like, you know, I would say when it comes to these Titans, we are witnessing a new Titan in the making. And I feel like whoever wins this series is going to be a new one. And in this case, Timon and Pumbaa are going to be the potential ones that come out of it.
Exactly. That was what I was about to say a few moments ago, that no matter what happens, what the result is like for Rox Esports, they will leave with a lot of fans from India after this BGMI India Korea Invitational, especially with the kind of energy that Timon has, his presence on the stage itself. It's so electric. People can't help but keep their eyes pinned on this lad as to what he will be up to. Plus, Rox Esports, I mean, it is their journey, their matches are so intense that even, as I mentioned before we went live with Game 1, even the Korean teams are surprised as to how they are doing so well.
Yeah. They certainly are, right? They came in as dark horses, but their approach, the way they approach the final fights has been so different, right? You see Team Rox shift gears without even pressing the accelerator pedal, without even pressing the clutch pedal. You don't see them coming. All of a sudden, they're there at your face, just shooting directly at you. But we do get to see a little bit of the Team X Spark boys, and they're not at their happiest. Let's just say that.
I'm not going to lie, they look kind of depressed, man. Straight up, they look very, very demotivated. It was like morale seems pretty down here. And I hope they are going to be able to rise up the challenge, because right now there's
that
so
man
much
is
pressure
happy
on
to
them.
be on camera.
Yeah. He's calling his mom. Hey, mom, I'm on TV. Please watch me right now. Turn on Geo Cinemas. I'm here. All right. Nice. Shout out to mom.
One of the reasons why I think the seats were empty in that region is because since the match was paused, the people are actually busy playing cricket in the arena. I can see that.
Either cricket or more BGMI.
Yeah.
Because that is also happening.
How is the competitive level in the...
Oh, I'm going to have to go play and check. If I win...
Yep, wait, guess what? I hear the play, ladies and gentlemen. We are going back into this game here as we have finally rehosted the map of Miramar as we head into the Desert Plains once again for map number 7. And this is going to be the official match once again, and you guys are currently watching BGMI India Korea Invitationals.
Absolutely. The flight path, of course, does start from Toriyamada, moves towards Montenegro. It's sort of an action replay of the flight path that we just witnessed in the last map. Its only difference is that the direction has been reversed.
Well, now let's see who changes their drop for this game. At least Gladiators, they're always going to go to Impala whenever Miramar is on the board. Big Brothers, TWM, we see those teams drop out. Big Brothers taking control of Thierry Bronca. TWM, we know they're going to take control of El Azhar, and Medal this time find themselves the only team to drop in Cruz del Valle.
Well, speaking of the drops here, again, Gladiator, they are prioritizing those early drops to make those decisions, but eventually when they do that, they always still want to enter the next phase of the zone late here. So I don't know if it's still going to be working out for them here, but considering that it is Miramar, I think they have more room to do this, because this is something that God's Reign, Gladiator, and Revenant tentatively kind of do, but they do try and hoard important, crucial POIs, and in this case, points of interest that actually gives you the best amount of value when it comes to control in this map. And I feel like the highest point of the map here on the east side, especially on the Hacienda side, is something that God's Reign loves to do, But if the circle favors there, I feel like God's Train stands a very, very decent chance once again to try and execute it and try it out against the Korean teams.
For Goswin, I think there is not really a lot of collisions happening right up front, right? There is nobody else in and around their vicinity, but still would want to know if where the circle would land. And now look at this, we have a southern circle now. The only team that's going to be unhappy is going to be Big Brothers because they have a long journey ahead for themselves. But usually Big Brothers, what they do is they take their western highway and actually try and rotate all the way across. So we'll find out if that is going to be the case as well, because Blind also have a similar pattern.
Yeah, agreed. But now Eagle Owls, the team that no one expected to make it this far, now in this map, they have lost out a little bit more in map 6, map 7. They have to make a little bit more of adaptations now. They were hunted down, and this time they will play a little bit of a different approach. It seems like they are going to try and take early fights here to try and pick off stragglers, especially this early game. It seems like M-Tech is going to be the ones going to interest here. Yeon firing a couple shots here, and Eagle Owl says we are backing the heck out, and I think they lost a tire as well. And this is going to be some significant amount of damage, and of course, Yeon with the corn costume, going to be scaring him off.
Not really a lot of bullets to actually work with, just 17 bullets in the chamber, and that's it. He's going to be exhausting his entirety of his ammunition, and that is all that she wrote for him. But Eagle Owls, they're going to be thankful to the gods of BGMI because apparently they just did not have enough to explode the vehicle. But the M762, without any sort of a scope, without any sort of red dot or holographic or even a 4x and a 2x, he was still pretty accurate. The truck, of course, was almost about to be blown.
Well, fortunate for him, he does find a new truck, so that's a little bit of a good sign for them. Meanwhile, Ninja Ja going for the buggy here, coming from God's Trains. Looks like they are going to be climbing mountains very, very quickly. But God's Train, again, very, very early decked out resources for now. They are still stocking up a little bit more, but it seems like they have a healthy, decent amount. Meanwhile, Blaze also going to be rotating in. So just based on this perspective, God's Train have decent amount of loot here. Tuzak a little bit slow here. We do see a couple of level 1 helmets here and there. A couple of UMP, so they don't have the best loadouts yet for those close quarter combats. But knowing Miramar, the Korean teams do have the tendency to play Scar Ls as well as DMRs just because of the fact that it is very cost efficient in terms of ammunition.
Yeah. Having said that, the DMR, the utilization of the DMR has also been equivalent to an assault rifle. Like we just saw the spray pattern, we just saw how players were utilizing the sprays as well. But look at this, Shijay has the M249 to actually work with, and Double Z, right? Ambush has been a part of their gameplay. They love to just be at your face and try and take the fight to them. I think the M249 is a good enough weapon for that, isn't it? 100 bullets in your chamber.
If you are holding a ridge or if someone is pushing towards your compound, it can be a very good defensive pickup. And as you mentioned, ambush strat coming in from 2Z this time can work out wonders for them, considering they are present towards Monte Nuevo. You have two teams up north in the form of D+, Kia and Blind Esports. And for those teams, the pathways that are available are going to be either a straight rotation from Hacienda, or you take the western side, try and enter from Monte Nuevo or La Adriela. And the moment they start moving towards west, 2Z will have an opportunity to pick up a fight. But the question is, do they sacrifice their early safety?
It's going to be difficult to plan this year because Maru Gaming, they have also improved a lot coming from day number 1. Day number 2, this time, they are still going to be playing a little bit more reactive, right? Early on, I talked about this more. Again, they are the teams that likes to be a little bit proactive going on those hunts. And that is going to affect a lot of teams because if you think about this here, just game 1 itself for today, there has been at least 4 to 5 teams that has been going for this hit and run strategy just because of how everyone has been rotating based off yesterday's performance.
But in Miramar, those hit and run strats can be extremely tricky to make, well, get the maximum value out of. But based on where we saw the early circle of this match, we might be heading towards just the western side of Los Leones and Eagle Owls. They are between Los Leones, just south of Picado. Can be a brilliant position for them to work from. They have a lot of teams around them, but still the distance of this map is going to keep them away. Big Brothers from the northern side of the map moving down south. They're going to have a clean path available to them. There's absolutely no one blocking their way.
I think the same as well. I think Big Brothers might just ditch their long rotation route and can take on a straight path entry inside the circle. But on the other side, right, on the right hand side of the circle itself, there's a lot of commotion which is happening, and I think that is going to be the prime spot for collision happening.
But as we were talking about their rotation, this is going to be a calculated move because earlier on the Medal X-Park commotion gave them information of two teams fighting close to them. This time that wasn't there, so they know that Medal was alone. They saw the players of Gladiators and TWM drop, and both those teams play from the extreme eastern edge of the map. They don't like to take fights early, so Big Brothers, they will be aware of the fact that at least till Hacienda, the position is going to be available and open to them. Maybe at Hacienda or San Martin, they might face a fight.
You know, it's interesting to see how all this is happening, right? Because when it comes to those reactions here, you got to gather whatever little information you can and work with it. And we talk about highest points in the game here. Ooh, looks like God's Reign is not going to get it because as of now, Duxan, they have secured themselves down towards power grid. So this is going to be the west side, on the northern side of Pocado. This is something that God's Reign loves to do as well. Unfortunate to say, Duxan will be the victors for now. So there's going to be a game fight coming in here. Meanwhile, Rocks, again, this time they are going to force a fight against Eagle, Owls, and Nova. Going to be the first one to get knocked in. Rotel with the Vector here as they push up forward as well. Saiwu gets a couple of knocks in as well, but Pumbaa is getting knocked as well. And that's going to be Pumbaa getting full finish. But Eagle Owls will lose two. So Rocks only loses one and gets two out of it.
Rattle, a brilliant job done, was able to isolate the fight, pick off both those players. But Eagle Owls, they have a trade in hand. Junior was knocked out in the process as well, but he's quite close to Dancy, but no revive for him. From the distance, it's going to be Maru chiming in. As I mentioned, Eagle Owls, they were in the center of the circle and they were surrounded from every single direction. This fight will attract a lot of attention, and Maru might not just be the only team to try and pick up a few points from themselves.
Well, Dancy in a little bit of trouble as well. I think Maru Gaming, they did scout this out. They might consider trying to full commit to this push just to hunt him down, but looks like it's back to being a rat here. Daho having a very nice advantage to play those long-range games, and this is something that I think most of the Koreans are enjoying here. They love playing those long-range fights and try to abuse the fact that Prone gives you so much recall smoothing in all these long-range fights.
Exactly, but for Eagle Owls specifically, right, things haven't really been going their way, especially after the good performance from yesterday. They haven't sort of carried forward the momentum which Team Rocks kind of did. Rocks is banking on the momentum which they gained in the ending stages of day one. Today, in the first game as well, they got that big chicken. We saw how energetic Timon was, but not the similar style coming in from Eagle Owls as well. In this one, the entire fight, it felt like Team Eagle Owls were on the back foot. They were constantly being pushed back in every single 1v1, and they were completely clueless from where the players are actually popping off from.
Their split backfired. I mean, even in the previous game, we saw the initial 1-1-1-1 split coming in from Eagle Owl. This time, considering it is Miramar, they went for a 2-2 split initial start to the game, and that just backfired. Two players caught off guard by Rocks, two caught off guard by Maru Gaming. Now it's just going to be a struggle for survival for the last individual from the side of Eagle Owls. And look at this, just absolutely, just a 200 IQ play, I have to say. I mean, isolated them quite nicely.
Oh, Sai Wu, he actually overcommitted to that fight. As soon as he got the knock on towards Timon, on Pumbaa, he went for the full finish, and because he was empty in terms of magazine here, goes for the swap and got picked off, so he wasn't able to do too much here. So very, very unfortunate for them, but that means Eagle Owls, ooh,
for them,
not a great start for day two.
Exactly. Their position on the overall standings right now is being questioned, especially with D+ Kia coming hot on their tails. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be a massive difference if God's Reign get a good game in this one. And God's Reign definitely have one of the best positionings. And for the first time, I think they are actually pushing inwards, getting that high ground control, because we know what God's Reign love to do. In a while, we'll witness Ninja splitting up from the team, having that 3-1 split coming in, and they will try and control the rotations towards the central part of the map.
Yep. At the same time as well, we do see Revenant also rolling up towards Los Leonas. Hold that thought for now, because Sports, they are going to try and crash on this D+ Kia. This is perfect, because D+ Kia, they may be looking for collisions here, but if Blind Esports gets an opening, D+ Kia is going to have a very difficult time here. Big Nate coming from S-Power, drops Osao half HP, but S-Power, he's going to try and abuse the fact here to try and increase his movement speed, maybe go for the flank coming in. But the rest of Blind Esports, they are struggling to maneuver this terrain. Whereas D plus Kia just spread out so far thin, and if Blind decides to push aggressively, they might get picked. And this is what I'm talking about as well. Ronnie getting beat pretty low, down to his 10 per HP, and D plus Kia was able to quickly respond to this though.
D plus Kia, I think this response was really important, kind of deter the push coming in from Blind Esports, and that was only possible because of their wide split. The players, of course, there is a huge amount of trade potential going on, and I think that kind of prevents Blind Esports from the distance. Nobody expected his position, and now he has pincered down one of the players.
What a play coming in from Manya, and as of now, he is going to be picked off as well. Osam scouts it out from afar with the AUG, and that's going to be a straight out coming in here. Got outbrained, out of position, could not trade it off for Blind Esports. That's the opening that they needed for Blind Esports, but because they could not do that, and now D plus Kia has the advantage. Blind Esports making the call to back down now as Osao will try to get a full finish in onto his Manya. And that might be it for Manya, unless Blind decides to commit to this save.
This was a brilliant move by Mane, I have to say, just going for that wide flank from the southern side. D plus Kia was caught off guard, but now things have taken a turn for the worst for the players of Blind Esports. Mane on his knees, Ronnie has power and Knuckle. They just have one option. They have to move towards the circle. They have to prioritize the zone and then try and fight the players of D plus Kia somewhere else on the map.
No, I agree with the move, right? Manya, right idea. Did he pull it off? Unfortunately, no. I'm sorry to say. That's going to be the full finish coming from Manya. Meanwhile, M-Tech Stormax in a little bit of hot seat here. Amen getting scouted from Revenant. Fierce going for a couple shots in. He is going to pressure the buggy. Meanwhile, Yeon also pushing out forward as well. He's going to try and practice a couple of shots in. Apollo, the ending drops should be low. He's going to pull out the shotgun as well. But no, the rival doesn't come in. He's going to get flanked, but he turns around, takes Fierce down, and now Apollo getting beat down! Yeon! You can't do this! Revenant gets shut down, and now M-Jaw proning out in open. And he's going to go for the Reno as well. He's going to spray down. He swaps the 2x in for Yeon. He manages to swap the crosshair, and guess what? Shun comes in, rolls up, and takes him out. That's it for Revenant Esports. First team eliminated. What a clutch from Yeon.
Korean teams once again just showing their supremacy in two different fights yet again. It was D plus Kia up against Blind, and their push was completely deterred. And now this time again, Revenant Esports have been completely wiped off the floor. And Eon just showing his class in that one. Man had a shotgun, not even a DBS, not even an S12K. He had a normal single pump shotgun, and he used it to perfection. He flips 180 degree and slaps the pole to the ground.
You know what was really sick for me? He got the pop shotgun, right? He swapped his gun, had a red dot, beamed the guy behind, and then for the long range, he swapped the 2x and then beamed the next guy. That was some mechanical skills right there.
Hey man, that's what the quick switch scope button is for.
I know, but still, to pull it off in a tense situation like that so precisely, not easy thing to do.
Exactly, that is what separates the best players from the good players. Just having the presence of mind in the heat of the moment of every single option that is available for you to use. And one more thing, after 12 minutes, almost 12-13 minutes, we have only one team present as Los Leones. The fight has been settled. Revenant Esports wiped out. EMTech Storm X, they are the only ones who have control of the entire western edge of the city. And from there, if the zone takes an eastern shift in stage 3, they will have a brilliant opportunity to rack up so many points. But now switching focus again to the players of X-Spark, who find themselves in the center of the zone, can attract a lot of attention upon themselves. They need to be extremely careful with how they move out, but Gladiator is moving out into the open, and look at the radar. They're surrounded by the players of TWM.
Exactly, they definitely are. Like Gladiators once again eyeing down the edges, but it seems like they are going to collide against Team TWM. Destro, for him, it's fast and furious. They've lost Delta PG already, but Destro is still determined to actually make this work. Tries to step down on the vehicle, but tries to stay them down. But what a comeback from TWM Gaming.
Oh boy, Shogun, he is in an awkward position as well, because TWM, they've got the cover, and they get completely, fully wiped here. TWM Gaming, they had the advantage. Destro, what was going through your mind? Why? Why did you make the play like that?
They just got baited, man. They got baited so badly. The players of Gladiators, TWM, they waited for the vehicles to pass, and as soon as they were in the middle of the setup, the bait was there in the form of the buggy that Sams was driving. Destro tried to run him off, try to flip his buggy so that his teammates in the backlines could exit and finish him off. At least they would have a good start to the team fight. But before anything could happen, Delta went down. Destro got out into the open, thought it was just going to be one individual, and that man lost the duel. And as two players fell, it was done for Gladiators. There was no recovering from it.
Yeah, it was so difficult because Lobster was already in the compound where they were exposed at. And because Lobster was the first one on the ground, obviously Lobster will have priority on having his guns up. And as soon as Destro dropped out of the buggy, he was caught mid-air animation, getting out of the bike, pulling out his gun, and just gets completely shut down. But let's take a look at the highlight coming from Yeon. Look at this red dot. Shot down Apollo, went in here, swapped the 2x. Oh no, he didn't show it that, but at the same time, now this is the tournament I'm talking about as well. Lobster was already in the compound. But still, the 2x, they should have shown the 2x, man. That was so cool.
It's fine.
Yeah, the finish went to the other lad anyway.
Yeah, anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but for EM Tech Stormix, right, since we're talking about them, taking down Revenant in the early stage is so beneficial because we remember from the Miramar games yesterday, Revenant was always hot on their tails. The entry points would always involve somewhat of an EM Tech Stormix shift, but look at this once again, the circle. Double C and NSR have some weird love story going on with the circle themselves. It's just that NSR hasn't really been able to kind of convert that into points.
We had the same zone yesterday. We had a Chuma circle yesterday in the match of Miramar. It was won by Eagle Owls. Guess what? Eagle Owls have lost 3 players in this match. They were eliminated, and now there's just one more man remaining, Dancy. It's going to be so difficult for him to bring his team back into the action. Quite close to the players of God's Reign as well. As you guys can see, God's Reign chasing the players of TWM on the map. Blind Esports find themselves quite close to the players of Big Brothers, but that is a story for another time. Right now on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2Z, who might just get into a fight against the players of Toxin.
Now, speaking of this fight here, Zipyan going to try and go for sprays here. He will try to protect the buggy, but unfortunately to say, he's forced to play inside the compound. Fortunately for them, Chuma Serra does have a lot of nooks and crannies, so he is going to be able to do some damage. But the question here is, do they want to push up this high ground that 2Z already secured? They are on the outskirts of the power plant, but Zipyan, Luxan, they have to make the call. Do they want to stay here and loiter, or do they want to get out of this facility? Because Circle going to be moving very, very soon, but considering that the circle center is up there on towards NSR's 2Z's favor, maybe 2Z will try to get a little bit more out of it because they are sending K to take the highest point to get information, and the information is they are in the clear for now.
But there's a third party already set up in the form of D plus Kia, who have the high ground advantage as well. D plus Kia and 2Z have the exact same idea. One man on the top of the hill, the other 3 fighting the team that is pushing upon them. But while 2Z is focused on the players of Duxon, D plus Kia on the other side are just patiently waiting to hear all the information, all the gunshots, and build upon that information as to how they want to approach this fight. In the distance, we do see the players of Blind Esports as well, but Blind is in a safer position on the northern edge of the circle, so they are not looking to get involved in the action anytime soon.
Speaking of the action, I think Double Z, they want to sort of start things off, right? They do know exactly where the lads of Team Duxon Esports are, even God's Reign as a matter of fact. Now, it's time for them to actually make a move. They're still 500, 600 meters away from the circle itself, but look at this. Ninja has been spotted. I'm not really sure if TMW, they actually have information about God's Reign's presence. I love this approach. I love the fact that they're holding down their triggers to a point where they're not giving their positions away.
This comes in, but no! Ninja John! What a shot! Headshots is all he needs, and that's the opening they're going for. Godsray says we are rushing this because TWM were not in position, and guess what? They're setting up Sams for the flags as well, and they are going to commit to this fight. It is going to be a 2v3. Meanwhile, Sams going to try and buy time, but Robin gets knocked by Ninzi, and that's going to be a 3v3. Meanwhile, Ninja John also getting caught out by Lobster as well. TWM popping up real big, and Godsray is in a little bit of trouble, and that one's getting picked off as well. Sams gets the pixel shot, and Godsray may have had the strongest, sickest opening, but TWM has the stronger formation, and as they run over the gods as they try to slay them down. TWM Gaming pops off in day number 2.
I absolutely love what TWM did in that micro adjustment. As soon as they got to know that God's Reign was right behind them, they knew one of their players was knocked down. 2 players tried to set up that crossfire once again, and God's Reign just walked into that trap. The split from 1-2, it was brilliant from either sides. They were not able to adjust to the pressure for Ninja Jot as well as Robin.
Do not mess with the third world mafias, ladies and gentlemen. Do not mess with them because they are here to show you who's boss.
Especially
However, the circle, ooh.
Oh wow, it's a Chumasera Sif now. I mean, this is going to be interesting, but as you were saying, especially if you're a team whose name begins with the letter G, you better stay away. Because first it was Gladiators all the way towards LSR, and now it's God's Reign that has been, who have suffered the wrath of Third World Mafia. They don't like teams whose name begins with the letter G.
But fortunately enough, there's no more teams whose names start with G in the lobby anymore. So is TWM and their run going to end? I'm not really sure. I don't think so either, because they have been rock solid.
You gotta believe in Blaze, man. He's still the only top G left from the God's Reign.
Oh yeah,
he is the top G, top of the rankings here. But before we talk about the top G, we hope he survives, because Eagle Owls also in a very similar position with them here. The top 2 teams, 1 player left in this game. But Rocks, let's talk about Rocks as well. Simone, underrated thus far. They were one of the first crashers, losing 1 member, and now Big Brothers gonna be in the crosshairs of Rocks, but they just don't have those shots in. Rishi getting deemed up pretty low with the bang bus. It seems like Big Brothers, they really want to try to play around the bang bus here.
But it's not just Rocks and Big Brothers who's present in this northern edge. There are the players of Blind and the players of Duxton as well. There's going to be a collapse that can happen, and especially with Duxton on that high ground, can cause a lot of damage on all these 3 teams waiting on the city below.
Look at how Big Brothers is securing the vehicles, right? They've got 1 bang bus, 2 buggies, so that means they can hunker up and set up their own defense line anywhere if they get caught off guard. But the problem here is the terrains do not allow them to do so. It's going to be very difficult to pull the bang bus up, and they have to make the right call. It seems like they are going to early rotate to try and hunker down somewhere else, because this is a very, very difficult mountain to push. And on top of it all, Duksan does have those angles to actually spray them down. But the question here is, do they commit? Because there is a lot of angles that's left unchecked here. TWM going to be playing the low grounds as well. EMT going to be scouted out. And guess what? They found Zamzi. That's going to be M-Tech Stormrex looking for the hunt. And they do not have anyone punishing them here. So great control coming in. Unless Nimsy, he scouts a little open. Oh, he sees the pixel. Nimsy, the guy that's going to be checking the behinds here, gets scouted out. And he's going to be in a little bit of trouble, because M-Tech may look to try and pry on Nimsy. Buggy moving forward as well. Shun barely sees it, but he doesn't know where Ninzi has been moving here. He's got the Mini 14, but 2 taps in the head is all he needs. But based on that angle, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so.
And in the meanwhile, while EM Tech is distracted by Ninze, TWM, they're going for a revive on Sams. If they can find a way to bring him back into the fight, back into the game, maybe they can reset and try and take on the players of EM Tech, Storm X, but only 12 seconds to go before the blue zone starts to close in. They don't have to travel, both these teams don't have to travel a long distance to find themselves into a safe haven. But even if one of them reaches the edge before the other, they're going to try and gatekeep the other team for sure.
Oh my goodness, the circle pushing down bottom as well. Big Brothers, they just climbed the mountain and they just lost a member, Rishi. Gonna be the ones that get knocked outside as well. They will lose the bang bus, and now they have no choice to go through the onslaught of Tuzak as well as Duksan Esports. NSR right in the middle once again. Eagle Owls, Dancy? What?
He's still surviving?
He's inside the zone alone. Oh no, that's a nice spot to rat, but everybody is going to be eyeing for that compound, because that's the only solid compound from the northern section to enter that phase of the zone.
But look at this, right? I mean, on the high grounds of Chumasere itself, we have 3 teams duking it out. Only 1 team is going to come out and enter the circle finally, unless and until, of course, everyone just decides to make that exit. It seems like Eamon was actually knocked down by either Sams or Lobster. This sort of a skirmish is still going on between TWM and EM Tech StormX, but the problem for TWM is that they are very split up right now. That initial fight and the initial knock against Ninze, that kind of split them up into 2 different halves.
Oh boy, X-Spark now in a very difficult position here. Sarang does have a very nice spot to rat his way through, but he needs to stake a very long distance and maybe spot it out. In this case, Metal, they already have a little hunker here. Kyoya scouts out M-Tech. And apparently MTech is actually preoccupied with fighting with Maru there. There's a big clash coming in. Melter Esports, do they want to capitalize? And guess what? They are going to capitalize on this situation. Just rotate into the next phase here. They're preoccupied. That's the perfect entry point. Meanwhile, MTech, they do get the full finish on Aru. Duxan, however, also having a clash onto the other side of the map with Blind Esports. Meanwhile, Big Brother still struggling to push in, and 2Zag is just gatekeeping everyone from the Chumasera vicinity.
They might be able to successfully gatekeep a couple of teams, but the problem is they themselves are going to be gatekept by the lads of NSR.
Exactly, and now, I mean, both these teams can struggle quite a lot. Big Brothers and 2Z against each other. Duxon waiting for them to settle the difference, but Rocks in the middle of nowhere. Catch the players of Metal of Guards, and the ambush works out perfectly. Timon and Rattle rattling the competition. Their faces melted by the amount of lead that's plummeted in them. And Rocks, 5 finishes on the board. Timon goes down. Rattle is the last player remaining. Can they bring themselves back? It's a 1v2 against Paradox.
You know, Timon and Rattel, as well as Pumba, they've taken turns to prioritize and make plays. And guess what? This time it's going to be Rattel that does this. Kyoya was getting information.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he gave the information. Paradox lopping a nade. Doesn't connect though. He's going to try and angle in. Rocks. Are they going to find him? He tags him out. Oh! They're gone. It's over. Blind joins the party. It is going to be Blind that finishes him off. Metal not going to get the finish. Rocks will bow out at 9 plays though.
But the fight we were talking about a few moments ago, where we had Duxon, the players of 2Z, all of those teams just went down to the zone for some reason. They just delayed each other so much that the damage exchange along with the damage from the blue zone was enough to knock out the players. Duxon struggling now. Zipion and Zuni still surviving somehow, but they have the players of D plus Kia blocking their way.
D plus Kia and NSR might just collide against each other if they are being tempted by the high ground on the right hand side of the circle very quickly, and that is exactly what has happened. DS Zipion, of course, has been knocked down by NSR. I really want to see that fight happening because NSR is probably one of the biggest contenders in the fight itself.
4 Korean teams left and only 1 Indian team, and that's going to be Paradox as the rat of this game. But as of now, NS Red Force, they do have the opportunity to rotate outside. It seems like they are going to be on the hunt to look for potential rats. In this case, Paradox might be scouted out in that rotation, whereas MTech going to be on the low side as well. Duxan does have a very nice head glitch spot to actually play around the cliffs, but it does not give them a lot of cover with because MTech may be able to punish this, and it looks like they are going to try and push the compound. Wings still holding out strong up top.
One of the good things for
Forrest looking for the reposition, but looks like TZ is going to try and scout this out. He's going to try and bait reaction. He gets the information. Nobu is there, but still decides if he wants to commit. He's hoping that Wings gets the shot, but no! Wings gets caught off his first. Zipion goes for the trade, and now they do force the fight against Duxan as NSR now needs to figure a way to reset as well, but Singular Circle, they're outside as well. They need to push forward. TZ trying to make the play. The nades go in. Judy getting tagged out as well, but no! XZY from the flank finishes him off in the crosshair, and that's going to be Duxan goes out. Fabian now looking to capitalize with the nades. Flops it over. TZ going to be losing a little bit more.
I mean, the overcommitment for NSR resulting in the wipeout for the team as well. Yesterday it was the same situation. Chumasera Circle, NSR finding the center, controlling the game for 20 minutes almost. In the 21st minute is when they dropped the ball, and now XZY, the last man from his side, sees the 4 players from D plus Kia in front of him. Shots fired, 1 man knocked out, but we knew what was going to happen. Nolbu from the back lines getting the trade, and that's the wipe on NSR.
Beautiful shots coming in here, but they've got 1 knock in. MTech, he's going to try and capitalize on this as well. They're sending up the forces, but they push up high ground. They've got 4 men available. A couple attacks in. Eamon and Clutch, not exactly full health. Osa gets picked up, needs to heal up, but the nades from Eamon catches him. Wow, he's trying to run out of safety. That's not good, and MTech, he's going to try and push forward as well. Clutch dropping down very low. He's got a QBS, but Fabian goes in for a spray, catches it off shoot, but now they need to finish him off as well, but they don't see Fabian! And now MTech, they are going to be completely bamboozled, and Fabian gets another one as well, as he keeps it alive for D plus Kia. 2v1 potentially, but Fabian playing the safe approach, going for the reset. Vion so far away, he's gonna get scouted out by Nobu, goes for the spray transition. Eon looking for the reposition, and D plus Kia. Nobu gets the job done. MTech loses, and that's gonna be D plus Kia that takes the chicken.
Absolutely, what a beautiful winner chicken dinner it was for D plus K. It was always coming today. They were always dominating right from the first game itself, and on the map of Myanmar, they just showed their class.
Yeah.
With 4 finishes on Nobu itself. The final fight, EM Tech, it felt like they sort of had the advantage, but once Fabian and Nobu just started their onslaught, it seemed like EM Tech Stormix, they did not really have any sort of a response.
Exactly, they have been quite incredible, but EM Tech, I mean, props to them as well. The journey to the end stage of the game was difficult. We saw them in a difficult situation against the players of TWM a few moments ago towards the northern edge of the circle, just a little bit north of the Chumasera Hills. When that fight was abandoned, they had absolutely no business making it to the last few zones, the final top 2 teams. So they had so many teams blocking their way, but the amount of patience this team displayed was absolutely incredible. D Plus as well, they were controlling that high ground quite nicely, as you mentioned towards the end. The overcommitment could have backfired for D Plus Kia, but I have to give props to Nolbu. That flank move when he pushed outside the smoke, that was a 200 IQ play. And the amount of confidence he had in his teammate Fabian to actually win those 2 fights was like, it paid off.
I agreed. What a game here for day number 2. Seems like Korea is still thriving in this play. But of course, in case you missed out on action as well, this is pretty much a little clip here on how the moments has happened in real for some of these players here. Revenant, they were one of the first teams to get eliminated. Really unfortunate runs here as well, because Rox was able to do a fast one against them. And likewise can be said for Meadow as well. Even though it was a last man standing, they still held on that top 5 finish for them.
I mean, to be honest, Paradox couldn't really have done much in that final situation. Unfortunately for him, when the circle shifted away, he was in the open end of the blue zone, right? Where you have to traverse so much distance, no cover whatsoever. And of course, the way his team got taken down as well, that was a little unfortunate.
But you know who I feel is actually unfortunate, and I actually feel bad for them now, is NSR. NSR, even yesterday, today, the Erangel, when they took the fight against X-Park, they were controlling the center. Out of nowhere, for some reason, it's going to be a fight where they overcommit and the entire team gets wiped out. It happened on Erangel and it happened on Miramar again, despite the fact that the team made it to the top 3.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, now let's talk about the highlights here on how this match actually happened as well. Rox, they were one of the first teams that had a very nice engagement against Eagle Owls, taking down the top Korea team right from the get-go. So this is going to be a good trend here if Rox decides to try and push themselves back into the leaderboard to potentially get number 1. And guess what? They're doing really well. And of course, you know, we saw Revenant as well getting caught out by MTech. That is just really unfortunate. This play coming from Yeon was just, my goodness, that Yeon is a monster, man. Like, this is the one time I've seen him play like this, but think about this. They still made it to top 2 finish.
Exactly.
We just witnessed the shot from Ninja John once again on top of TWM, the first knockout which happened. After which TWM, the recovery in this particular fight was brilliant. Going in for a 2-1 split, trying to create that crossfire and dragging God's Reign towards themselves. That was beautifully played.
And then there was this EM Tech getting delayed by the players of TWM. This is that one point in the game where I thought EMT would be in trouble, but no, they figured it out. They just went towards the eastern side, rotated from while the players of Rox were busy with the players of Metal Esports. You see the players of EMT moving in towards the center of the zone from the northeastern edge, avoiding any conflicts in the city of Chumasera. And because of that movement, because of that mid-game patience, mid-game where they avoided any fight, they were able to secure the top 2 finish in this game. But again, NSR, I always feel they're the top contenders for the chicken dinner on Miramar, but somehow they just fail.
No, that's the thing about NSR, right? They always have the best spots, but in terms of formation-wise, they haven't been able to identify those formations in order to pull it off. And they need to make those kind of plays, but every single time the play kind of falls apart is because of the fact they get outgunned. In this case, you have to give props to D plus Kia because that was a very sick shot coming from Noble to have that opening. But with that being said, D plus Kia was a team that God's Reign respected before the start of the day. And guess what? Today they are on fire, even though they had a very poor run in game 1. But game 2, this game will push them up into the leaderboard to try and catch up with God's Reign. And I feel like God's Reign's troll now might be a little bit shaky, and we've seen this happen for God's Reigns during BGIS.
Exactly. I mean, their leadership on the overall standings will take a big hit. Of course, since you said, right, God's Reign respected this team, you have to respect when every single member in this team knows how to take micro decisions in such high pressure situations. We talked about the Nobu Frank, right? In the final fight against EM Tex, I felt like that was sort of the difference maker, because amidst all the smoke itself, the players from EM Tech, they were blinded. Nobu had the visual clarity that he's going to penetrate the smoke, go right behind inside the enemy lines. But look at this, once again, Yon is going to be the MVP for EM Tech. Stormx, 5 finishes, 785 damage, and one team whose dreams were broken, and that was Revenant Esports.
You know what? I'm glad. I'm glad that production appreciates skill, because Yon definitely deserves that play. 5 finishes here. He made some really sick plays. 2 assists, 1 headshot, 785 damage. He is going to be the guy that is also making the plays. And you know who's another guy that made the play work for D+ Kia? That's Fabian, because that play, when he pushed through against MTech, none of the members from MTech actually realized Fabian was there, and he just got free shots all the way through and just capitalized on their miscommunication coming from MTech.
But we do have the point rank standings of this match on our screens. D+ Kia with 26 points on the board. EM Tech, Stormx 21 points, Medal on the third with 13 points. Paradox, a huge shout out to Paradox, the survival instincts kicking in at the right time as well, making it to the top 3 of this game. NSA lacking in finish points yet again, just 12 points on the board. But as we move on to the second page of the rankings, this is where things get interesting, because we have the leaderboard toppers on that 11th position with just 1 point coming in from this match.
Oh boy.
And we all know the difference was shrinking at the top.
This is terrible. This is really hard to see as an India fan, because God's Reign, they are reigning supreme right now. And of course, Gladiator, also Revenant, as well, is going to be downside as well. Eagle Owls finally dropping the ball here in 14th place. So let's take a look at how the overall standings is going to be looking right here, because now with D+ Kia taking the chicken dinner, they are at 2nd place, but God's Reign still number 1. However, the point difference here is only 2 points.
Just 2 points. And everything can change. And luckily, we still have 3 more matches to decide who will be the leaderboard leader at the end of the day. D+ Kia quite close to EM Stormx, so we have brackets building up in the rankings. God's Reign, D+ Kia, and then you have EM Tech, Stormx, all the way till Big Brothers, 68 points on EM Stormx, and then Big Brothers all the way on the 8th position with 50 points. 2Z not too far away from that 8th spot, 47 points on the board. This is a close competition. 1 win and you will be inside the top 5.
Exactly here. 4 Korean teams looking to drag God's Reign down from the almighty throne as they descend down very quickly here. But as the gaps are closing in, I am very concerned, and you can see the reactions coming from God's Reign. You can see the pressure is starting to kick in on them as well.
Exactly, and this was always supposed to be a day of comebacks. It was always supposed to be a tough day for them. Just look at this once again, D+ Kia for them. They're just watching themselves on the screen, and they're doing a victory sign so that they can actually point that to the camera.
One guy was doing scissors. Well, we go for paper or rock, I guess.
Rock, paper, scissors. Really the Asian peace sign is...
We both brought out scissors as well. We're also big fans of D+ Kia. Definitely after that winner chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure many from the crowd as well are going to be their fans. But right now, we have to address the elephant in the room. God's Reign, you saw the pressure, and we kind of predicted it that today was going to be one of their toughest days inside of the entire tournament itself.
No, I agree. You know, I perfectly agree. Like God's Reign, there is going to be so much heat on them as well. BGIS was very similar to that, and now in Indian Korea, we are starting to see a little bit more of a repetition in terms of history, and hopefully they are able to pick themselves out and fix what was the issue, because we talked about always being the guy to fix it. Now is about the time to fix it for them, especially in Sandhawk as well, where you can get a lot of value out of it.
Exactly. In the morning, you and I had the pleasure of having a conversation with the IGL of God's Reign and the Star Fragger, Aquanox. And you could hear it from them in their voices how confident they are in Oasis and Oasis' ability to help them out. That extra pair of eyes that are there with that high-level analysis of what competitive BGMI is all about. Robin is heavily relying on Oasis as well, and he feels that confidence in when he's inside of the game, absolutely trusting the decisions that they take together, the game plans they come up with together. And I believe that has been the reason that God's Reign has been sticking to that first position so far. But now, as you mentioned, now the pressure builds up.
Yeah.
Because you only have a few games remaining. You have 3 matches remaining today and just the 5 more tomorrow.
You know, the thing about what God's Ray told me as well is that they have been playing with the Korean teams for the longest time in yesterday's matchup, but today they just lost a match against TWM, and it was very surprising because TWM, out of nowhere, was just having some very, very crucial clutch plays, and Sam Z as well as Lobster has played out of their minds. We saw signs of brilliance coming from Lobster in yesterday's game, in the final game for map number 5 in Erangel, but today Samzy is just playing out of his mind, man.
That is true, but you know when TWM plays at their best? When Destiny comes online.
Oh yeah, Destiny earlier as well.
Was their star fragger throughout their journey in the BGIS. He was the reason the team was there in terms of the fragging numbers, and Destiny needs to come online as quickly as possible because Sams and Lobster, there will come a time there when there will be too much pressure on these two players to deal with, and that is when they will need Destiny.
Well, it's not just TWM who needs Destiny as well. It's every single one of these 16 teams who need a little bit of the Destiny for themselves if they want to lift that beautiful, shiny trophy in their hands. But that Tale of Titans is going to continue, not just for this day, but tomorrow as well, as we watch this beautiful stage just lit up in multiple colors and the flags being hoisted. It's a handshake between these two giants of esports.
Exactly, India's finest and Korea's best going head to head here. And so far, number 1 is going to be God's Reign. We talked about the pressure, but of course, when we talk about the Korean teams here, closing the gap. We have 4 Korean teams in the front here trying to chase down and take them down. And of course, 3 more maps in day number 2. Anything can happen. And you can see the players are setting up, installed, and preparing themselves to go for this fight. And of course, we catch a glimpse of members from Revenant Esports. Will they be able to bounce back and fight for India? That is the question that everyone is asking here from the Indian teams.
Absolutely. I think for Revenant Esports, they will have to believe themselves, back themselves. It's not just Revenant. Every single Indian team has to believe themselves, back themselves the way they did in the BGIS Grand Finals. But let's just talk about what is up ahead, right? The map of Sandhawk, the map where there might be upsets, the map where there might be a huge shift on the overall standings. Johnny, we've seen this happen multiple times. What are your expectations?
I mean, I expect chaos on Sandhawk because that is also one way the map was always defined in the past, the map of chaos. So many fights, so many third parties in the middle of nowhere, but let's see what these teams have planned this time around.
And with that being said, the stage lights up, the plane, the sound of the plane comes in. We are heading and taking flight into the map here, into the jungle terrains of Sandhawk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be map number 9. And of course, you guys are watching BGMI India Korea Invitationals.
Well, let's see how this game is going to go and how these teams are going to fare out. We have a trajectory of the plane starting from Bantai, the southern edge of the map, going all the way towards Khao, right down the middle. And considering it is Sandhawk, the smallest map in the game, you are free to drop wherever you please. Yesterday we saw a lot of action on that Camp Alpha Hill. Now the question is, will that happen again, the fight that was dominated by Blind Esports?
Listen, the questions are always there, and sometimes they can be answered, sometimes they're unanswered, and I think so the previous game did a fantastic job of answering a lot of the questions that were there.
Yep, speaking of questions here, I like how when this flight path coming in as well, we caught a glimpse of members coming from Revenant here. They were showing a little bit of glimpse on where they want to play around the circle here. It seems like they might consider prioritizing on Quarry's vicinity, but the circle says, nope, not Quarry. We're going towards Camp Alpha because this is going to push him all the way there. And guess what? Camp Alpha, we saw a lot of skirmishes, and that was in particular towards MTech, X-Park, and God's Reign. So this is, again, favoring God's Reign, but can they capitalize on this here? We talked about how Circle's initial ones has helped them out a lot yesterday, but today, even though the Circle's favoring them, they haven't been able to find success yet thus far in day number 2.
But where's Blind? Look at Camp Alpha. They're not there. Well, Blind Esports, they've gone for a drop clash in boot camp against the players of Maru.
Yeah.
And this is going to be quite intense. We have hardly ever seen Blind in boot camp in the past. Necro, how do you think this one is going to go down?
I'm not really sure. Blind Esports really just going for that aggressive approach off the bat high. And I think so. We had a conversation as well with Blind Esports' player. They mentioned this today. They're going to be playing much more aggressive, and that's what is exactly happening.
Yeah, but I thought they were going to go for D plus Kia, not Maru.
Well, I mean, whichever they can lay their hands on, I guess, at this point in time. D plus Kia is just a rocket, and they're not stopping anytime soon. They're on that climb.
Well, speaking of climb here, Blind Esports, they're getting out of boot camp. It seems like they don't really want to full commit into it because of the fact that they have stolen some of Maru's resources. But the question here is, where can they gather the rest of their resources? Because they are running out and open the east side, and in towards quarry side, there's not a lot of loots that they can actually capitalize on unless they find some vehicles and rotate rather early. Meanwhile, Leonardo Esports, they are in paradise. This is their home ground. They are comfortable about this, but of course, pushing towards camp, the Alpha Island is going to be very, very difficult unless, you know, the Circle Gods decide to pull a big prank and send them down bottom instead.
There is only one thing I want to see in a zone like this, a water rotation. I wonder if anyone will have that notorious plan in their head.
Speaking about Gladiator Esports right now, this really brings back the memory of the previous game. What was exactly going on when Gladiator Esports colliding against TWM?
I had no idea. They got baited. Absolutely lack of information, overcommitment coming in. As IC brought it up, Lobster was already prepared. He was standing at the corner of the wall of that broken building, waiting for someone to make that mistake. And as soon as Destro got out of his buggy, Lobster just like, that was an easy peek. One clip committed, player knocked and finished.
Agreed, but meanwhile, this is actually happening as well. D plus Kia, they are having a phenomenal performance because as of now, they're just 2 points away. And if they manage to keep up their performance now, D plus Kia might be the fan favorites coming in. And we talked about this on how they became the strongest team yesterday. They didn't do too well, but today they're back here. They're trying to prove themselves. They are Korea's best team. And of course, Fabian, a representative for the South Koreans for the Hangzhou Asian Games. He is going to prove his worth and why he's the best player in the world. In this case, they will showcase why he's the best from Korea.
I mean, speaking about proven worth, I think so they've already done it. They're only 2 points shy from claiming that throne. So I would say they've already proved their throne. All they need to do is have a little bit of more consistent performance inside this game, and no one's going to be stopping them from claiming that. But for now, Team X Spark really close to the opponents, which is D plus Kia, but still a little bit far away. I highly doubt this fight's going to be executed.
I think it might. This fight will be there to control the shorelines of that Ruins Island, and X-Spark Puka has vision of the players of D plus Kia, has seen a few cross over towards his left-hand side, but still waiting to see if D plus Kia close in a little bit more. But that also depends on how much information does D plus Kia have and what are they thinking. Are they looking to cross over towards the Camp Alpha Island a little bit earlier than they're used to? If they do, they're going to face off against the players of EM Tech Storm X, waiting for them on the other side. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the players of TWM Gaming on our screens. It seems like they're stalking the players of Rocks.
Wow, I was expecting a potential clash coming from TWM Rocks, right? And we were talking about teams that really improved the most here. Day number 2, Rocks and TWM are the ones that improved the most in terms of their overall performance here. Team fight-wise, Rocks has been very consistent, but macro-wise, they have struggled in day number 1. Whereas TWM, they struggled both macro and micro yesterday, but today, their micro is very on point, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing today. But of course, on the finish feed here, Dreams, oh boy.
As I mentioned, the fight between D plus Kia, I'm not really sure of that, but Double Z from the back, they move on forward and decide to strike down the players of Team X Spark. One man lost out. It's going to be Waitunon, was able to find that opening. Nicely done. Mon being able to find that opening now really puts Team X Spark in a big state of discomfort, considering the players of X Spark do not have a good position in general.
Yeah, they went for a split play, and now Pucar is going to be the next target from the distance. It is CJ found the pick. Sarang is right behind his IGL, but it's going to be a difficult revive to bring him back.
Oh no, their scout gets taken out, and 2Zeg completely destroying another attempt coming from X-Spark to trying to scale back into the game here. With that being said, 2Zeg, they have gotten first blood. That's going to be Yenmon that gets it. So nicely done coming from 2Zeg for now. However, we need to see more coming from them because as of yet, D plus Kia, they've heard a couple gunshots. And Nobu says, you know what, we are going to try and make it towards Cam Alpha, but the question here is, have they crossed it yet? Because they are going to be taking the southern approach, which is the intersections that covers the bridge towards Camp Alpha, Alpha Island as well as Charlie Island. And we do see level 3 helmets coming from him, but looks like he is not going to swap out the loot crate weapon. Huh, interesting. Why didn't he go for it though?
What was the weapon?
Well, no idea. Didn't show.
Yeah, well, maybe he's not a huge fan of that weapon in the first place. That's why
maybe an
he probably didn't go for
an
it.
AWM.
Oh, I haven't seen an AWM for a very long time
though. Especially in BGMI, I mean, the meta wasn't really there. Players got comfortable spraying their assault rifles over 200 meters, and after that, it was just the DBS meta that kicked in. The bolt actions in general were just completely shut down, and especially on Sanhok, I mean, an AWM, yes, the damage will be quite significant. You can secure easy knocks, but you will give away your position basically to 10 different teams around you.
True. Too loud, too quiet. But in this case, we have seen a lot of compensators. I haven't seen a lot of suppressors yet. Meanwhile, Rox, Pumbaa, lurking around here. They do have egos. And this is something that I think Rox is one of the very few teams that kind of loves playing this as well. I think Rox, Maru, and Duksan loves doing that. And guess what, CZ? They find Rotel, and that is what I mean by having vehicles. You expose and tell everyone you're there. And as soon as you get picked off, that's going to be a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Duksan is going to try and apply pressure, try and chip away at the tires of those vehicles. But fortunately for them, they do get the reset coming from Rox.
There's the blue zone closing in, the first stage of the game itself. 2 minutes before these players are forced to decide where they want to play the rest of the game from. And it will be an interesting approach to the rest of the match, but let's see. Metal Esports now. Let's look at the zone. They have taken control of that southern edge of the Ruins Island. Sorry, the southern edge of the Camp Alpha Island. The northern part of the Ruins Island is completely clustered up. Necro, I don't see a way for any of these teams on the Ruins side making it across without that fight. But yes, my wishes have been delivered by none other than Big Brothers. The water rotation coming in from them. But I also realize the moment they're close to the shoreline, they are getting absolutely annihilated.
No, I disagree. I disagree. Like, if this was a water rotation in Erangel as well as or Vikendi, it is going to be detrimental, right? But because it's Sanhok, there are still a lot of compounds that can kind of capitalize and try and sneak their way in. And especially from the northern side of the Alpha side, it is very, very nice. Meanwhile, Tuzak, they found Pumbaa. Rox not going to be a little bit... It's going to be having a little bit of troubles in this fight. But again, Tuzak, they have been on the hunt so far, and they have picked off 3 players from 3 different teams thus far.
2Z. Especially K up close and personal against the opponents. Rox, 3 players in the front lines, and 2Z so far, they've had a really good start of this game. Definitely momentum swinging them back inside the action, but 2Z, I highly doubt they want to move on forward inside this fight. Instead, they just decide to pull out, and this is a wise decision.
Well, they have got away with the perfect murder. Hit and run, no attempts on trying to count a trade off on them as well. I would say this is the best win position that they could ask for. However, let's talk about the circle right now, because it seems like the circle might shift to Alpha, and no, it's a scam!
Wow.
It's a scam, it's not Alpha!
It's going to shift down south. D plus Kia in the prime spot. God's Reign 2, they moved up north, but once again, now they need to adapt quickly on the fly, considering there's so many teams still out in the blue. NSR, TWM going for that late rotation, including the players of Eagle Owls. One thing is for sure, Eagle Owls, NSR, they're going to go for the med strat.
Yeah, for sure. These two teams are just going to play to survive in this game. But look at this. Maru in front of 2Z. Who's going to go down? Chicken with the spray. It's a 3 bodies dropped. 1 left standing. Who are you? The question is, where are you?
Chicken, this man single-handedly shows that he's not the one that's the chicken inside the fight. Instead, he rips apart the Apex Predators. Maru Gaming, they're bleeding. They're on their knees on the verge of getting eliminated as Y-Tune on. Now looking forward to push on up. Last man to go. The man's quite softened up. 1 single DBS pump should seal the deal, and that's what exactly happens.
What are you doing? Are you a chicken? Guess what? Bye-bye. 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 Because that was the cleanest, sexiest shot that Chicken pulled off. What a big clutch. However, continuing on with the game here, we do see MTech having a little bit of struggle against Metal Esports and Kyoya. has been making some plays, but likewise has been said for Eon as well. He has been on fire in the map of Miramar. Can he continue to do so? But he's only got a level 1 helmet, so this is going to be a little problem here. He gets stung by the nades, but here comes the counter nade. He looks good. Kyoya is going to back up, but MTech, they've lost their members here. They do get a knock onto his Paradox, and they found another one as well. Eon, they found Encore. It's going to be a 2v2 now. And Storm X, they have to heal up. Eon goes for the heals. That's good. He pops off the first 8 kit in. But will he be able to push forward here? Because Metal, they are backing out.
Metal Esports, they can't back out. It's a little bit too late. They've got their hands too deep in the dirt. Now they need to take the fight. Either they wipe out or they get wiped themselves out. And this is where the nade sails in. Heon, unfortunately, blows himself up. What a big blunder from the side of MTech Storm X. Top Dog as well. It's been knocked out from Metal Esports. So at least the trades are happening on the equal side. But considering it's a 1-on-2 scenario, Metal Esports, they've got the man advantage to back themselves up. Eamon still in the back, one of the most experienced players that Korea has to offer.
Oh boy, speaking of which here, Eamon, you know, they have to count their lucky stars, right?
Yeah.
Because in terms of how they played here at Metal Esports, they were set back by God's Rain. Ninja Jaw was able to get a knock on towards Metal Esports, and because of that, they could not full push. So for now, MTech Export, as Stormex, they are in a good position, and they were able to regroup for those vehicles. So technically, if they set up those smokes properly, they can make for the getaway right here, right now.
Now it's the same situation again, just like yesterday. It's just a different team. EM Tech facing off against Metal, but it doesn't matter who wins this fight. The final reward will be there for the players of God's Reign. They have lines of fire available. They've managed to get a decent, cover up a decent bit of distance as well. Eon, along with our men, can they pull this 2v2 in their favor? Metal, the players are waiting inside the shack. Kyoya has the line of fire, the DBS lined up, the Molotov is going to force him up as well.
The Warhorn's now finally blown, DBS implodes in personals. Kyoya looking for to exit the limits, but as soon as he tries to do that, he catches a bullet upon himself. Now Kyoya's down way too low. MTech once again, they've got a solid fighting chance inside the fight. Yon peeks out, goes for the spray, whiffs a lot of shots. This is not something that you see that often from the Korean players, but this time you're going to see this for the first time. Now it's all down to Eamon. The confirmation flows up. Metal Esports on the verge of winning this fight as well. What can Eamon do? It's a 1v1 scenario inside this house. Finally moves in, goes for the head. It doesn't matter. Kyoya is the one to put that nail in the coffin.
EM Tech wiped out by the players of Metal in an amazing fight, but now it's time to take on the players of Culture, and there's the opening. Aquanox dropped to the floor, the falls as well. Metal, they have the man advantage in this fight.
Kyoya just completely shut them down. They clutched the fight for the team. And guess what? He does it again. Gosray looking to try and capitalize on this. And guess what? Kyoya completely shutting down God's Raid. And now the Titans might fall. The gods might descend. And Robin says, you know what? You guys lost your fight. I'm out of here. I'm going to play for placement. And Blaze now stuck in a very awkward position. Metal Esports looking to reset themselves. And he says he is going to back the heck out.
That's what he's going to do. Pull out of that fight. Wise decision from Godsreen. Now they're just down to a 2-man squad. Godsreen has been struggling today on day 2. They're not really able to find that sweet comfort just yet.
I mean, it has been a struggle for God's Reign from the start of the day, I guess. Staying on the first position, it's not going to be as easy as they thought. Especially look at this fight.
Yeah, Kyoya is just it's so unfortunate, right? Like, considering the fact that Yeon went in, go for the pick, Kyoya was able to pop his first 8 kit, heal himself out, get the trade against Yeon, and got a full reset. And as soon as God's Rain rolls up, Kyoya makes the play that, you know what, I'm going to get freeze race, gets 2 knock in, and then gets the full heal out. So, what a clutch coming from Kyoya.
I think God's Reign should have pushed in a little bit sooner while the fight between MTech and Metal was still happening. They just delayed it so much, allowing the players for Metal to actually reset themselves. And they're going to have to pay a heavy price for this. The only thing God's Reign still has going for them is the fact that they're still in the circle. They have that abandoned northern side of the map to work with. If the zone shifts south, then it's a different story. Then it's going to be struggle again, because crossing over, it will be impossible.
Still, that circle carries that anonymous aura. You never know if it's going to be shifting up north, down south, and this is why the players are not really adapting just yet. Probably they're going to be waiting for the next circle shift.
You know, to be honest here, I feel bad for God's Raid, right? They came from Alpha, went back to his bootcamp, and then say, like, you know what, Circle still on his Alpha, went back towards Alpha Island. Meanwhile, on the bottom left of the screen here, Gladiator Esports, they are tanking outside of the zone, still forcing a fight with his NSR. That's a little bit too far off, though.
I have a question for you guys. How is Eagle Owls in Camp Alpha Island? Weren't they in docks a few moments ago? How did they get up north?
I don't know.
This team just finds a way inside the circle out of nowhere.
Yeah, I have no clue, but at the same time, you know, NSR as well as, you know, they're still taking the east side of the zone as well, and they're just struggling to actually go in for the next phase of the zone. And I feel like right now, teams who are outside the zone is going to have a very difficult time because a majority of the usual choke spots, especially in the southern side of the circle, has pretty much been occupied. And in particular, it's going to be D plus Kia, Duxan Esports, X-Park, and Blind Esports. So there's so much obstacles that they have to overcome. And in case you talked about Eagle Owls, now they are here. They are going to be going up with Big Brothers. I guess both of them had very similar ideas towards the dock approach.
One came from the north, the other one from the south, but they collide again in this Camp Alpha position. But let's see how this is going to go down for this team. They have D plus Kia waiting on the other side of this river. Revenant Esports on the southern part of the shoreline as well. Can jam in when they want, but again, a shift right in the middle of these two islands. D plus Kia find themselves in the prime spot to win it all in this match. The biggest contenders against them will be the players of Blind, who are controlling that eastern edge of the circle. But all of that is about the future. Now let's talk about this.
Yeah, let's talk about this. Gladiator Esports once again. What a beautiful spray down that was. One single clip, 3 men taken down. Tizzy, this man definitely seems on fire. One more man to go in the back lines. It's going to be in the name of Destro, the IGL himself. Can this man pull off some big moves at this point in time? It's a clutch scenario where Tizzy had the advantage, but then the Nate sails in from Gladiator Esports and puts that nail in the coffin. Whenever I've seen Gladiator Esports, these guys have been in a vehicle.
Oh boy, Destro now, what a clutch coming in as well. They are able to salvage the situation, but TZ really damaged the economy here. Meanwhile, Big Brother Sarvit does have a little bit of carcass here to try to rat his way through, but at the same time, Eagle Owls is going to be on a hunt. They do have those vehicles to push forward as well. You can see they are going to go for the 2-2 split here, but at the same time, they have to push down south, and that is going to be going through either the bridge or under it. And as of yet, they're waiting on a little bit check here, but now, okay, he's going to find out Sarang. He's going to get the knock in, but he is going to burn to death.
This is not looking too good. Team X-Park, they're still there. Inside the shack, Chicken looking for to toss that nade in. If he finds that crack perfectly, that might just be it for Team X-Park. The nade blows up, but unfortunately, Aditya steps out in the nick of time, so Chicken is not able to find that sweet connection just yet. Aditya moves back of the shack, but now Chicken's position's also compromised. K was knocked out. Double Z, they can definitely feel this pressure against Team X-Park.
Well, let's see, pressure is always there, but can they deal with it? That is going to be the question. Aditya all alone, surrounded from every single direction, nowhere left to run. 2 players lost in the early stage of the game. 1 man down right now. Aditya still struggling, has to be careful as well. Even the back is compromised. You have Blind on the flank who can close it at any time, but now this nade, if it lands perfectly, can help him prep the players of 2Z for a gun battle. But now 2Z, they are looking to reset, and Aditya is committing too much utility. Oh, the knock is going to be secured, converted to a finish, and Chicken somehow managed to survive.
Oh, what a play here, but he is not out in the clear yet here. He needs to get the heals, but at the same time, Tuzak does have the protection coming from Yanmon, watching his back. So Tuzak is doing very, very well, playing for the southeast corner. However, seeing the crowds out here, they are cheering on for X-Park here. They're giving Aditya a lot of motivation, but for now, he's still holding on for X-Park. But Chicken, they do want to wrap this up because as of yet, they have no clue where the rest of the teams are for now. I do catch a couple of glimpses on D plus Kia, but they have not made their moves yet. But Big Brother, now they're making the move against Eagles, Owls. Rishi getting knocked here. Nova dropping down pretty low, needs to heal up, but Sarvit still thinking, what is he going to do? Because Big Brothers is getting some suppressed fire from across the map, and Saiwu getting knocked is huge for him, but Nova is looking for play. He knows exactly where he is. He might die. Here comes the DPS push! Sarvit! What? What? Sarvit! What a god!
Wow.
What a god coming in from Sarvit. And now Junior gonna be lopping in a little bit more as well. Sarvit trying to go to his rest, but no! Junior!
Incredible stuff from Junior. Now it's going to be looking for to push up close and personal. Sarvit still knocked out, considering Uzumaki still in the back lines, the final glimmer of hope for Big Brother Esports. A one-on-one scenario. Who can be the one to take down the Apex Predators over here in front of us? Eagle Owls is one of those teams that has been wreaking havoc inside the lobby, but they need to be taken care of. Big Brother Esports is another one of those teams that likes to play defensive from India. Uzumaki closes on up, looking forward to get up close and personal. Now is so close to Junior, but the blue zone is taking away a lot of damage, but before he gets taken down by the blue, he shuts down the last guy of Eagle Owls.
No, there's nothing much you can do about it as well. There it is still 11 teams in this chaotic circle. You can see Duxan now from the south side now. When the ruins, they're doing pretty okay. But guess what? Revenant also struggling to go in for the reset as well. Sensei pretty much knocked on the sides as well. Revenant also trying to pick up Apollo. He's pretty much knocked out, but Squad's eliminated. Godstrain, they lose in 11th place with only one finish. That is going to be meaning that the gods will descend from the throne. But of course, as we continue on the journey in towards the map of Sanhok here, you can see Rox, Timon, going to be gatekeeping against Duxan here. But fortunately for them, they are inside the zone. However, with this next shift, it is going to push them out.
The Flames are definitely going to catch Hoaxy for now. Duxan, still the Binny's knocked out. Hoaxy's the only man who's currently in the back lines. And Revenant Esports, the players are softened up. This is not looking too good. Also pinned down. They need to make it inside the circle.
Right now, there are two individuals inside the circle that are just hoping for this fight to happen. One is Aditya from X-Park, and the other one is going to be Timon from the side of Rock, who's just waiting on that southwestern edge. But from the north, we have another team closing in on the radar, and it looks like their attention, their focus has just shifted towards the players of Revenant.
Indeed it has. Sensei now going for the pop shots once again inside the building. But still, Revenant Esports, there's some smoke shrouding them, and that's the only thing that they have as cover, at least for now.
And then, of course, speaking of cover, look at Timon. Took off his backpack, took off everything. He is going to be this thing. Meanwhile, Duxan Esports, BD!
Benny, what a beautiful spread out that was. Able to find the connections through the smoke. As we know, smoke's just going to be blocking the vision, not the bullets. And this is where Benny take that advantage. Shuts down the man. Apollo still in the back line, a big toss. If this find the connection, this might just be it. And that's what exactly happens. Revenant Esports being ripped apart to pieces. They're getting dismantled outside the blue. And that's what's going to happen. Even MJ falls down. It's all down to that one last guy who's all the way in the back.
Fierce. He is going to be playing the healing game. Fortunately for him, he does have 15 first aid kits, so he is going to try and secure a better placement points here. 8 teams left. But of course, Fierce will try and scale a little bit more. This is an identical situation we've seen before. But of course, can he make it away here? Because he's healing, and he's healing. Meanwhile, inside the fights here, we do see Manyar on top of this shack. And Aditya still in the same shack. What? Aditya has not moved at all since the beginning of Manyar.
Wow,
he also burned Aditya?
Yeah, catches him, but then DK, they're just all over the place. They're here to claim all the points. They're like the kings inside their own kingdom, waiting for the foes to take an exit. But now, as we've got Double Z, the only possible contenders inside this entire moment, considering there's 3 teams or 2 teams going for that Met strat all the way out in the blue. Chicken, this man in the past inside this game itself, he has pulled off some miraculous plays. Can he make this 1v4 happen? It's a little bit too much to ask.
It is going to be close to impossible for anyone to shut down the D+, yeah, but out of nowhere, Beanie is there with a surprise.
Beanie from the back stabs him, and now D+ Kia down to just a 3-man squad. And Biddy, he being the sneaky assassin, he does have the striking advantage. Will he wait for the right moment once again? His position's compromised. Chicken as well is now playing so prone. He's trying to be that assassin himself. And both of these players were going for those sneaky plays.
This is the opening that they need. Everyone needs to team up against D+ Kia. In this case, Beanie hoping for a little bit of trade-offs as well. And Beanie again makes it happen. And guess what? There's going to be 2 knock from inside D+ Kia. And it's down towards the final 2 team. Chicken looking to try and wrap this up. The nades are coming in. It looks good.
With this victory, D+ Kia can actually rule the charts as well. And also this will be a back-to-back chicken dinner. Chicken looking forward to close on up, capitalize on this mark. But it's not going to matter. D+ Kia, the king, once again claim their throne, as now this team has moved up forward in the overall standing on the first spot.
Back to back, winner chicken dinner. D+ Kia has done it. The most impossible thing here, the first ever back to back D+ Kia from Korea has done it.
That is a very subtle celebration from the players. Like, all they did was just It's just heart and love to everyone in the audience.
Sarang Heo.
Yeah, an incredible moment, I mean, from this team, just controlling every single fight. Like, they own the place. A lot of finishes on the board as well. And now I believe there's going to be a massive difference between them on the first and God's Reign. I don't even know if God's Reign is going to be on the second, though.
No.
Yeah, they will be on the second. They have
I highly doubt. I mean, let's see, because God's Reign was the one who got picked off quite early.
True.
So I highly doubt they're going to be there.
You know, it is very, very difficult here to say. But unfortunately, say God's Reign did bow around 11th place with only one finish. So that means we do have a brand new leader by the end of this. But of course, before we go into the official numbers coming in here, let's give you guys a little bit of update here on how the highlights on the map of Sanhok, as well as the reactions of the players themselves here. And you can see the pressure is kicking in onto us, every single one, especially when it comes to day number 2, when we are heading towards the midway point of the entire competition.
I mean, the woes keep on continuing for a couple of these teams, especially Team X-Park not being able to find that sweet success. Even Big Brother Esports now slowly and steadily starting to slip away from the overall standings.
True.
Same thing can be said for God's Reign as well. These Korean teams are kicking out Indian teams out of the top 5.
And it feels like the only team who is stepping up is TWM today. They have been absolutely phenomenal. And even in this game, I believe a decent number of finishes on the board. The approaches to fights looks actually quite clean. It's just that small little errors in decision making that are preventing them from winning in the heat of the moment. But again, I mean, this was an incredible game, and I think the one player that we need to talk about in this match is not from the winning team, actually. It's Chicken from 2Z.
Yes.
First of all, that incredible 1v3 spray down on the players of Maru, and then of course making sure that his team is in the top 2.
Yep, at the same time, we've seen a lot of 1v3 spray downs as well. I think Kyoya was also another player that actually stood out. But of course, to give guys a little bit of high class as well, this was the one coming from Tuzak. Yep, we can see that Rocks. It feels like an initial stage on how the spray down comes in, right? And this was Chicken's play. Beautiful shot onto his Mara Gaming. And it seems like a trend coming towards Sanhok, right? Whoever who drives vehicles will most likely be completely sprayed down.
I mean, of course, that's what's going to happen, right? When you're going to be stepping inside an unknown territory with the vehicles, there's going to be people marking you down, and they pretty much will have you locked on the site. But then, speaking about locking on the sites, a big whiff from MTech costed them their life and gave Kyoya the exact opening he wanted.
Yeah, and speaking of whiffs as well, like, you look at this, God's Reign, they just got completely destroyed by both Kyoya as well as the rest members coming from Mellow Esports. And this kind of gave a little bit of hope for Mellow Esports to kind of bounce back in terms of economy. But of course, again, another spray down coming from TZ and Nazareth Force. And like I said as well, today's trend in Sanhok is all spraying on cars. It's all about shooting ducks in the cars, just spray and pray. And of course, when it came down towards the nitty-gritty details on how the southern approach kind of happened as well, Tuzak was so annoying. They're just hunting and picking off everyone throughout the entire game.
Yeah, but because of that, they messed up in the middle game stages when they were trying to push for X-Pac, and X-Pac's position was already surrounded by a lot of different teams, resulting in 2Z also dropping a few of their players. And it was X-Pac who ended up securing the finish points for themselves. But talk about finishes, and this is something I won't talk about. This was a move of desperation. Uzumaki realized there was no way he would make it across to the other side, to the Ruins Island. He just went on a kamikaze attack towards the players of Eagle Owls.
Exactly, that's what he said, right? He was like, before getting taken down, at least I would give a +1 for my team. But then later on, Duxon Esports holding off the players of Revenue Esports out the blue, and in the final few moments, D plus Kia just had the most amount of land control. Also, the solid cover to play with. Blind Esports could stand no chance. Beautiful utility utilization caught them off guard.
I have to ask you something. I mean, in the last few moments, you were excited about watching the individuals survive. The moment you said their names, they got picked off. How do you feel now?
No. I'm not afraid about a caster curse here, but
you're replacing Salty.
To be honest, you know, when it comes to those individual plays here, there is just so many things that they have done. Beanie has already stood out a lot in yesterday's performance, today's performance here. And of course, again, like I said as well, South Korea's representative silver medalist. Beanie is showing why they are the best from Korea. However, Fabian currently in one of the best positions possible, because if you think about it here, D plus Kia has finally gotten back-to-back winner chicken dinners. That means they're pretty much guaranteed #1. But by how far of a lead, especially now, we are way past the midway point in the BGMI India Korea Invitationals.
True.
I mean, especially, do you guys remember who was on the second spot and how many points did they have?
On the second,
The second was D plus Kia.
Yeah, they were
D+.
2 points shy of God's
D-
Reign.
I think so. Underneath D plus K was Rocks, right? And
Yeah,
considering
68
Rocks
points.
did not really have that good of a game,
Yeah.
so God's Reign is still going to be on that second spot in the overall standings. But the difference between Rocks and God's Reign is not going to be that much. But as we move forward towards the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Binny, of course, from Duxon. I thought it might just be Chicken, but no.
No, to be honest, Beanie, he did really, really well in his engagement against Revenant Esports down south, right? Like, I feel like when it comes to the top 5s here, these are the major players that kind of set the tempo for the entire fight in Sanhok, right? Beanie, obviously, he was controlling the southwest corner of the entirety map, and I think map 4, map 5 in the circle. Chicken got a lot of really, really sick plays here, especially when Tuzak was doing a lot of hit and run and getting away with murdered assassination playstyle down towards the east side. Kyoya, amazing individual plays. Destro, they tried his best. He was able to get 3 for himself, but that was because they were trying to rotate in from outside the zone from the northern side.
Yeah.
Nobu, however, a very, very solid team from D plus Kia, considering that they were smack in the middle of the circle, and all D plus Kia did was holding their compound. That's all they did.
There's a reason this man is called the best player in Korea. I mean, he has been absolutely incredible all this time, but let's see. I mean, the points that will change everything right now. 1900 damage from 2Z. What?
Some insane stuff. That's what's going to get you if you are going to be taking a lot of fights in general. 10 elimination points wrapped up. Then you also see the players of Duxon Esports with 1260 damage being wrapped up and 15 total points accumulated. But still, a lot of the teams were not able to perform.
Yeah,
Tuzak, has been the topic that I kind of brought on day number 1.
Yeah.
But today, they found their footing here. They are finally to show themselves why they are so good. And look at this, they're just controlling everyone in Map Sanhok here. 1,900 for them, so Duksan as well, 1,200 damage being set in the tempo for the team. Meanwhile, second page coming in as well with Brox, 4th place, 4 points. BB 3 points, Eagle Owls 3 points, God's Reign 2 points only, NSR 2 points, TWM 1 point, EMT 0 point, and Maru with 0 points. And this is kind of unfortunate for all these teams at the bottom here, especially coming from TWM, God's Reign, BB, who's looking to try and fight for India in the first half.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean, especially now as we are going to move on forward towards the overall standings. Once again, the mystery will be unveiled as we do move on forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the overall standings. One thing is confirmed, D plus Kia, they're going to be the table toppers with 111 points, but then God's Reign on the second with 91. Double Z is actually going to be the one to close on up now to the third spot with 69 points.
But there is that team on the 6th position, Rocks, because look in the top 8. Apart from D plus Kia, there is only one other team to touch that 40 finish mark, and that is Rocks. The amount of aggression they've brought into the game is definitely helping them out, and there's not a lot of difference between them and the 3rd position. It's just a mere 5 points.
Well, it is all about getting those finish points, but of course, securing placement positioning is going to be very, very important here. God's Reign had a fantastic run coming from yesterday, but today it's going to be very difficult here. Let's talk about the second half. Revenant Esports down towards 9th place with 57 points, and surprise, surprise, Revenant actually managing to top the second half, and Big Brother's getting shoved all the way down towards 12th place though.
Yeah, Big Brother Esports, the consistency factor that they had on day 1 is not really there anymore on day 2. I mean, especially look at the second half of the board. So many Indian teams, and on the first half of the board, there's only 2 Indian teams right now, from which on the 8th spot is TWM, and on the 2nd spot is God's Reign. Now, this is a massive point of concern for BGMI.
It is a massive point of concern, but look at that. Team DK, number 1.
D plus Kia
Yes.
has finally reached number 1, and you can see the fans, they have finally gotten what they want. I know why you're wearing masks, but at the same time, it's okay to support your favorite team. And of course, D plus Kia, with the love of the fans, with the love of you guys watching at home as well, it has happened.
Did he cut out
but
the heart
can
on
they
the sign?
hold down for how long?
Yeah,
How
he
did he
did.
cut it out? He chewed it.
What? What?
Yeah.
Why?
Anyways. Well, I don't know, man.
Hungry for chicken, I guess.
True.
Just like the players of D plus Kia. 3 chicken dinners on the board, and as we were talking about the downfall of Big Brothers, them moving from the top 8 onto that second page of the ranking, I believe with how TWM is playing, by the end of the day, maybe we're going to see them close to the top 5, a little bit more closer to the top 5.
And now the upcoming game's going to be the map of Vikendi. Things get even more icy over there, Icy.
Ooh, speaking of an icy map as well here, Vikendi, obviously the map that quote-unquote India teams does have a little bit of a slight advantage because of their competitive experience. Even then, it was won by a Korean team yesterday, and today seems to be a very, very Korean day again, though.
That is true. Now, once again, I want to bring in one more fact. Now, the teams that are currently on the bottom 4 in the overall standings, this Vikendi game, everything's on the line. If this Vikendi game slips out of their hand, they cannot be the champions anymore. They do not stand a chance to be inside the top 3.
And it's also not everyone on the bottom of the ranking. It's just the teams on the 9, from the 9th through the 12th positions, from where, at least in the last 2 games, you can break into the top 5, and then maybe tomorrow in the 5 matches, you're going to be eyeing for the trophy. But again, if we talk about the teams climbing up, God's reign, it is very important for them to cover up that 15-point difference as quickly as possible. Keep D+ here in check. Otherwise, if you let this team run loose, they're going to increase the difference even more in the next 2 games. And tomorrow, it's just going to be a position from where you're just playing for the second spot. You know you can't win.
Agreed. It is going to be in that scenario here. Meanwhile, it is going to be a very, very important thing here because in this final 2 match for day number 2, do you stop the bleeding or do you try and go for the marathon, the sprint here? Because as of now, God's Reigns, they haven't found their footing at all. Can they get the reset in time? And hopefully, in the map of Vikendi, they are going to be able to do so. However, there is a little bit of good news of stats for you guys again here as well. TWM did really, really well during their BGIS journey in this map of Vikendi. Yesterday, they fell a little bit short, but today, hopefully, they will be able to bounce back here, considering how well TWM started off in day number 2.
I mean, this upcoming map can be a really good subsider for X-Park as well. Even this team is known to dominate on the map of Vikendi. Yeah, yesterday not being able to perform. Maybe today, the Vikendi can be like a new hope of light for them, and maybe they can try and capitalize on that. But as we do have the players in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we are going to be stepping inside the icy lands of Vikendi. And Icy, considering it's icy, I'm going to ask you for your prediction first on this Vikendi match.
I am going to predict D+ Kia. Again,
okay.
Triple chicken dinners. Triple back-to-back chicken dinners. A hat trick, for sure.
What about you, Johnny?
You know what? I hope that D+ Kia gets a hat trick as well because it has happened in the past, and I mean, we are very superstitious, right? A team that gets the hat trick never wins the trophy.
All right, you know what? I'm going to go with Duxton. I think so. Duxton is only one of those teams that really needs to assert that dominance now. It's one of those teams that we know what they're capable of, but still, they haven't found that good footing for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, the upcoming Vikendi is going to be on the way. And as we do have the plane in front of us as well, the icy lands waits for these gladiators to step their foot on top of it. Vikendi is now on our screens.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be an interesting one as well because the icy cold plays are coming in. As you can see, it is going to be coming in from the side of Trevno, and you can see there is going to be the eastern side of the flag path. So teams like God's Reign is going to be having a little bit of difficulty if they decide to go towards the west side. And of course, Dobro Mistel, Vihar, Movatra, Dino. I don't think anyone goes for Dino Park though, but of course, those are the towns where it is going to be the furthest away. And I feel like teams like God's Reign, knowing them, they do have a little bit of tendency to play the east side here, especially coming from Vikendi, which is weird, right? Because normally they do try to prioritize center circle, but I don't know. Let's see how they're going to be playing this, though.
I mean, God's Reign right next to the players of Team X-Park. This is going to be an interesting affair, right? Considering God's Reign is one of those teams that is struggling. Team X-Park is another one of those teams at this point in time that might as well have lost that ray of hope of even getting the championship in their hands. But considering now, as we do have Blind Esports as well on the screens, quite close to them.
Agreed. And of course, speaking of Blind Esports' expert here, I would like to invite a special guest to join us at the desk here. We have Salty to tell us what about Blind Esports do you think in this rotation?
Blind Esports in this specific split, I'm not really a big fan, especially with them being taken down by X-Park or God's Reign. Now, this rotation might just be to mean only one thing. Blind Esports, they want to set up that longer rotation through the shorelines later on, where Ronnie as well as S-Power will try and scout out the southern parts of Cement Factory as well as any other teams, be it NSR or others in that vicinity. Once that is done, I think they will find that entry point inside the circle.
Well, speaking of entry points here, M-Tech Storm X, we have seen a lot of brilliance coming from them as well. Yeon, you know, it's funny how Yeon was popping off so like a madman in the map of Miramar, and out of nowhere, he just completely drops the ball and Sandhawk just chokes in front of Kyoya.
You know what they say, not every map can be yours. And I guess Yeon has pretty much learned that lesson as well. But maybe this Weekendy game can actually be theirs as well. Considering we know the first 3 stages, nothing's going to happen. No one really needs to go out of their comfort zone. All they can do is just try and close on up as much as possible to the centric spot and just lay their hands on that compound. Do not even need to move.
All right, so one very important thing which the audience is missing right now is the fact that the circle did not really come in front of their screens. But Necro, we've seen Weekendy circles, evolve over the last 3 months. Finally, yesterday we got to see an absurd Weekendy circle. Now as well, we have something of a different measure. There might be some interesting hardships coming up for us as well, but this time, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a spoiler. The circle is on that northeastern quadrant of the map. So we were talking about Blind Esports and that 2-2 split. Now I doubt what are they going to do with the space that they have for themselves.
I mean, once again, Blind Esports, considering they would want to assert dominance, I'm not exactly sure why that 2-2 split is actually on the board itself. As you mentioned, even that's a question on your side. But maybe Blind Esports is just trying to get as much control as possible off the area at this early at time. Now, as we do know, considering it's still the map of Weekendy, the circle is going to be closing up slowly and steadily. There's a chance it will be quite easy for you to create that virtual heat map. And SNS Blind Esports has the most amount of information. They know which can be the safest possible position for the upcoming stages.
Well, speaking of safe positions here, Metal Esports, they have been struggling so far to find footing, but today they have shown a lot of improvements thus far, and this time they are going to be playing from the middle of the circle. But of course, you know, this is an eastern circle. Fortunately for them, everyone is able to get to their respective spots. In particular, God's Reign again somehow has the best place in terms of circle gods, just favoring them all the way through. But Metal Esports did not have a good time, but this time they are going to be A-OK. Meanwhile, NSR, very, very early rotations here. By Circle 1, they are already making their way into the center of the zone.
Let me give you a small little prediction. I think since we have seen Weekendy pan out and the way it's sort of formed, the piecing of the circle itself will force these players, be it NSR or be it every other team who is currently outside the circle, there's going to be a lot of these mid-rotation collisions, a lot of these early rotations, as long as the first and the second circle is going to last.
Exactly. Speak about first and the second circle being lasting. I mean, we know NSR Vings, unfortunately for this guy, not a lot of utilities to back him up, but then we have got the rest of the players from the side of NSR as well. In front of us, Maru Gaming, really close to Metal Esports, can be a big blunder from their side. Top Dog managed to find that opening. Instantly the confirmation follows up Maru. A desperate rotation this was. They stepped their foot inside an unknown territory, and now they need to pay the price for that.
Now, at the same time as well, speaking of Metal Esports, they are going to be, well, I don't know, man. Like, Metal Esports, they have to regroup themselves, but Maru Gaming has been playing the same tune every single game. It's all just looking for hit and runs. They try to replicate what 2Zek is trying to do in the map of Sanhok just now, but for every game, they have not had any kind of success here, and the amount of aggression that Maru is trying to do is just to play spoilers, and so far, I don't know, man, it seems like they haven't exactly found their footing, and now they are getting a taste of their own medicine here, unless Ronnie scouts them out, but nope, they do hear the car vehicle, they are gonna just dodge their way through.
Yeah, I mean, he does hear the engine firing up. He does understand that there is some other team in the vicinity. So he's like, all right, fine, we'll just come back. But coming back to the conversation of Maru Gaming, I think this team is sort of lost. They want to try and adapt quickly, but this mid-rotation collision up against Blind and Metal Esports, it always is going to cost them. And S-Power and Ronnie.
Oh no, this is not too good. Ronnie out in the open. What a beautiful spray that was. Sine almost could have caught that man slip by, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case, at least for now. Makes the rotation out of that tricky spot. Team X Park as well, quite close to the players of VMT. What's going on? So many of these teams do not even have the info to capitalize upon, but still, they're going for those desperate measures. They're still going for those desperate position takeovers.
They are going desperate because of the fact that they do not have control over the circle. We know in the Weekendy circles, in the first and the second renditions of it, teams want to establish themselves with proper real estate, with proper utility. They want to have their grocery shopping done. They want to fill up their inventories and then settle themselves for a while, because we know not a lot of transition in the second and the third circle. And in order to achieve that, these teams are trying these long ditch rotations right from the get-go itself, and that's why they are being caught. One of the players who was being caught was Aditya, exactly.
Exactly. And he's so low as well. Look at him. Does not really have a lot of HP. And this is where the players of MTech, they have the high ground advantage too. They can keep on pressuring them.
Yep, at the same time as well, MTech Stormx, you can see that they had a little bit of opening, but do they want to actually go committed to this? Because as of now, oh my goodness! Shun going for the shots here, and MTech, they might consider pushing this in all the way through. Yon in a very awkward flank, but looks like MTech says we are going to try and back out because now they're applying a little bit more pressure. Sharang with a huge flank gets attack on towards Amen.
Sharang's flank might actually just find the openings, and he's actually moving on forward as well, but that's not going to matter. Shun, beautiful headshots from him. Sharang shut down. The man was looking quite proactive in this fight, but Team X Park, instead, they just end up digging their own graves. This is not looking too good. Now the situation's boiled down to a 2 or 3-on-4 scenario.
Sarang did want to try and pull off a heroic move, but then it did not really pan out the way he wanted. EMTech Stormx had the advantage, want to kind of restructure themselves before they finally decide to converge upon Team X Park, and it seems like Eamon will be the one to take that first steps.
Yep, at the same time as well, Eamon now looking for the counter play here. The nades comes in. X Park, they are able to get a little bit of reset coming in, but here he comes. Cooking the nade here. It looks good though. Does it connect? But seems like it is gonna make a lot of noises, but Shun is getting completely smoked up as X Park gets the reset in. Pukar in a very, very tight corner here. He sees a little bit of window. Shun looking to lob it over. Does he connect here?
Yeah.
Looks good. Pukar might be dead. Yes! He gets what a nade! What a nade from Shun!
Shun beautifully stuffed, and now this is where Team X Park, they do not really have a lot of fighting chance anymore. The players of MTech, they're going to keep on pushing on forward. Another nade tossed inside. It's actually a flashbang. Dreams blinded out. The only thing that he can see in front of his face is actually white stuff. And now Dreams, he knows he's also getting pounced on. Nowhere to go. Dreams is pinned inside this entire bathroom. Where can he try to go? He's being suffocated to his death. MTech Stormx looking for the storm inside this compound.
What?
And that's it. Dreams gets caught, and now Team X Park down to just this one last guy alive, but dead there in the outskirts. He's chipped away so much, a little HP just backing him up, but a beautiful jiggle shot comes in, but it's not going to matter. The teammates are there to back him up, and Shun single-handedly has managed to get 3 elimination points.
Absolutely. I mean, this was one of the biggest fights, and I'm pretty sure EMTech Stormx, they are breaking a lot of hearts for so many people in the crowd. They were supporting for X-Park, but this is EMTech. How beautifully they kind of constructed this fight, right? Eamon going in, leading the charge from the right-hand side, and Shun from the back lines. That nade which got in Bukar, that was completely unexpected. Team X-Park were blindsided. And speaking of being blindsided, it seems like Gladiator Esports, they might be blindsided pretty quickly as well, because there's a lot of presence in and around them, I see.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of presence right now, Revenant Esports also going to be stalking the way through. Gladiator Esports also playing a little bit slow. And this is something that Gladiator Esports has been doing for so long. But at the same time, this is the first time I see Gladiator Esports play priority in the middle. But now, before that, what? He actually clipped the feet of Pukar?
Yeah, so basically Pukar was damaged by one of the other players, and then it was the recoil of the weapon which got him Pukar,
Dude,
and then one bullet on the foot. That was enough.
Wait, hold on. I want to see this play. He saw the picks. Oh, wow. That was sick.
Off angles can help you so much in these type of fights. And well, Team X Park, as we all knew, they were just pinned in that same spot, especially Dreams being just pinned in the bathroom, nowhere to go. All he can do was just suffocate to his own death, and that's what exactly happened.
Yep, at the same time as well, this is something that I think a lot of us weren't wondering as well, because as of yet, Eagle Owls is going to be looking for a little bit of a small push coming in, as they have been struggling in day number 2. And so far, they were the top 2 thus far, and they are getting slowly whittling down. And B+ here now putting a lot of pressure on them, but hopefully it is still going to be a Korea day eventually.
Is it going to be a Korea day? I think it has so far been a Korea day, especially with D+ Kia leading the charge. But right now I'm still still very positive about God's Reign, right? They haven't really given up. There's that 10-20 point lead which is still there, which is going to definitely hunt them. But I just gave my prediction outside the stage itself, outside the mic, and I said God's Reign. I really believe that this team might make a comeback in this one.
Yep, speaking of which here, D plus Kia, they are actually tanking the zone. This is interesting. This is my first time seeing D plus Kia prioritizing this, especially in the map of Vikendi, right? And especially so far in terms of trend, every single team who's played late circle pretty much got messed up since day one, game one, until now. And I'm really surprised that D plus Kia is taking this initiative to do this right now.
Look at their first hit numbers. I just witnessed one of the players having 8 first hit kits, the other player having somewhere about 5 or 6 first hit kits. It seems like they are stocking up. They are looting the entirety of creatures, getting as many meds as possible. Might actually go in for the heal battle.
So this is what the strategy is going to look like. The med strat is not going to be their primary strategy. Instead, they would try to move inside the circle. If things sort of do not work out for them the way they want it to, then they would send one guy outside of the blue, and then he will just keep on patching himself up.
Yeah, at the same time now, let's talk about patching up, because Revenant Esports, they are the #1 team from the second half of the scoreboard, and they are in a situation where they need to find a way to kind of climb up the leaderboards to fight for India. In this case, Apollo, Fierce, they are the playmakers from the side of Revenant Esports, and unfortunately to say, they haven't had a lot of good success thus far, and they will need to bulk up. And so far, they're just getting a little bit of a, vibe check here. They are giving information to say that, hey, do not come here, we have secured this compound, and they will look to try and zone people out.
I think one of the reasons why Revenant Esports haven't really done a lot in this tournament so far is because their strategies are being read like an open book. Every single time they've done similar stuff. Their rotations are being cut off by similar teams as well. This time it's going to be Eagle Owls. Initially it used to be the likes of Rocks as well as Eagle Owls as well on the maps of Wrangle and Miramar. So Revenant has to bring out a different flavor, something which we did witness in the BGIS.
I mean, Revenant Esports is clearly trying to bring out that different flavor. You can see, and I think so that is the problem. At the start on day one, Revenant Esports were just taking things a little bit calm and composed. I had a little bit of conversation with Sensei, and that's what he said. He said, day one is something that we know is going to be so unorthodox. Things are not going to be well organized. On day two is where we can try to pull things back once again in our court. But so far in day two, I think so Revenant Esports is definitely trying some new things, and that's why it's not really working out that well for them.
Yeah, and speaking of working out for them now, I feel like God's Reign is in a position where they will try and get as much to the center as possible, but it's still very relatively early in this game, right? And we know how Vikendi's circle kind of shifts, right? Circle 1, Circle 2, Circle 3, barely much of an information or the tell on how they should be shifting. But the moment Circle 4 comes in, it immediately hard shifts to a spot where, oh no, if you are there, great. If you're not there, you're in a little bit of trouble.
Understandably.
Oh, Sam's with the high ground, wanted to find that opportunity, and that's what he does. Fabian was out in the open, but unfortunately, Sam's spray wasn't exactly on the point, so Fabian is now going to have another lifeline to escape from, and that's what he does. But now mentioning about D plus Kia, did you notice this playstyle change from them? They're playing from edge to edge inside the game of Vikendi.
Yeah, speaking of edge to edge, right? I brought this up early on as well. This is the first time D plus Kia has kind of done this, but the thing is, for D plus Kia, the reason why they're doing this now is because of the fact that how the circle kind of shifts for Vikendi. So it makes a lot of sense why they will try and do it, but the problem is, can they find a nice spot? Because as of yet, you can see every single team already pretty much having their own compounds to actually hold on to, and now with this second shift coming in, the third shift, the circle still doesn't really tell too much, and everyone is not making any kind of major changes. But of course, D plus Kia still has more rooms to work with to try and rotate in, but they've got one knock on Osao, and that's not good. Because right now, D plus Kia is having a very heated fight against TWM.
Exactly, right. TWM, they were in prime spot to actually gatekeep them, and it seems like they have managed to hit DK quite well.
I mean, 2 players have already been lost out. TWM, as usual, this team is just looking so good in their 4v4 fights. Nate sails in, Nensei finds Nolbu as well. What's going on? TWM, these guys are just shredding apart the competition, dismantling D plus Kia single-handedly, slowly and steadily. Last man to go in the name of Osal. Will he be chased down? That's what it seems like the case is going to be. Ninze slowly and steadily moving up. Osal, though, trying to pull off the wise decision. Does not want to take this fight, wants to play for the position. As I mentioned, D plus Kia, for them, the Met strat's going to be the secondary strat. If things do not work out the way they want it to, Osal's going to go for the Met strat.
But Osal has to actually find an exit path from this particular region and survive this initial skirmish against TWM. He still holding on to his position, kind of disguising his presence, and it seems like TWM have moved away.
Yep, speaking of which as well, D plus Kia, there's only so much they can do here. However, here comes the engagement here. Eagle Hours going head to head with Gladiator here. They've been holding on for so long. Delta playing the nades here, but doesn't connect. Nice side snipe coming from Dancy as well. He's cooking up a little bit more, but Dancy doesn't realize Delta is actually here. And it seems like he's going to miss his mark. And now here comes the nade. He does tag out Dancy, but now can he get the finish coming in as well? Because Delta, he hits two. Big nade coming from Delta, and they get the full wipe as Delta pulls a big one for Gladiator Esports.
Alright, what a beautiful, beautiful performance from Gladiator Esports, completely riling up the crowd. Delta and his positioning was left unchecked, and that just resulted in the demise. But GDR, they haven't really been left unhurt. Could have actually finished off this fight a little bit cleaner, but now they have to deal with a four-man Revenant Esports who will be marking the entry point inside the circle. Sensei, again, the scout has been sent further deeper inside the circle itself to try and guard them, which gives Revenant Esports more map control than GDR ever has. And this fight has brought the crosshairs in front of them. There's a huge bounty on top of GDR right now, which has been placed by Revenant Esports.
Exactly, and Revenant Esports, they've got the high ground advantage too. They're sort of like the scouters from the top. They've got the live view on exactly what Gladiator Esports is going to try to pull off in those compounds. And speaking about compounds, Blind Esports in a really comfy spot, actually in the smack center of the circle as well.
Yeah, and speaking of smack in the circle, right? I feel like this is moments away from disaster about to be happening, because we are expecting a typhoon, an earthquake about to happen in about 20 seconds left. And because this Zone 4 is going to have major changes that affect almost every single team. And I'm really, really curious to see, does this help out Blind Esports? Because the compound they're in right now may be in the middle, but it does not have a lot of angles to hold on. It's only like the north and the south side. But with that being said, Circle is about to appear, and he helps them.
Oh.
But the shift still not telling too much. But Maru and Blind does have a very, very good spot, because it might be a 50-50 with the Circle shifting towards either Maru or Blind. And anywhere in between, it's no man's land for anyone to actually hold on to.
Even God's Reign, this can be a lifesaver for them in the overall standings if they do capitalize in a really good way. Even TWM moving in from the northern side, this is going to be a tough breach for them, considering the breaching point of the northern side is being held by the players of EMT Storm X.
Again, but for TWM, I think the way they have progressed through multiple circles, it seems like they are not going to breach the circle in the first place itself, right? They will understand that they are being gate-kept by EMT, and specifically since this is the fourth circle, and specifically since it's Vikendi, I don't really think that is going to be the objective. But look at it once again, Shogun inside the building, and of course Delta clearing out the outskirts. The nade, of course, doing so much damage, and then the shotgun right to the face.
Yeah, that was very, very nice defense coming from Gladiator. However, like I said as well, Circle does not favor Gladiator at all. Meanwhile, Revenant trying to make a path, make their way into the southern approach here from the south side. And hopefully they are going to be able to find a nice comfortable spot here. Meanwhile, TWM as well from the northern approach. They're sending Minzy to look around, but they haven't exactly gotten a lot of information. So they are going to be playing Edge Circle coming from TWM. Meanwhile, I think there is a particular player here, D plus K all the way on the right side. You can see D plus K still has one member alive on the finish status here. And it seems like D plus K, Osao, is actually taking the circle. And look at this. He's pretty much outside the zone. Does have 8 more first aid kits. He's just using bandages as well to try and extend his push. And I like how he's just stalling, where he's trying to use his first aid kit at the last moment to get maximum value out of it.
And I think it's also a good strategy to just try and hold on to his position before TWM actually escapes from this particular region. But now look at this. Ninja quite close to the likes of EMT Stormx. His position has sort of been given up, but I think it's time to call reinforcements because TWM are looking to breach inside the circle.
Yeah, nades being tossed onto them, and TWM, considering they know it's going to be an uphill battle for them, let's see how TWM decide to take this fight in general. Do they even decide to take this fight? That's my question. But actually, they do.
No.
Sam ejects out of the vehicle. There's too many bullets on Sam. Sam gets knocked out. This is not looking too good. The players of EMT, they're definitely on a prowl. As the players of TWM now, they're just down to a two-man squad. Lobster and Ninja, both the star players, they need to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, speaking of miracles here, Ninja now taking a lot of shots here. He is going to try and push out the mountains here with 35 seconds left. The circle going to be forcing them now to rotate in. Seems like the call here might not be saving Samsies because Eon now looking for the spray. Does connect on Ninja, but now does he get on the vehicle here? The Zacia about to explode as well. Ninja setting up those smokes here. Eon thinking about going for the push as well, but seems like he is going to back out and just run and tail and just concede the vehicle and regroup with the rest. And that's going to be the exit strategy coming in from them.
Exit strategy indeed. MTech Stormx in front of us. Considering Shun was the man who was popping off in the early stages of the game, this man with 3 elimination has definitely been proven to be that pressure subsider for that team, because even EMT X Stormx has been struggling quite a lot. TWM Gaming once again being pushed in that back foot, but the problem is the wall of death is now starting to close in from the back. The push happens. Ninja needs to back away, and that is trying to do. They're trying to pull out from this fight, but Ninja getting pounced down by the players of EMT is definitely a big problem. But then the cover fire from Lobster is perfect. TWM, what a quick adaptation inside the fight.
I love the fact that Sams and Lobster, they were on their merry way. They tried to leapfrog and from a different angle.
Wow.
They have completely caught EMTech Stormx off guard.
You have to thank Ninja Jot for that, because Ninja Jot was the one to actually get the knock, and TWM Sams tried to steal it away, but eventually it went in favor of Ninja Jot. So that was a very, very nice play coming from TWM. They have to thank their lucky stars because they are able to reset this. EMT now forced to back out. Meanwhile, on the screen here, we do see Revenant still scuffling their way from the south side to try and make way to this fight, and it seems like there is a huge contention of teams here on the minimap. Meanwhile, West Side, Rocks, Esports. Pumbaa being knocked right in. Meadow still trying to assault towards this compound. And fortunately for them, they can still kind of save him. But Kyoria looking for the push forward as well.
Oh no!
No! He gets sprayed out by Timon!
Knock being found, and Kyoria's now out in the open. DBS pulled out. Also, the blue zone's going to be dealing so much damage. Timon finds the knockout. Kyoria goes down as well. This is not looking too good. The bot is now starting to hit the floor. As the players of Rocks, they're definitely looking quite dominant at this point in time. 14 teams are still alive. Rocks, they need to move in. Timon is actually going to close on up to the safety lines. The Guardian Angels are there with the players of Rocks. For now, Pumbaa needs to be back upon his feet. As soon as Pumbaa will be back up, Rocks will be back in full force once again.
Absolutely, this was good defense coming in from Team Rocks Esports, not really letting Medley Esports close in. Another one goes down, and this time it's going to be top dog. Medley Esports, no cover whatsoever, just being completely naked in their run. So much damage tanking from the play zone, and he just gives up his point. But thankfully, it did not go in the hands of Rocks Esports.
Oh, another knock hits the deck, and Timon is going to be the man to unfortunately lose out on his teammate. Rattle knocked out. This is not too good for Rocks. Rocks, they're surrounded by so many foes around them. Sidelines not cleared out.
And of course, speaking of sidelines here, Rocks, they are in a situation they need to push into the next phase here. They have about 30 seconds to do so. Meanwhile, the rest from the south here, we see Duksan also going head-to-head against NSR. They're slowly creeping in, and guess what? It's going to be Duksan that is going to try and gatekeep them here. It seems like they want to wrap up this fight to tie up loose ends before making the assault in. Meanwhile, TZ slowly pushing in forward. He's going to be in an awkward position, but of course, it is a very difficult push coming in.
Tizzy is right now the snake in the IC lanes, and as soon as his position is going to be compromised, NSR's main strategy book will be emptied out. This is not too good. NSR, they need to make sure that Tizzy's position is going to be staying anonymous. Zipian, he's a little bit distracted onto XEY. Utility tossed in. This might just be the striking advantage. Tizzy's looking for Tizzy inside the smoke. Peeks out. XEY goes down. NSR being eliminated within a flash. And that's it. Duxon's going to be the one to come out on top in that fight.
Absolutely, out in the open, NSR, they crumble like a house of cards, especially like you said, when Tizzy's position was being compromised. All of their strategy and all the thinking which was going on in the back of their mind was revealed in Duxon Esports. They definitely were having an upper hand, but the celebration could not actually last long because they are being ambushed right now.
Oh, the vehicle smoking out. Only a couple of bullets can be tanked by the vehicle, and that's it, Hoaxy. Duxon Esports, a big desperation move coming in, and it's actually not going to work out for them. Revenue Esports 2 out in the open. They've only got the smokes to block them and also a rock and a vehicle, but that's not going to be enough because Sensei gets caught through the smoke. That spam, the stray bullets are going to catch him.
Yeah, speaking of stray bullets right now, Ninze, he's going to be walking up as well. He's going to try and tie up loose end. This is a TWM specialty, and here he comes. The nades comes in. Ninze going to be going to lobbing over. Looks good. Revenant. Looks like he's going to connect!
Oh,
and Ninze gets the job done. Another Kobe for TWM Gaming. That's going to be the full finish coming in as well. He's setting up the Molotovs, and Revenant says, we are backing that up. Perfect Molotovs as well. Ninze gets the job done. And now Fierce also going to be picked off as well, as Ninze will continue as they rain hell on towards them. And now, of course, speaking of which as well, Apollo, last man standing from Revenant, has no choice but to heal up. But of course, he does blow out the vehicle, means that he will have a very, very nice cover for himself. But he is the rat for the team. Fortunately for him, he is inside the zone.
Indeed he is. TWM Gaming right now in a really comfy spot, but I like that split that's there. It's a 3-1 split. They've gotten so much control off the edge lines of the safe zone in the final moments.
Yeah.
Even Rocks now, as I mentioned, if Pumbaa's going to be back up on his feet, they will pretty much be back up with a full force, and that's what's happening.
Speaking of which here, now Maru Gaming, they have been the aggressors for the longest of time, and as of yet, they are holding down the fort. They finally get the inside of the circle. They have been clashing everyone, but somehow they played it safe. And of course, outside the zone as well, Gladiator Esports will bleed after the zone. 6 teams left. Rocks playing the southwest corner. And here's the minimap recap. Maru just gatekeeping Rocks. TWM taking the north. Revenant on the south side with Apollo on his own. But God's Reign hasn't bared their fangs yet. It seems like they might crash into his blind Esports.
God's Reign, they can't have a clear pathway if they just straight up move down south. But once again, the sidelines is going to be a big concern for them. Maru Gaming, they have got the prime spot. Look at them, they're like the gods looking down on all the peasants. And Sine spots out the man in the open. Smoke spam is there, but unfortunately whips out on all the shots. And now Rocks, they do realize Maru Gaming was a little bit distracted. They wanted to take the advantage of that fact, but that's not going to be possible because the rotation gets cut off on the fly.
Absolutely, but Blind Esports, because of Rocks and their distraction, Blind Esports will find themselves a little bit of a breathing room, because of which they can decide to actually close in. But on the other side, God's Reign have been struck hard, and it's the rat, the snake, whatever you want to call it, but that man is Apollo, and he's a Greek god himself.
Equinox and Robin, both of them knocked out. Equinox now tucks behind the cover.
Yep, at the same time as well, there's a lot of smokes being set up as well. God's Reign, they are going to be playing the healing game outside the zone, trying to get some sort of a placement points. TWM, like I said as well, highest percentage in the map of Vikendi. But look at this, Samsy, he doesn't have ammo at all. He doesn't have to 5.56. He cannot play those long-range battles, so he's going to be going up to close and personal. Meanwhile, Blaze playing the healing game outside. 5 teams left. Blind Esports, perfect control with the numbers advantage. But the only Korean team left is going to be Maru. And look at this, they have the compound all to themselves, but they need to push up the high ground because the zone is going to be on the road. And TWM has a very nice head glitch. In this case, Blind Esports as well. They're getting pinned by Sine. 22 bullets left. He's got to make every shot count.
5 teams and 11 players. Blind Esports, they do have the numbers advantage, but they are being pincered, and it seems like Maru Gaming, their bounty is on their head. Necro, this is an explosion and a half.
What a beautiful nade that was. Voru, a 2-piece being found. Almost could have been that 2-piece. Knuckle, considering now, is going to be able to patch himself up. Maru Gaming still in the back lines, and even they need to move inside the circle. The wall of death is now going to be starting to close on up. Maru Gaming, there's a chance these guys can't be held back. Blind Esports tossing in the utilities.
Now at the same time as well, Blaze, he's still healing up. He's got 4 more first aid kits. He's still guaranteed top 5. Can he make it a 4? Because Blind is playing. Wow! Anya, they found Sine. That's going to be the opening for them. but Maru still 2 men alive. They need to push out, and Blind is just completely stopping them in their track here. Smokes in the center. A big nade from Blind. That's huge.
The Sky almost getting knocked out, and Maru Gaming at this point in time, it's pretty much done for them because the March of Death comes in. Blind Esports, they're here to claim the elimination points, and that's what exactly happens as Powers Molotov, he finds it, and now Maru Gaming, the last man to go, DPS points out, and that's it. Manya from the back is going to be the one to claim that point. Blind Esports, they rise up from the ashes in this game of Vikendi.
Absolutely, 3 teams left, and now look at this. Apollo, the rat, has been spotted. 2 teams. It's Blind Esports versus TWM, and the convergence comes through from 2 sides. Blind Esports finally regain their true identity. They finally regain the throne, and this time the audience, they are up from their seats. They're clapping because this is the Blind Esports everybody wanted. S-Power, Ronnie, everyone just delivering on the aggression that they know Blind Esports for, and what a game it was. Absolute domination.
The circle favoring Blind is what they needed, and guess what? It is a phenomenal game here for India. Again, another chicken dinner for them. And of course, when it comes to Blind Esports, guess what? You know what's their specialty? It's either they're blind or they make other people blind. In this case, everyone just could not hit those shots, and Blind Esports just came up on top. Beautiful execution coming in from them.
All I'm going to say, patience paying off in the end over there. They waited for their right moment to sort of pounce on top of the opportunity because they knew Maru Gaming's the one currently holding the prime spot. They have the high ground, they have the compound to play with, and also a little bit on the circle to play with as well. And as soon as Blind Esports realized, okay, now is the time to hit the mark, they instantly started taking cover off the zone, and they blocked off the entry points for Maru Gaming.
Yeah, and to be honest, there was a position, right, especially with the need coming in from, if I'm not mistaken, Cine, right, Blind Esports was completely caught off guard. Majority of their players were like surviving at 10 HP, but still the recovery from that position, and of course, these are the moments, ladies and gentlemen. These are the moments which we call 2 nations, 1 passion. Everybody just dialed into the game itself. But I just want to see the victory moments from Blind Esports because I want to see how much of a pressure does this victory subside for all of these players.
You know what? It's funny how how India has finally showed their marks here, because I'm pretty sure even though it is supposed to be Korea Day, but I feel like India, they have struggled a lot. But now with Blind Esports setting the tempo for India, and especially now in top 5, we have India's strongest team. I'm very happy, and I am gonna go say hello to the Koreans here and ask them how they think about that match, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't a full Korea Day match.
I mean, look, it's understandable Blind Esports won that game, but then you need to speak about the consistency that TWM has delivered. Once again, in the top 2, some beautiful stuff from the side of TWM. But as we do move on forward towards the highlights, I mean, this is how the action really kicked off. MTech against the players of Team Xpark. Xpark just making so much of the blunderous moves. I do not understand what's wrong with Xpark.
The lack of confidence, man. It seems like the lack of confidence just keeps on piling up. Aditya in this situation as well, once again, just trying his level best to try and resist the inevitable as much as possible. But of course, it's not really working out, is it, IC?
Agreed, you know, and at the same time as well, D plus Kia, they tried their best as well. But of course, like I said as well, can they make the first hat trick? Unfortunately, no. Guess what? Caster's Curse on the English test is pretty strong. And hopefully India is going to be having enough points to come back here, especially with Blaze securing at least top 5. So I want to see what they have to say before towards the end of the day. But of course, we do see a little bit of comeback moments coming from God's Reign, and hopefully it is going to be enough to score and take it away from them.
That is true. Now we're speaking about EMT as well, but then EMT themselves get caught off guard by the players of TWM. Beautiful defensive stance being played by the players of TWM because they knew they're going to get breached on. They knew they're going to get pushed on. All they needed to do was play a little bit in the back and let the flow take over. Later on, we also saw the players of Rox colliding against Metal Esports, but Rox clearly had the zone advantage. All they needed to do was just hold on to this compound. That's what they did.
Absolutely. And this time again as well, like Osar, you have to talk about this particular lad, right? Tried so hard to actually survive, did go in for the heal battle, did try to evade from TWM and their onslaught as well, but still, again, a solo player surviving, trying to go in for a heal battle with just 8 first aid kits from the second circle itself, it is just almost next to impossible.
You know what? You know what's impossible right now? I can't wait to see what the faces of the Korean talents think about this match, because guess what? India is back. I want to see how the score is. I really want to see how it goes because I want to feel the disappointment, the sadness that may behold because God's Reign might still be number one.
They might. Again, there's a really big might over here. But speaking about the number one spot, I highly doubt God's Reign's taken that over, that's for sure. But TWM can definitely be in the top 4.
I agree. You know, TWM has played really, really well today, and I want to see how they actually think about this because now up on screen you can see the discussions coming from Revenant here. It has very, very serious coming from them, and there's a lot to talk about when it comes to whether or not they perform or not.
Exactly. I mean, Blind Esports' players, they've got their game faces on. Ronnie, every single person from that team, especially as Powers' addition at the start, it was stinging them. But now, finally, it seems like these type of games can actually be the one to warm them up inside the battlegrounds.
I mean, speaking of warming up as well, look at the discussion happening. It seems like Always is back on track. Once again, just being the third eye, once again, just being the eye to try and tell God's Reign what exactly is going wrong. And this is...
What's up?
Mr. Handsome.
No, I am not IC baby. I am Oppa IC today. And today,
wow.
When it comes to Oppa IC, I am the middleman between nations, right? I'm the only non-Indian and non-Korean here. And as the representative, I would like to be asked the Korean talents later on, as now I am going to be leaving the stage to deliver whatever message that we have heard from the Indian teams and the Korea to find out what they think about today's match. So for now, I'm going to leave. Goodbye. See you in the Korean channel.
Are you leaving already?
Wait, are you really leaving?
Oh, wait.
Wait, hey.
You
oh, no. Well, I guess now it's going to be a two-man desk.
Wait.
Someone's left us.
It's fine. It's me and you.
Back on the desk. Gen Z's going to be rocking the stage now.
Gen Z take over on the desk.
Young blood is something that we all need.
But the chair still remains empty. I think Johnny's standing there. Let's just call him up. He's just standing, not really working hard.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Johnny was just standing in the back.
Why is he not working hard? He's just standing there. He sees the seat is empty. You're late to work.
No, there's another surprise coming your way.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me the pleasure of introducing Park Yong-jing, the caster from Korea. He's going to be here instead of me now.
Oh. Is he going to be?
Oh, wow. I'm loving these changes. I'm loving these changes.
Oh, guys. What's up? How are you feeling?
That was really awesome Vikendi, in my opinion. The Blind Esports played like really crazy mode for me.
Yes.
And Maru Gaming, not good for me.
Maru Gaming. To be honest, Maru Gaming had decent matches, but Blind Esports, Ronnie, 6 finishes. Was he your favorite player?
Yeah, Ronnie, in my opinion, it was very good player.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And I think Maru Gaming have a chance.
Okay.
If they have a 2 knockout on Nate, they have to spread out to sign and kill, finish the blind. They will be the chicken dinner. But they failed.
I mean, now we've got the point standings in front of us, right? Blind Esports, finally an Indian team getting a chicken dinner, right?
Finally.
TWM on the second one as well, because so far in the previous games, the top 5 was being ruled by the Korean team.
Yeah.
Now, finally, we're seeing Indian teams over there in that top 5.
Yeah, I think the Korea's experience about the Vikendi is not good.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why they are not good at Vikendi. But Erangel
is coming up.
KR.
It might just be KR, all right. So I think there are going to be some Indian teams who will do well in this one. And one of them might just be X-Park. Now, their confidence is very low. What do you have to say to the fans of X-Park?
Actually, I'm the big fan of the X-Park.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was a player with Scout since 2019.
What?
Yeah, so I cheer up. I'm keep supporting for X-Park.
What are your thoughts on MTech Stormx on the 4th in the overall standings?
Yeah, MTech Stormx on the 4th?
Yes!
73 points.
Oh! When did actually except top 2 except top 2, they're all same.
Yeah.
All same. Every match they're gonna be changed the rank.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, there is gonna be a competition between D plus Kriya from your side and God's Reign from our side. Who do you think is going to find the number 1 spot at the end of the day?
Day 2?
Yeah.
Or day 3?
Day 2.
Day 2. D plus Kia.
D plus Kia?
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, you know what? Even I went with D plus Kia. I think so on day 2, D plus Kia is going to dominate, bro.
Hey, man, you can't do that. God's Reign is going to win.
They aren't winning so far. Yeah, exactly. See, even he agrees with me. Park, I feel like, you know what? We need to replace Salty. Can you come to English desk?
No, I'll go to the Korean desk. I'll go to the Korean
I
desk.
want to go back to Korean desk, but in
Yeah, bro,
Korean
aren't you
desk,
having fun on the English desk, man?
yeah, I have fun in English desk, but
We're on the camera. We're on the camera.
Wow.
Wait,
We're over here.
where
It's,
is
it's
it?
right there, I think. So the
Right
camera's
there?
in the back. Wait, where is
Oh,
it? It's
in my
over here.
back?
In my
It's
back.
over there. It's
Wait.
over there. Right there.
Yeah,
Right there,
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
It's right there.
Yes,
It's right behind us.
This
Do some
is
hearts, do some
INKR
hearts.
Invitational, guys.
He's now an official English talent, guys.
Yeah,
He's
this-
now an official English talent. And where's Icy, by the way? Look
Wait,
at
wait,
Icy on the
where's
green
Icy?
desk. What's going on there?
Icy is here.
What is happening? What exactly is happening in the Indian and the Korean desk? Man is doing Gangnam style moves. He's
Yeah.
a good dancer, by the way.
He wearing sunglasses during the cast.
So basically, what Icy did was he knew he was gonna go to the Korean desk. He pulled out his glasses like this, and he was like, "All right, boys, I'm gonna go to the Korean desk."
Ah, that's why he took my desk, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's why I'm here.
But you're better suited here. I think I would love you to be here.
I want to know, is this your first time casting in English?
Yeah.
Is this?
Yeah,
You want
I'm
to cast a game with us?
Yeah, I'm first in English.
Uh-huh.
I always cast about the Koreans. This is my first experience. It's a little nervous for me. What? Whoa,
whoa,
Wait,
What is happening there?
What's happening in there?
What's going on
boys,
there?
yeah, let's just give the audience a little bit of a context what is happening. So basically, Icy, once he went onto the Korean desk, they started hoisting the Korean flag. Where is our Indian flag, Necro?
Whoa, we need an Indian flag right now. We need
Yeah.
an Indian flag.
We
Where
need
is
to
it?
have
Where
an
is
Indian
it?
flags?
We don't have
Oh,
Indian
no,
flags
we don't
right
have
now.
an Indian flag. No.
Where did you took it?
Oh,
You didn't bring
where's
it?
the Indian flag?
It's fine, guys. It's fine. Day 3 is going to be ours. Once we win the trophy, we are going to hoist the Indian flag.
In the stadium.
In the stadium.
In the stadium. In the stadium.
But
Yeah.
again, like, I want to know from you, how was your experience in the overall tournament, coming to India, watching the crowd, the entire thing?
That was really awesome. There are so many crowds and so many audience and so many viewers on the YouTube. My heart is. I
Look
love
over
it
there.
here.
Look over
I
there.
love it. Where?
What's going on over there, man?
What's going on?
What
Oh,
is Icy doing? Icy's gone wild, ladies and gentlemen. He is on the Hindi desk. He is on the Korean desk. Man has broken all laws.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he has ambition. He has ambition.
All right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
basically, he can't speak Hindi.
Oh, really?
He can't speak Hindi. He's
just go
Malaysian.
there?
He's
Yes.
Malaysian. So he was like, all right, guys, I'm a mediator basically between Indian casters and Korean casters. I'm going to go to every single desk.
Me too. Go there.
No, you stay
No,
here.
no,
you
you
stay
stay
here.
here.
You
Stay
stay
here.
here.
We need you. We need you.
Oh.
Stay here.
I need someone. It's hard to communicate with English. I'm not good at English.
Bro, I will tell you an Indian dialogue right now.
England.
Have you heard of Shah Rukh Khan?
Shout.
Shah Rukh
Shah Rukh
Khan.
Khan, SRK,
Bollywood.
SRK.
Have you watched Bollywood movies?
Bollywood.
So basically, there's a movie and there's a very famous dialogue. All right, I'm going to tell you the dialogue.
Yeah.
The dialogue is like, in big countries like these, certain small incidents do happen, and you just let them pass.
Oh.
So, in Hindi, it's basically different, but in English, it's like, all right, fine. In big countries like these situations do happen, so you just let it pass. Just chillax, relax, sit, and have fun. Have a sip of Red Bull. Wait.
Red Bull?
Yeah,
Is this
yeah,
new
yeah,
one?
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Sip
this
it,
is
sip
new
it.
one.
This is
Yeah,
new one.
this is
Yeah,
new one,
I
yeah.
love Red Bull.
See, energy in the game is also important. Energy drink on the casting desk is also important.
Hold on.
That's
I'm
true.
going to
Let him
one
sip
shot
it. Let him
this.
enjoy the moment.
Yeah, I want to
All right,
enjoy
all
this
right. Go for
moment.
it, go
All
for
right,
it,
enjoy,
go.
enjoy.
Guys.
Moment of silence.
Yeah! I see the down. Let's go! This is good stuff!
Let's go!
Whoa!
Also on top of his head too, like a little bit of ritual. Let's go, Park!
This is good stuff.
Rebel time! Yeah!
My man just chugs the entire thing in a flash. Well done. How do you feel right now? Energized for the cast?
Excited?
I think I want to see the match. Hurry up.
Yeah.
I can shout it. I can shout.
All right, before you finally go back to your desk, I want to know your prediction. Who's going to win the final game of Erangel?
This Erangel.
Yeah.
This Erangel.
This Erangel.
God's reign.
God's reign. Let's go. This is absolute brilliant. But with that being said, what exact... Wait, your friends from Korea are also over to the Hindi desk. What
happens? What? What happens? Everyone's swapping desks.
Oh my
Everyone's
God.
desk hopping.
What is happening in
All
here?
right, I can possibly understand that there is going to be a lot of confusion, ladies and gentlemen, but right now we are going to get inside the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the day rolls up as we have got the last game of Erangel now in front of us. And yes, the plane fly path as well is going to be over here, ladies and gentlemen. The plane fly path starting all the way from Lipovka towards Sosnovka military base. And with that, even Park says goodbye to us.
I mean, it was fun as long as it lasted, right? I absolutely love his company, but I also love Mr. Super Johnny's company as well, man. Finally back to the desk, finally welcome back to work.
I thought you guys might be upset that I'm back and Mr. Park had to leave.
All right, listen up, listen up. All right.
low-key
the day you start pulling shenanigans, like completely chugging a Red Bull drink and dipping a little bit of a drops on your head, I think I'm going to love you as much as
Hey
Park.
man, the man's a legend. I've been a fan of his since 2019. Just being in this arena with him was a massive opportunity for me. So it's been an incredible journey watching you guys have fun on this stage. And I see just take over every single desk was also quite amazing.
I see yoinked from our desk and he was like, all right, fine. He went on the Korean desk and that was still fine. He went on the Hindi desk. He doesn't understand Hindi.
The man's a monster, unstoppable. No one can stop him.
I mean, what did he even
Not
do
even Anki.
while he went to the Hindi desk? That's what I want to know.
I think
I see. Would you want to share with us? What did you do, man?
all right, listen up.
Nico
I think
wants to know.
Well,
at
he
this
just walked
point-
away.
Guys. At this
top
point, Icy has sort of turned himself into half Indian. So I think he knows a couple of dialogues here and there. But let's just get back into the game, boys.
Oh, yeah.
The flight path is there. The players have taken their drops as well. And GDR is finally back in military base.
Exactly. Back in their home turf, ladies and gentlemen. Gladiator Esports, I guess they're done experimenting around. Now they want to go back to the roots. They want to go back to the basics.
Well, and the basics might just help them out. We've seen Gladiators struggle because they were not able to find a comfortable footing inside of the match. Every single map, in fact, Erangel, Miramar, Sanok. Well, Miramar and Sanok, they do drop on their standard drops, Paradise Resort and Impala, but those games haven't actually gone their way. Erangel, the most important map in the game, and this time the circle is actually favoring the side of Gladiators. But this is a story of two different teams, ladies and gentlemen. God's Reign and D plus Kia.
Yeah, exactly. And I think day 2 will conclude with one of these teams just being at the very top. There's nobody else who is going to be coming close to these two legendary teams, of course, who was played in this tournament. But the point still remains the same, right? A 10-point gap between God's Reign and D plus Kia. Whoever ends the day with the lead, whoever ends the day with sort of the number 1 position, I think will have a massive mental advantage yesterday. What do you think?
Exactly. I mean, tomorrow, considering having an edge in general can give you a long way.
Yeah.
And considering we know God's Reign right now, that edge is slipping away from their hands. But TWM, slowly and steadily, they're building that momentum in the overall standings. Now they're breached up inside the top 3. Even MTech from Korea is actually in the top 4.
Exactly, and TWM and MTech's, both their journeys today have been so inspiring to look at, especially TWM. The climb from the second page of the rankings right into the podium has just been phenomenal. But then you have Duxton Esports. We were expecting them to pop off for so long, and today has just been incredible upon them as well. But what are they going to accomplish in this game? Controlling that western edge of the circle. A few teams might just come their way in the early stages. You never know. There's the squad of Eagle Owls present in the Peripia Primos position as well. TWM playing from Query, and of course Gladiators present in the military base. We know for a fact they like to take control of that military bridge a little bit earlier on in the game and like to cross over.
But this might actually even backfire. So we've seen circle like these, which are a little bit eastern driven, right? Gladiators, in spite of the fact that this circle is on the eastern side, I think they'll still prefer the military bridge instead of the Novo bridge. And if they do so, I think Duxton Esports, they're just waiting for GDR to cross over with open arms, especially with the kind of formation that they have right now from just the map feed that we have, ladies and gentlemen. So for GDR, problems might arise. But just like Necro said, right, at least GDR is getting back to the basics, getting back to what their foundation of strength always was, be it in previous tournaments, be it in the BGIs as well. Hopefully, in the last day, we get to see some sort of a miracle.
I mean, since the day one in this invitational event, they haven't really used their main strategy. And now this is going to be the first time they're going to be utilizing the main strategy. So I would say if you haven't even tried something out, why would you even look forward to switch it up? Because it was working for you in the past.
Of course, and one more thing to add to it, with just 6 matches remaining, is this the right time to make that switch? Or should they have done this a little bit sooner, maybe in the first game of today after watching the matches yesterday?
You know, drawing similar parallels as well, there was one thing which I said during the pre-show, right? The fact that if you've played day one with a particular lineup, I don't really think in a 3-day LAN environment you should change your lineup. I'm talking specifically about X-Pac, right? Having played 6 games, having played 5 games in day one, having tested the waters, I didn't really think it was a good idea to make that switch. And I felt like X-Pac from yesterday, their performance just took a downward dip even further.
That is true. I mean, X-Pac's performance in general, I wouldn't even say it took a little bit more of a down leap in the overall standings. I would just say, yeah, it's just the same. We didn't even see any type of improvement. Yeah, at the start of the day, though, you could clearly tell X-Pac were trying to be a little bit more proactive, but then I guess it just didn't work out.
I think there has been one improvement, Necro, though. That is the one point where the way they've been taking control of the zones has become a little bit more consistent, because now we see X-Pac at least make it to the center every single time.
Yeah.
Yes, they do get picked off because their ability to hold those compounds has faded away over time, but that can be fixed. I think if they go back, watch the fights that they have lost throughout the entire day. It was just minor mistakes, communication errors at times where things could have gone in their favor, but that did not really happen. Then we have Medal Esports. Medal Esports has been through a roller coaster of a journey. A few games, they just played like absolute gods, but in the other matches, the tumble was there.
Exactly. I mean, consistencies in terms of when the circle actually favors them, Medal Esports know how to sort of breach inside. And in certain circles where they're not even in a strong positions, they have managed to pave their path. But the problem has always been to find that consistent points on the overall standings, because it seems like against certain Korean teams, taking those 4v4 fights, there always has been gaps. Top Dog has been firing in all cylinders, but I feel like he needs a little bit more support when it actually comes from Encore and Kyoya.
I mean, Medal Esports is a whole nother story to sort of unfold over here, man, because Medal Esports in general, they're just not able to wake up as a team. This is not the team that we saw back in the BGIS. Medal Esports is just completely deactivated.
But I think their BGIS semi-final curse is still yet running.
Yeah, it's still going on. Salty, what have you done? You've passed the curse on to IC as well for some reason now? What are you doing?
It's not me, guys. It's the English desk that has been cursed in totality.
True.
It's just not me.
That is proving
to
out
be honest,
to be quite true.
it's not. I think even in the Hindi desk, some of these casters are
There's
also.
one guy on the Hindi desk, Maisie.
No, even Ocean's predictions are not really coming out all that good.
That is a new piece of info. But talking about pieces of info, Maru now has the location of the opposition, but it seems like D plus Kia do not want to be a part of this action, especially in the early stages. They move to the other side of the ridge, and that is where they will hold their position. But Necro, a few moments ago, as you were talking about Medal and the fact that they haven't woken up, one team who was in a similar position just woke up in the last game, dropping a massive finish counter. That is Blind Esports.
Exactly, and Blind Esports, they needed that win as well, considering they were not looking too good in the overall standings. Now, at the start of the day, Blind Esports, they themselves said that they do not really care about the tournament anymore at this point, considering they were on the latter half of the board. But now, considering they have got the chicken dinner, there's like a new ray of hope on top of them.
Hey man, we do not care about the tournament, said every team on the second page of the ranking.
Yeah,
Once you move to the first page, that is when you start saying, yeah, now we have gotten serious, we are confident in our win. And talk about confidence, a few moments ago we saw Roxy Esports, they have built up a nice little confidence booster for themselves in the performance they have had today. We expected big things from this team as well, ladies and gentlemen. On our screens, 2Z, there was so much talk about them before the tournament even began. But now, we don't really know what to say. I mean, a few matches, there have been incredible individual performances, quite great, but then the team fights.
Exactly.
Chicken, especially the man. Speaking about the individual performances, Chicken has been the highlight for 2Z especially. And now even 2Z, they have a fighting chance, because at the start of the day, they weren't really looking that great in the overall standings. But now in the overall standings, they're so close in that top 8. So once again, 2Z as well, they have a stance.
But when we were talking to the Korean casters, everyone was like, all right, this is going to be a great team. Their team fights are pretty good. And even the individual skill level is good. Right now, I feel like the individual skills have kept this team in a fighting position, but it's a struggle. It's a struggle to fight their way into the top 8.
Why do I feel like on day 3, a team out of nowhere will come in and take the win?
I do agree with you.
It's going to be very hard, by the way.
Rocks Esports.
No, it's either going to be Rocks or maybe even TWM, as a matter of fact,
Or
because
maybe
TWM are on a roll.
Duxon.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, Duxon is just way too far behind, man. And they are probably on the...
As I said, out of nowhere, they just come in and scoop up that chicken dinner.
Hey.
Anything can happen.
The observers are showcasing God's Reign is still in the fight. Even they can lift the trophy tomorrow.
God's Reign, they have lost their chain of momentum. And I think so. Once again, they need to get a solid game to sort of regain that chain. They need to find that connection once again. But how can God's Reign try to do that? But whatever they're trying to bring inside the board is just not working out.
What about Xbox? 6 chicken dinners tomorrow. Is that going to be enough?
It's done. Xbox's run is done pretty much. Now, at this point, they can try to play the spoilers against the Korean teams. They can try to target D plus Q tomorrow.
Johnny, we're playing 5 games.
Oh, yeah.
6 chicken dinners.
He was counting
Extra
this game
chicken.
one as well. He was
Yeah.
counting this game as well.
Oh, well, now that actually makes a lot of sense. It's very hard for Xbox, to be honest. It doesn't really make sense. You saw the look on the players as well. The momentum is gone. Their form is gone as well. Might as well try and bring in scouts so there's a little bit more spice inside.
See, mathematically, if they win 6 games, that is
a lot of
90
points.
90 points.
90 points just for placement.
And how many points from finishes?
Let's take an average of 5 finishes per game.
5 finishes.
30 finish points. That's
30.
120 points. I think, yeah, but, well, nah, D plus Kia is still going to climb up.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Salty, so you know what? I'm really going to be ignoring this kid right here next to me. But you know what? Speaking about the games over here, Big Brother Esports, another team that has had a big slip-up in the overall standings, and now the team on the opposite side is going to be 2Z. We had a lot of speaking about this team a while ago, but 2Z, considering they've got the high ground advantage inside this fight, I highly doubt they are going to be looking forward to challenging this.
The high ground advantage is there, but there's also a weird split for 2Z. We have K, Yenmon in the compounds on that high ground, and then Chicken is very far away from his teammates. If Big Brothers figure out this 2-1-1 split, they can definitely isolate the fights, pick off the Danger Man Chicken, and then focus all of their attention on Yenmon and K.
But I think it's highly unlikely to figure out Chicken's position unless and until he actually gives it off all by himself. I think Big Brothers have no clue of that weird split, because you don't really expect that, right? When you are holding a squad house in that particular area, you generally expect that to be a mid-rotation pit stop. The entire team stays in that particular location, so it's extremely hard to predict. But look at this from the distance, Apollo finds a player from Maru Gaming.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough. Apollo being able to find that opening. Revenue Esports, this can be a big sigh of relief for them in the last game, but still Revenue Esports driving around a little bit on the southern side of that Milta City too. Let's see how Revenue Esports can try to adapt in the future line, because the team in the front lines, it is going to be quite close to them actually, Maru Gaming.
Yeah, Fierce just had a look at the truck or the UAS, whatever was parked right next to that squad house. He had the information that there is the squad of Maru Gaming, so he instantly falls back. Right now, Fierce, for him, the job becomes extremely important, because Revenant Esports could never really find space inside the final circle for the last couple of games. I think he has to create this sort of a heat map that we always keep on talking about, where teams are positioned, and this was one of the first steps. Keep on moving forward, Revenant. I think this team can actually do it.
Yeah, in this match, it is actually going to be possible for them, considering the first few zones have made sure that Revenant is going to be safe in Milta. They have an incredible moment where they control the entire city. They had the opportunity of gatekeeping the players of EM Tech. But moving towards the northern side, the approach towards Maru Gaming has resulted in EM Tech being able to cross that Novorapnoi bridge. X-Park on our screens right now, moving in from the northern side, have found themselves a safer position in the circle, but the further towards the center they go, there is going to be a much higher probability of them being surrounded by the other teams. Look at Gladiators, they finally show up to the Novorapnoi bridge looking to cross over, but it's not going to be easy for them to move to the other side.
Yes. There are the lads of EM Tech Storming just waiting on the other side. And I just want to see if GDR are aware of it. It seems like they are. They know that this bridge will be potentially blocked, and they're trying to go in through the waterways.
Look at EWM. is still in the blue, just south of that Everest Hill, playing extremely slow. They realize that they now have a lot to lose. They were playing absolutely free of concern a few moments ago, and now being close to the podium, they find themselves in a position from where it is an actual possibility for them to lift the trophy of BGMI India Korea Invitational, and they've prioritized their safety. But talk about safety, Eagle Owls not worried about their own, have spotted out the players of X-Pac.
Eagle Owls once again back to the basics as well. This team was quite aggressive at the start of the day yesterday, and now as well they're looking forward to unload the magazines against the opponents. Spray was definitely there, but the X-Pac boys are going to be a little bit out of reach.
To be honest, I'm kind of a little let down by Eagle Owls and their performance today as well. This is one of the teams whose slip-up has been monumental. Still wanted them to be inside the top 3, but they currently aren't.
I would say day 2 is the day of comebacks, but we need to rename it. Day 2 is the day of nightmares for the team on the first half of the board. It's a nightmare. If you manage to survive through that nightmare, on day 3 things will be easy for you.
And the biggest drop today, and a point of concern for the team as well, is going to be Big Brothers. They started off in the top 6, then it was a top 8 drop. They started off in the top 4, in fact, and then have gone all the way towards, I believe, the 12th or the 13th position is where they are at right now. And it is so heartbreaking because Big Brothers, a squad built up of young players stepping onto this international stage for the first time, there were a lot of expectations from this team.
It's not like heartbreaking, to be honest, Johnny. I think it's a lesson which Big Brother will potentially learn. It's also very promising because to be inside of the top 5 at the end of the first day in an international land like this, where they're facing the Korean teams for the first time, it's a commendable job that they have done, and they've carried that momentum forward, but they need to kind of get this experience and move on.
I would still say it doesn't matter. I understand, this is like an experience being added on to the books, but as a champion, as a player, you should never have that mentality. You should have the mentality of always winning. No matter what the circumstance is going to be, you should have that winner's mentality.
Hey, come on, man. Cristiano Ronaldo became Cristiano Ronaldo after the years of Sporting Lisbon and Manchester United.
Yeah,
right?
But then again, there are a couple of these players as well who quickly climb up the ladders, and maybe you can't be one of those as well.
The man went from Lisbon to Manchester United. You need to think about that as well. And that was a different Manchester United where Beckham, I believe, had just left.
Yeah. All right, fine, boys. Why are you all of a sudden lecturing me?
You brought up the greatest athlete in the world.
He's my favorite. He's my idol. What?
You don't even play soccer. How is he your idol?
Oh my God! I'm gonna nutmeg you so bad.
You're gonna what?
Nutmeg me. You see, you don't know what nutmeg means.
Yeah, you don't play soccer.
Yeah, you don't play soccer. I'm a football player. I was
but you
in my
don't
school
even
team.
play football yourself, so how's he your idol? I do understand he's someone that you look up to, maybe like, he's such a famous person. Everyone on the internet knows him. Everyone on the world knows him. Before now, so we do have the map in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Enough talks about CR7. As the circle now is going to be in front of us soon enough. The upcoming circle shift is going to be deciding a lot of the things.
Yeah. And, well, it's going to be an important shift for a lot of these teams. The massive cluster in the center. At this point, all 16 teams are in this zone. There's no one left out, but it's going to be a northern shift towards Mansion and God's Reign. They are in the prime spot for this win. They have the entirety of Mansion in their control. There is no way God's Reign would want to bomb this game. They would not want to miss out on this win.
As soon as the circle shifted up north, the Korean commentators just yelled. They were like, God's Reign now have a fighting chance. I guess even they're rooting for God's Reign over here, ladies and gentlemen, because God's Reign has seen a lot of ups and downs inside this invitational tournament, and I hope now this is where they once again find that connection to the chain.
Exactly. I mean, in Park, when he was sitting here, he literally mentioned that he wants God's Reign to actually win this final one. But he also mentioned that Deepless Gear might actually be able to top the group at the end of day 2 as well. So we'll find out what just happens. But just like you mentioned, as soon as the circuit shifted, it seemed like the multiple wave of vehicles are under fire. And this time, it is Team 2Z who are being challenged by Deepless Kia.
Deepless Kia, they've got a really good spot to play around with, considering the surrounding is quite exposed, so they can have free shots to take against the enemies. Even Eagle Owls Nova out in the open. This man's not feared of anything. He needs to take care of the sidelines though, considering Blind Esports and Deepless Kia can hit him back pretty nicely.
Well, let's see.
He can, hit them back, but so far it seems like God's Reign is also on the move. They're taking a northern position. 2Z making that long rotation, trying to take up this entire compound, Johnny.
Look at Maru though. They I believe, have spotted out the players of 2Z moving out.
Rocks.
Out in the open, quite exposed. On the other side, though, D plus Kia in a scuffle against the players of Big Brothers, and that is going to go on for a few short moments. In the meanwhile, Maru Gaming to Dow out on the move with his vehicles. As on the radar, you can see there's another squad in the form of Rox Esports quite close to them. But Rox with the split, can they make this work? Pumba and Auto pin down. In the backlines, you have Rattle and Timon. Star players for the team. Shine from the side of Maru, armed with the AMG, AUG and the 4X. He's trying to go for the spray down, but the dip for Rox proving to be a worthy cover.
It definitely is a worthy cover for Rocks, but on the other side, for Maru Gaming, they're extremely exposed, and it's not even like the edge of the circle where their backs are covered. They are almost in the smack center. On the other side of the map itself, we have got Big Brothers and D plus Kia. Shots being exchanged, but this is the moment where we might actually see New Titan form. Look at this! Ninja being caught out by Eagle Owls as well. What is happening there?
This is the first time we've seen a piece of the puzzle being fallen off for the side of TWM in an unorthodox way. Usually, TWM, they're quite well stanced, but now this time, TWM, things are not looking too good in this fight because one player's already taken down. They're trying their best to bounce back inside this fight, but it sounds a little bit too much. Noah spots how the player's taking that rotation. TWM, they want to get the fallen man back up on his feet. Ninze, the distance has been closed. Eagle Owls, though, they have a chance to eat these players alive. Noah tosses in that nade a little bit too far away. TWM Destiny is actually going to get this resurrection successfully.
But so will Eagle Owls, or will that actually happen? Destiny with a nade can change everything. The nade's going to be locked, but Destiny falls. The trade isn't going to happen, and TWM find themselves in a very precarious position. 2 players left. Eagle Owls on the hunt, and they have the numbers advantage as well. A shotgun S12K in the hands of Sevu. He has the high ground advantage as well. His teammates are coming up, but out of nowhere, the Gladiators show up.
Yeah, they definitely show up, and Ninja has been taken down. But look at this.
He managed to run over that player, and Gladiator Esports, even Datsy gets taken down. Gladiator Esports being the party crushers at this point in time, and they have managed to find a couple of openings against Eagle Owls. Tables being flipped against them. Yeah, Delta PG was the concern, but still not anymore, considering Delta PG is going to be back up on his feet. Beautifully done. Gladiator Esports, this third party was so nice.
What a long rotation from GDR. Look at this. They came in from that Nova Opnoyo bridge, and all along the way throughout the western part of the circle itself. Now they are in the closed arc of that circle itself. Their backs are covered. The only team which they need to take care of is going to be Eagle Owls, because if they do that, I think the entirety of the circle just opens up for them, and the possibilities of surviving inside the top 5 is going to be massive.
Yeah, there's another threat quite close to them along with Eagle Owls, though, in the form of D plus Kia on that eastern edge. That is also another important fight in the path of God's Reign, in their path to victory. So Gladiator Esports, God's Reign up towards the northern side. They still have quite a decent position to work with, but Waveline Esports spraying down the players of 2Z.
Max being unloaded in that direction. 2Z a really bad spot for now. They're pinned behind that smoke. Nowhere to go, suffocated to death. Blind Esports, they've got the sight lines locked on the players of Double Z, so nowhere to go for them. Eagle Owls as Waltz right in the back lines before now. Blind Esports, they're just not stopping, unleashing those magazines against him. Another party crusher comes in. Rox Esports as well, looking for to crush the party, and that's what happens. Double Z being eliminated from the game. Rox Esports is going to be the one to take over that spot, but from the far frame, Blind Esports, they just do not stop raining down bullets.
Blind Esports do not stop, but in this situation itself, it's not just Rox. There is a couple of players from God's Reign, there's a couple of players from Gladiators as well, and we just witnessed Eagle Owls. On the other side, it's Rabbit versus Metal Esports.
What is happening to that Buggy Fierce? Just a miracle that he's still standing on his feet. A pixel of HP to work with. Metal down to their last player. Kyoya is on the run, and he has nowhere left to go. He's surrounded from every single direction outside the zone. The players of EM Tech are also closing in. You see them on the radar, but before anything can happen, Kyoya is going to witness the demise of his teammates. And Revenant Esports, they better be prepared for a third party, because look at the radar. Those gray spots, that's EM Tech.
Kyoya trying to navigate his way out of this tricky spot. Revenant Esports, they're here to claim the elimination points. MG3 in the hands of Fierce. Does not really have a lot of bullets to back him up, though. He needs some 7.62 to back him up. 75 bullets loaded in. Now he's only got 10 spare bullets in the magazine.
He has his teammates around him as well. Sees our man in the distance. Wants to go for a spray. EM Tech, though, do they know that this individual from the side of Revenant Esports is here?
Oh, no.
Or is Revenant just hiding their presence?
The sprays are going to be there. M-Tech, can they make it out alive from this entire wrath that's being unleashed? Hellfire from the side of Revenue Esports, but unfortunately Revenue Esports not been able to find the connections, mechanically lacking a little bit in that fight, and this is where the players of Gladiator Esports can actually find a challenge as well to themselves on the opposite side of the map. Gladiator Esports, they're going to be clashing up against the players of Team X-Spark. X-Spark, they're quite wounded. They're like the wounded lions, and Gladiator Esports, they crash the party over here too. The man gets ran over. Team X-Spark, can they be eliminated from the game? Now it's all down to Justin and Shogun, and even from Team X-Spark, there's Pukar and another guy alive, but Team X-Spark, they wipe out the entirety of Gladiator Esports.
But while they've taken care of Gladiators, the job is not yet done for X-Spark. You have D+Kia closing in from the south, and God's Reign closing in from the northern side. X-Spark in a world of hurt. There's one man left from the side of Eagle Owls who's trying to breach the circle. It's going to be impossible for him, but D+Kia, look at them wrapping things up, finishing off the players of X-Spark, and here is Sebu, his pick also in the hands of D+Kia. Now, the two top contenders, the fight for the first position. This is where it will be settled. God's Reign versus D+Kia.
Exactly, both these two teams, they have survived for the longer route. Ninja Jord has been spotted from the distance, and it seems like Forest and Ninja Jord are going to be experiencing some pot shots being exchanged.
Look at the spread from God's Reign. Ninja Jord on the left side. Equinox as well is quite close to him. God's Reign now, they're going to be like a wave moving inside the safe zone, but hopefully while they try to pull that rotation off, no one gets picked off. Beautiful nade from Tizzy. Once again, Tizzy being the playmaker for Red Force, because so far Sporta hasn't been able to activate himself on the day two. NSR definitely is one of those teams from Korea as well that's been struggling throughout. XZY2 going for the long range taps, was not able to find the connections, so this is the problem.
This is definitely going to be a problem, and things are going to get worse and worse, because from the northern side it seems like God's Reign did not want to fight the players of D+. They've switched up, they're trying to move in from the east, and now they find themselves, the players of NSR, things kicked off with TZ getting taken down.
The problem with fighting NSR is that NSR was already engaging against EM Tech Stormx, right? For God's Reign, I think that will be an opening to get a couple of picks and then push forward. But they're still not going in for a direct entry, which is very surprising considering majority of the real estate inside the circle is empty and there's just one team at the center, at the heart of it, and that's going to be Blind Esports.
That is true. Take control, God's Reign. But spotting out the players of Roxy Esports, they've tried, or in fact stopped in their tracks, sprays in the smoke, none of the shots connect. Equinox in a very tricky position. God's Reign, they are moving in one by one towards that northern edge of the zone. On the other side, though, D+Kia taking a hit at the hands of Duxon.
Oh, that nade was so beautiful. Forest goes down. Duxon now, they flip the odds in their favor. One more man to go in the name of Osal, but the DBSs now are going to be pouncing on top of him. He can hear the sound ringing in his ear.
Wow.
Osal, though, he hits him back nicely. Zipper taken down. Osal finds the second man as well. Benny knocked out too. This is why D+Kia is supposed to be the best team the Red region has to offer. Can he make this 1v4 clutch happen? Even another man falls down from Duxon. This can be a big lifeline being given away to the players of D+Kia. Osal, the table turner.
Well, it's definitely not just turned, but completely flipped the table. And a little bit of help from the side of Big Brothers, taking Junie down. Osal almost picked him up, just a pixel of HP and one shot from Servith, and Junie was on his knees. Duxon, they've blundered this fight. Hoxie is indoors trying to bring his team back, but Osal, he brings his teammates back into the action first, and now it's just time for cleanup for D+Kia.
Big Brothers need to take a step right now. They got inside the top 7, and this entire fight, they could hear the gunshots, they could hear the explosion that's happening. They know, as a matter of fact, it's a broken team inside. They have to get this piece of real estate because it opens up avenues in ways that they can't even imagine, can potentially put forward and fight against EM Techs. But the first step has to be taken right now. Big Brothers, if they are proactive in the situation, can do a lot. But it seems like Osal, just from his team itself, he's just resurrected both Fabian as well as Forest, and now DK look extremely strong. Once again, reset for any other fight.
Well, let's see, talk about resets, and God's Reign still looking for a reset. Run into the players of Blind.
Blind Esports, they've got the party crushers as well. God's Reign straight up just ramming their vehicles into that compound, and Blind Esports, all the 4 players getting charged on. What a beautiful day that was. Blaze finds Knuckle, but then S-Power Roar as well returns the favor back. God's Reign, what a big blunderous push coming out from their side. It's all down to Robin now. We had so many expectations from God's Reign themselves, but they messed this up. Even though they had the advantage, they still somehow messed things up against Blind Esports. But what a beautiful defense as well.
Yeah, the defense from Blind Esports was just phenomenal. They lost one player, Nakul, who was knocked out by the play zone, and the extra damage that came in upon him from the players of God's Reign. But Blind Esports, they can still recover from this. On the other side, God's Reign, just one option on the board. Play for survival, but they're going to be patient. They're going to wait for the players of D plus K to take an exit, and Fabian is there with just a pixel of HP, still surviving. Now he gets picked off, and we're down to the top three, ladies and gentlemen. Blind Esports, Big Brothers, and then two players remaining from the side of EM Tech.
But look at this, Blind Esports, they have so much advantage. The circle once again shifting, but Nakul has been knocked out. EM Tech Stormix do not really have any sort of cover to actually work with, but still they're causing damage. On the other side, Big Brothers, another Indian contender, just waiting for the opportunity to pounce.
Big Brother Esports right now is getting choked in the outskirts. Their gateway to the safe zone is being blocked by the players of MTech. Amen over there as well, playing from the edges. If he steps out even an inch, the players of Blind Esports will unleash hell against him. MTech Stormix, this team has been slipping under the radar throughout the entire day, and right now they're in the top 4 in the overall standings.
But if you look at the radar, Blind Esports, they have full control of the circle.
Yes.
Both these teams, EM Tech and the players of Big Brothers, are going to have to step out into the open if they want to control the circle. And Big Brothers, look at them. They can sandwich the players of EM Tech, who are focused in on the players of Blind. Rishi and Seth closing in from the rear. Amin Clutch spotted out as well.
One good thing about Blind Esports is the fact that they still retain every single piece of cover, and now EM Tech's Eon is on the move.
Oh, here we go. Finally, the battle breaks out. The Warhorns are now being blown up as well. MTech, what a beautiful spread out that was. With good lineup from Clutch. MTech Stormix looking forward to name this game onto themselves, considering there's still one man in the back lines all the way in the blue. He can't try to play the spoiler. Safe is going for the match strat. Can't Safe find one knockout that can flip the odds, that can flip the tables. Blind Esports looking forward to secure the second chicken dinner of the day. Can this happen? So many questions being left unanswered. Blind Esports from the back lines. It's going to be the wall of death slowly and steadily closing on up. Backs against the walls for both the teams. Eon so low. Ronnie gets the confirmation. Eon from the back is safe. He plays the spoiler. Big Brother Esports. What just happened? What? Big Brother Esports is the one to get the chicken dinner. How did this even happen? The nade from MTech Stormix shuts down Blind Esports, and then from the back, it was Big Brother Esports to sort of just take it away.
This is what happened when destiny has the win for you. When the stars align, look at them. EM Tech and the players from Blind Esports not able to believe. Big Brothers happy with the chaos they have brought into this match. An incredible turn of events. As you mentioned, the nade from EM Tech, and then just Seth. A few shots, not even the few shots, the zone ended it all for him.
Dude, everyone was on their feet because two Indian teams coming together. It almost felt like Blind's supreme run. All right, fine. Let me just paint the picture for a while. Blind Esports struggling day 1, struggling day 2, come back with a great victory, right? Everyone is back on their feet. In the last game of the day, they have the opportunity of getting the back-to-back chicken dinner, and Big Brother just sets them up for victory.
I'm sorry, Salty, but can you hear that? The crowd going wild with the cheers of India in the arena, and it's so glad to see Big Brothers make it happen in the last game of day number 2. An incredible journey for this team. We were talking about them, their downfall at the start of the day, and now this can be the start of the comeback that they were looking for.
This is a monumental moment, ladies and gentlemen, in the history of Indian esports. Saf, how could he potentially pull that off? I have no clue. And I'm pretty sure, as much as Blind Esports is being supported by the fans, it's Saf and the moment of brilliance. EMT have been blindsided like hell.
They were blindsided.
Call it remarkable, call it memorable, call it iconic, call it whatever you guys want. But these type of moments do not occur that often. 1 in a million moment. It just happened with save from Big Brother Esports. And this is the prime example. When a win is written in your destiny, no one's going to be the one to steal it away.
Yeah, no one could believe what happened. I mean, us on the English desk, the casters on the Korean desk, the Hindi desk also went wide. Look at that. Even Sarvit was like, what? What happened? How did we win? And it was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, as we talked about Destiny, win written in the Destiny, it was there for Big Brothers today. Blind Esports trying their level best. It was a massive mistake, a big blunder from Blind for S-Power and Knuckle to step out into the open like that when they saw their teammate getting knocked out.
All of that is fine. Now let's look at the overall picture. MTech once again ending things on a consistent note, right? Blind Esports once again having a solid game to themselves.
Yeah.
Big Brother Esports, they needed once again a fighting chance, a chance to make a comeback in the overall standings. This game's going to give it to them.
Yeah,
now
true.
the overall standings are going to be so close, Johnny. It's going to be fragile.
Well, yes, but
I need some time to digest what's happening. Guys, I'm not really sure if the audience mic is being captured, but if it's audible, let's just keep quiet for a while and let the crowd mic just work its magic, because this is magical. What I am witnessing right behind me, this is majestic.
I hope you guys can hear it. I mean, the viewers, the amazing viewers watching us from the comfort of their homes, because the atmosphere in this arena has just taken a turn and it's just electrifying right now.
Can we just give a credit to the fact that we started broadcast at approximately
1:30.
1:30, right? It's been 6-7 hours. It's been 6 hours practically. These people have been waiting in the front row for a while right now. And of course, they are being riled up by Anki. Who better than Anki from the Hindi desk?
They love his voice, they love the man, and of course, we love the audience as well. They've been turning up the intensity with every single game, cheering for both sides, cheering for the Indian teams when they do well and cheering for the Korean teams when they do well. I know for a fact that the crowd favorite right now is going to be Timon from the side of Rox Esports.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I just want to look at the overall standings and find out how the first half was looking like, legit. Because now the overall standing is going to be spiced up so better. And imagine, Johnny, the storyline for day 3 is even stronger.
You can't script this stuff. This cannot be planned. This cannot be scripted. And it is just extremely intense with how much of how tough this competition has become all of a sudden today.
Blind out of nowhere making this massive jump, right? 2 chicken dinners back to back. Where does... Huh?
Did they get 2 back-to-back?
Yeah.
Oh, this would have been the 3rd then.
So, I mean...
Blind Esports getting almost 2 chicken dinners. Almost.
Yeah.
This could have been their second one, but unfortunately, it was being stolen away by the end moment by, of course, Big Brother right there. Unfortunate stuff from their side. But as we do have the highlights in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the action really kicked off. But then later on, Gladiator Esports clashing on against the players of Team X-Spark. A big blunderous move, actually, from Gladiator Esports. And if you remember, Johnny, most of the times, whenever we've seen Gladiator Esports, they're always in their vehicles. Always. Whenever they engage in a fight, they get caught off guard in their vehicles.
Yeah, either they are in their vehicles or they are in the middle of nowhere fighting and losing bodies.
What's going on? Like, they just seem so lost. This is not the Gladiator Esports we know.
Exactly. This is not how Gladiator Esports have been known to play. But talk about being known for your play, and this fight, D plus Kia against the players of Duxon, this was just incredible. And then Blind Esports taking on God's Reign. It was also quite phenomenal to witness this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, God's Reign did not really have a lot of options in that position, right? They had to smash in into the compound of Blind Esports, and considering that this was the only hard this was the only hard compound present inside the circle itself, Blind Esports and their defense was just on its toes. They knew that God's Reign is coming, and they welcomed them with open arms. And once again, let's just look at the final moments. MTech, StormX just starting to dominate inside the final circles, taking down a couple of players. This time, once again, you've got Clutch from the side of MTech, StormX just doing so much heavy lifting on this side. But from the backlines, we're going to witness what was history.
Exactly, and look at this final moments. You know what? I'm just going to let it simmer in. The nade came in, the entirety of Blind Esports got wiped out, and then in the back was the man who just stabbed them. Big Brother Esports getting that win like that in that way is definitely something that has caught us off guard. It was a big surprise, but in the end, a well-deserved, a well-needed chicken dinner for Big Brother Esports has finally been there.
Absolutely. Look at the chants. Look at the chants that all of these people are coming up with. This is so brilliant to watch.
Man, that guy has good handwriting. Ninja bhai, love you. Ninja, my brother, love you. That's what it says right there. But
let's just show
some love
these
for us as
people
well.
how much love that there is for the casters as well. I mean, this is the postcard which we got from some member from the audience, and they just want us to sign it.
Main man over here has to be Anki. I mean, he's been doing so much to make sure that the crowd is active over here. But, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it was an interesting journey. Thank you so much, Salty. But it has been an incredible journey throughout the day. I mean, imagine how all the stories have turned. We're talking about stories. We're going to talk about the MVP of this game.
Absolutely. Exactly. There is going to be MTech, Stormex, Clutch just coming in clutch for this particular team. Once again, 6 finishes. Almost got the chicken. That final laid onto Blind. I don't know how he managed to land that perfectly. But this man, that was a Kobe Bryant moment.
Well, it was a Kobe moment, and he wasn't alone from his team, who was able to pull off an incredible win. Eon was there as well. Eon has been firing on all cylinders throughout the day. 5 finishes, but all thanks to the help from his teammate, because 484 damage converted to 5 finishes. Ronnie from Blind Esports making an incredible comeback. Osal from D plus Kia has been phenomenal throughout the day, but last but not the least, it's going to be Justin from Gladiators in the top 5.
Of course, Osal, I would say, has been the best individual player today we have seen so far. This is not the first clutch that he pulled off, even in the previous couple of games today itself. Osal was the one who sort of had a big hand behind D plus Kia's success throughout the first 2 chicken dinners that we saw they got. So I would say D plus Kia in general, they're well able to gel up as a team, and because of that, the team play is just looking so strong.
You know, I'm just happy for the fact, I was mentioning this to IC as well, that Blind Esports, they aren't really performing because Nakul and Ronnie aren't firing on all cylinders. It's sort of been like Mania and S-Power, but this time again, Ronnie and Nakul, they just have to be given hats off.
Exactly. In order for Blind to perform, we want to make sure, I mean, Nakul and Ronnie have been quite key, but talk about key points are always going to be the most important thing inside of the game, and we have the point standing for this match. EM Tech walking away with 25 points for this matchup. We have Big Brothers. The chicken dinner finish helps them get those 19 points on the board. Blind Esports on the third with 19. D plus Kia 13 points in total, all thanks to those finishes. We have God's Reign in the top 5 as well. But now we move to the next page of the rankings, where I guess you guys correct me and let me know how you feel about this. For me, I expected so much more from TWM based on how good their momentum was in the last 2 matches.
You can't have a good game all the time, right? TWM, I would say most of the games they have had pretty solid stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The overall standings in front of us. D plus Kia, the throne is being held by these guys. God's Reign on the 2nd spot with 113. They maintain that spot. MTech on the 3rd, TWM on the 4th.
And look at how things have changed.
Wow.
Now inside of the top 8, you have 5 Indian teams. God's Reign on the 2nd, just 13 points shy of the leaders. 126 for D plus Kia and 113 for God's Reign. You have EM Tech on the 3rd with 98 points. TWM Gaming on that 4th with 82. Eagle Owls on the 5th with 77. Revenant Esports on the 6th with 77 as well. And there were Blind Esports and Revenant inside of the top 8 as well.
Alright, potentially there is a difference of about 40 points in between the 1st and the 8th position. 40 points can be covered with a miracle, and that is exactly a miracle that I'm going to be expecting on day 3 as well. Even Rocks, as a matter of fact, on the 75-point mark, I think this team might just be able to do something.
You know what? On the last day of the tournament, 5 matches to go, 40 points. You don't even need a miracle to make it happen.
Yeah.
There's going to be so much pressure on the teams at the top, especially with how close the competition has been between God's Reign and D plus Kia.
For God's Reign and D plus Kia, I'm not really sure, you guys enlighten me, but for God's Reign, right, losing that momentum on day 2, how much is this going to affect their mentality? I want to know from you, Necro.
I mean, look, especially for Godsreen, I would say they're pretty okay on that second spot. As I mentioned, day 2 is sort of like the day of nightmares.
Yeah.
If you manage to survive day 2, day 3 is not going to be that tough for you.
Yeah.
Because on day 3, you know chaos is going to be ensuing once again.
Exactly, but we're going to have to wait for that chaos, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be quite exciting to witness actually which teams bring in the chaos. Take a name. Who do you think is going to ruin the matches tomorrow, Negro?
I think so tomorrow there's going to be a lot of the Korean teams ruining the matches.
Oh.
Also, Team X Park might just join the fray because at this point in time, they might as well give up. They cannot go to the first spot. I know I'm sounding a little bit too harsh, but, you might as well give up. You can't be the champions anymore.
See, I mean, you don't have to actually like give up on the tournament to actually go
You
for.
play the spoiler.
Yeah, you play the spoiler.
You try to help out the fellow comrades.
I think it's just you and me, Negro, like to do that. Salty is a good guy. He wants to
No, he's
give
not a
it
good guy. You've got
everything
him
he has
mistaken.
inside of the matches.
I
At
am
least
a
in the
good guy.
games, he is a
No,
good
he's the
I'm an
imposter among us.
angel. I'm an absolute angel.
That's for you guys to decide, ladies and gentlemen. Is Salty an imposter or not? And also, do let us know who do you think is going to win this BGMI India Korea Championship. But for now, we're going to call it a day on the desk, and we're going to head to the stage for a very exciting interview right now. Here we go.
दूसरा दिन and what a day, wasn't it Delhi? मजा आया कि नहीं? अब इतना मजा अगर दूसरे दिन में आ गया है तो ये पता चल चुका है कि ये जो तीसरा दिन है, ये जो ट्रॉफी, जो इतनी खूबसूरत सी चमचमाती ट्रॉफी है, ये किसी के भी हाथ में जा सकती है. ये तो अब पता चल चुका है. द गेम इज नाउ ओपन. एंड इस समय मेरे साथ हैं D+ किया से ओसाल. एंड अभी हम लोग बात करेंगे ऑफ कोर्स. एंड मेरी बातों को इंटरप्रेट करने के लिए मेरे साथ हैं अमन, who will be helping me interpret whatever I'm saying and whatever Osal is saying. So first of all, मैं ओसाल आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, ये क्या किया, ये कैसे किया, D+ किया, मतलब 2 बैक टू बैक winner chicken dinner. What went so good in the game 2 and the game 3?
이제 첫 번째 질문 물어보면 지금 이제 2번 이겼잖아요. 그래서 기분이 어때요? 지금 이거 어떻게 이렇게 2번에 계속 이겼어요? 그래서 그거는 진짜 팬분들도 너무 궁금해서 우리 호스트분하고 다른 분들이 다 궁금해서 그거 답변하시면 감사하겠습니다.
일단 사실 2번의 치킨을 먹은 것도 어느 정도 운이 도와줬던 부분도 있지만 첫째 날에 있었던 문제점들을 조금 신경 써서 했었던 덕에 그래도 2번의 치킨을 먹을 수 있었고 사실 3번, 4번 할 수 있었는데 못 먹은 게 아쉽습니다. 이제 치킨을 이제 3번이든 4번이든 더 먹을 수 있었는데 못 먹은 게 아쉽습니다. 아쉽다.
So if we talk like अगर हम बात करें पहली गेम की और दूसरी गेम की तो इनका कहने का ये है कि ये 2 गेमें जीते बट तीसरी गेम चौथी गेम भी ये जीत सकते थे बट थोड़ी सी कहीं कसर रह गई तो उस वजह से ये थोड़ा सा चूक खा गए बट हाँ जीत सकते थे. इनमें पूरी वो है कि तीसरी चौथी भी जीत सकते थे.
ऑलराइट. एंड जीत की अगर बात करें तो अभी देखिए ये ओपन हो चुका है. तीसरा दिन बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो चुका है. लेकिन ओसाल, आप इंडिया में आए, आपने इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स का भी एक नज़ारा देखा. इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
자 이제 인도에 와서 뭐 2번 이겼잖아요. 근데 인도에 와서 지금 팬분들도 보고 이 기분이 어때요?
사실 이렇게 해외까지 와서 저희 D+ 기아 팀 그리고 저를 응원해 주시는 팬분들이 이렇게 많을 줄 몰랐거든요. 그래서 너무너무 감사하고 진짜 많이 사랑합니다, 여러분.
So ये बहुत मतलब ज़्यादा खुश हैं सब आप लोगों को देख के जो आप लोगों ने प्यार दिखाया है जो लोगों के लिए इनके लिए हुटिंग करी है स्पेशली D+ किया टीम के लिए जो आप लोगों ने हुटिंग करी है. सो ये दिल से उसका बहुत ज़्यादा शुक्रिया कहते हैं और इन्होंने कोरियन में ये लिटरली बोला ये आप लोगों को बहुत प्यार करते हैं गाइस.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है. हम लोग इतने टाइम से कह रहे हैं 2 नेशंस 1 पैशन, लेकिन मुझे लग रहा है एक्चुअल 2 नेशंस 1 पैशन यहाँ पर अमन है. जोरदार तालियां अमन के लिए यार, इतना बढ़िया इंटरप्रेट कर रहे हैं. लेकिन अब ओसाल, मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि पिछले 2-3 दिनों में वो कौन सा इंडियन खाना वगैरह आपने ट्राई वाई किया अभी तक?
혹시 이제 인도에 온 지 한 4일 정도 됐잖아요. 혹시 지금까지 어떤 음식을 먹었는지 그거에 대해서 뭐 제일 맛있는 음식이 어떤지 좀 알려줄 수 있으면 감사하겠습니다.
일단 여러 가지 먹기는 했는데 난이랑 카레가 그렇게 맛있더라고요. 버터 치킨? 아, 네네네.
So ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि इन्होंने बहुत अच्छा अच्छा खाना खाया, बट जो दिल्ली की जान है बटर चिकन और बटर नान, इनको बहुत अच्छी लगी वो.
क्या बात है. एंड जिस तरह से आपने इंडियन टीम्स को परफॉर्म करते हुए देखा, ऑफ कोर्स बहुत कुछ गेम्स में भारी पड़े हैं अपनी इंडियन टीम्स, तो आपको क्या लग रहा है कि तीसरे दिन में क्या प्रिपरेशन होगी और कौन सी टीम है जो आपको उस साल एंड आपकी टीम को लग रहा है कि एक बहुत ही कमाल का चैलेंज दे सकती है, तगड़ा चैलेंज दे सकती है डे 3 में?
이제 뭐 게임한 지 이틀 됐잖아요. 이제 내일은 마지막 날이에요. 메인 날이라고 생각할 수도 있습니다. 근데 혹시 지금까지는 어떤 팀이 제일 잘한다고 생각하고 또 내일은 어떤 팀이 제일 경쟁적인 팀이라고 생각하는지 그거에 대해서 좀 알려줄 수 있으면 감사하겠습니다.
일단은 그래도 우승 경쟁 중인 가츠 레인 팀이 그래도 가장 신경 쓰이는 것 같고, 그리고 남은 이제 다른 한국 팀들 또한 너무 잘하는 팀들이 많기 때문에 그 팀도 무시할 수가 없고요. 그렇지만 이제 인도 팬분들한테 정말 죄송하지만 내일 디플러스 기아가 1등에서 트로피 올리도록 하겠습니다.
So अगर हम बात करें कि ये क्या सोचते हैं कि कौन सी टीम इनको कंपटीशन दे सकती है, तो ये उस गॉड्स रीजन सोचते हैं कि वो जो है इनको टक्कर दे सकती है, अच्छा एक मुकाबला दे सकती है. बट ये साथ के साथ ये भी कह रहे हैं कि कोरियन टीम को नज़रअंदाज मत करना, क्योंकि कोरियन टीम्स भी कम नहीं है. और अगर ये अपनी टीम की बात करें तो ये कह रहे हैं कल हम ट्रॉफी लेने के लिए पूरी जी जान लगा देंगे.
ऑल राइट. तो जी जान तो अपनी यहाँ बैठी टीमें भी लगाने वाली हैं, लेकिन इस समय आप अपने फैंस को कुछ कहना चाहते हैं जो कोरिया में आपको सुन रहे हैं? अगर आप कोरिया से क्या सपोर्ट लेना चाहते हैं, what do you have to tell your fans out there?
지금 여기 보시면 인도 팬분들 엄청 많잖아요. 근데 한국에도 국내에서도 지금 국내 팬분들이 한국 팀들이 다 보고 있잖아요. 혹시 뭐 어떤 할 말씀이나 메시지 같은 거 주고 싶으면 지금 그거는 만약에 주고 싶으면 해주세요.
다 잘 보고 계시죠? 저희 이렇게 먼데 와서도 여러분들이 응원해 주시는 거 빠지지 않고 보고 있어서 더 많은 응원 부탁드리고, 그 응원에 힘입어서 꼭 우승해서 기분 좋게 가서 라이브 스트리밍 하겠습니다.
So, सबसे पहले इन्होंने कोरियन में बड़ा अच्छे से बोला कि आप जितने भी कोरियन फैंस हैं सब मेरे को देख रहे हो ना, मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और आप लोग बिल्कुल मिस नहीं कर रहे. इनको पता है ये स्पेशली कोरियन फैंस के बारे में, तो आप लोग देख रहे हो, वहाँ से चीयर कर रहे हो, मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. और आगे कल भी बहुत ज़्यादा चीयर करना, तो उसके लिए अपने कोरियन फैंस को दिल से धन्यवाद कहना चाहते हैं.
एंड जिस तरह से आज यहाँ पर हमारे इंडियन फैंस ने आपको परफॉर्म करते हुए देखा है, आई एम श्योर कुछ लोग आपके भी फैंस बन चुके हैं, तो यहाँ पर हमारी जनता को आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
이제 국내 팬분들한테 메시지 드렸잖아요. 근데 여기 보시면 이제 팬분들이 엄청 많아요. 근데 여기 이제 인도 분들이 와서 막 어떻게 게임했는지 잘 봤습니다. 혹시 여기도 이제 팬가 많이 생겼어요. 그래서 그 팬분들한테 할 말씀이 있으시면 그거는 해주세요.
प्यार करते हैं.
अरे
तुम लोगों से जितने भी मेरे इंडियन फैंस हैं सबसे बहुत प्यार करता हूँ.
क्या बात है. All right, Osal from D Plus Kia. Thank you so much, Osal, for giving us your time, and all the best for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
감사드립니다. 이렇게 인터뷰 주셔서 감사드립니다.
And Aman Oberoi, who did that fantastic interpretation. Thank you so much, Aman. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching this stream. And Kal is the main day, day 3 of the BGMI India Korea Invitational. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow. Until then, keep giving us that love, keep giving us that support, and we will see you soon. Good night.